Hello. Hello, guys. Okay, I think I'm live now. I was struggling for a second. All right, what's going on? Hi, Josephine. What's up, baby? Hi, Jean. Hi, Jean. Hello, Jean. I hope that you guys are doing well. Thanks for saying hi. Okay, so we are gonna do an all signs also. Well, I just have a couple little announcements or things to say at the beginning here. For those of you who may be new to the channel and need to know how things work a little bit. And I'm also just going to do a little bit of energy work to ground us in. I think I'm going to be doing that at the beginning of most lives. So if you guys aren't interested in that part, just come back in a few minutes and we should be done with that. But especially in the midst of Cancer season, in the midst of a Mercury retrograde in Cancer, yeah, we're going to clear and ground the energy just a little bit before we get into this live. And I hope you guys have been doing good. And I hope that you're not getting tossed around in those Cancerian waves too badly. Okay, so let me know that you can see and hear me. I think that I have my audio on, so you should be good. Actually, I'm just going to up the sound again a little bit. The input in my system for my audio, because I just want to make sure that you guys can hear really well through the whole reading. So I'm just going to put the input volume a tiny bit higher. Okay. You guys let me know throughout if you're having any trouble hearing, because if I'm talking from back here, I just want to make sure that you guys can still hear me. And then also sometimes my laptop overheats, and I think the fan creates kind of like a white noise background thing that that creates issues sometimes for people hearing. So, but yeah, I hope that you guys are doing wonderful. Looking and sounding perfect. Thanks, baby. But yeah, let me know how you guys have been doing. And happy birthday to all of my beautiful Cancer babies out there. I hope that you're having a great season so far. And for those of you whose birthday is today, happy birthday. It's my little sister's birthday tomorrow on the 11th. And it was my dad's birthday on the 22nd of June. So I've got some major Cancerian placements in my life. And yeah, I love you guys. So what's up, Christina? Good evening and good morning for whoever is morning. Yeah, exactly. It's 11 p.m. where I'm at. It was so hot today that I was like, let me push this back until until it's not so hot, because I need the ring light. And I was like, you know, it's just not gonna happen. It's way too warm. Can I move this in a way that it's not going to be just reflecting directly on my glasses the entire time? The struggle every time is the same struggle. The ring light struggle. That's a little bit better, I think. It was your birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Tunmei. Happy birthday. To me, it's still the 10th, so it's your birthday, babes. I don't have AC in the basement here. I turned the all of the heat off. I do have like a little fan though, not AC, but like a fan. But I don't know if that will mess up your ability to hear me. Like if it will be too noisy. But if I do get hot later on, then it's not going to matter. I'll just turn the sensitivity up on my mic and turn that motherfucker on, because we can't be dying here. What's up? No judgment. What's up? Tell New Zealand that I love it and I need to go visit. Hi, bestie. Hi, Yair. How are you, my love? It's been too hot at the East Coast. Yeah, it's been hot. I don't do the most. I don't do the best with heat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little sensitive heat baby. So sometimes I just overheat very, very, very quickly. You couldn't tell by looking at me. I'm kind of, you know, it doesn't look as though I've been frequently kissed by the sun, and that is for a reason, because I also burn like immediately, basically. It's like, there, a tan? What is a tan? I've never heard of her. Must be nice. But yeah, my dad is Métis, and my sister has like a lot of Native American in her as well. So they step outside and it's like instant, glorious, beautiful, natural, deep, golden tan. And I'm like, I hate you. I hate you both. I hate you. Must be nice. But yeah, how are you guys doing? You guys doing good? The joys of summer. Yeah. Yeah. I also want my skin to not look like a leather bound journal like years from now. So I'm going to do the best that I can do to prevent that from happening. Also cancer. So yeah, skin cancer, not my cute little crabby cakes. The kind that we don't like, the kind of cancer that we're not a fan of, you know? Okay. So, let's just go over a couple things real quick and get that out of the way. So I don't read for a particular placement, which means that if you're wondering what you should watch, which sign you should watch, you don't have to just watch for like your sun or your rising or whatever you normally watch for. You can watch for any energy in your chart that is prominent, that you are resonating strongly with at this time. Just trust your intuition above all else, okay? And what else was I going to say? We're going to start with Aries as always and move all the way through to my beautiful fishy fam at the end. Hold out for me, my loves. I'm coming for you. I am one of you, and sometimes it takes me time to get to you, but it's not personal. Trust and believe that I love you dearly. You will know there will be gifs up here in the little top right hand corner here that tell you what sign we're on during the live, because I can't add timestamps until after it's done streaming. But there will be timestamps after. So those will be in the pinned comment down below, as well as the info box if you want them. And if you guys are not super, if patience is not a virtue that you have mastered or possessed just yet, then what's up, Kelly? Then that is okay. However, I am a fish and I do swim through the energy and super sensitive. So I did it my way, and I continue to do it my way, and I always will, because that's how my gifts work. So if you want to come back after the fact when there are timestamps and it's super easy for you to just jump exactly where you want to be, then feel free to do that, okay? Because I take my time. And I also dig really deep into the messages generally, so I don't put like a cap necessarily, or I don't have like a strict time frame that I'm like gonna speed to get it done by that point. So if you know, you know. A lot of you know, and you love me for it. God bless you. So yeah, those are probably just the things that you might need to know. Also, liking the stream is so helpful. I'm so bad at remembering to ask you guys, but it really has been helpful lately, because I was inconsistent for a while, and so getting the algorithm back on Lisa Land vibes it's helpful if you guys like the stream. And yeah, it's also just supportive. I also have an Etsy, so if you guys ever want to get a personal reading, you can check that out. And we have a Discord server where we connect a little more than YouTube's like community tab allows us to. So if you want to download that, it's a free app, and then the link to join our server specifically is in the info box where all of the helpful info is located. All right, darlings? So I think that that's all that I need to say about that. So I'm just gonna get into a tiny little bit of energy work here. I don't know how you guys have been feeling the energy, but it just feels like it's been a lot. I haven't really been able to place my finger on, okay, Spirit's just like, I was saying I haven't been able to place my finger quite on like exactly why it feels so intense, but they're kind of saying that that Capricorn full moon was a lot for a lot of people. For a lot of people, there was, oh, you can log into Discord without the app. You can do it from your browser. Okay, so that's good if you guys are people who don't like downloading new apps, which I know can be annoying. Thanks for letting us know, Yair. Thank you. What was I saying? Shit. Oh, the Capricorn full moon. I think it was intense for a lot of people, or that's what my guides are saying. And there may have been karmic elements. It was a full moon, which is about closure, and then Capricorn is ruled by Saturn. So, yeah, there could have been karmic elements closing out karmic cycles, a feeling of like purge or release for a lot of people that you could have felt in any way. You could have experienced it emotionally, you could have feel it in your physical body even sometimes. So just go easy on yourself if you are still feeling the impacts of that, because up until we get to what's up little bit, well, yeah, we're still moving towards this Cancer new moon. I can't remember what day it's on. Is it on the 14th or the 15th maybe? But yeah, so we still have a couple days before we get there, so you could still be feeling those energies as we move towards this new moon, closing out a little bit. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do personals tonight because you guys know how long my all signs go. But feel free to check your like send out like if you have something that you are specifically wondering about, then just send out the energy, connect to my energy, because I haven't started yet. So just be like, I am a Capricorn or I am a Scorpio and I really want to know about this. Spirit, send me through validation or a message. And you would be surprised. Spirit listens, you know, Spirit's hearing you when you do that. And I am very sensitive right now. So I'll probably pick it up. That's not a promise, but you know, it never really hurts to do that. So just remember that you guys have a lot of power in this whole process. As much as you engage and as intentional and present as you are when you are consuming tarot, it honestly makes like a world of difference. I really can't emphasize how much difference it makes. So that's why I'm incorporating this little time at the beginning of these lives where we can just like ground into the energy. You can kind of establish, if you have an intention, a specific intention, just establish that. Happy birthday on Tuesday. A little bit. I hope that it was awesome for you. You're jealous that I'm in summer? Yeah. Don't be jealous though, because it lasts that long and then we have like 9 months of fuckery. Well, no, not 9, but we have like 7 or 8 solid months of cold bullshit. What's up, Mito? Hello, love. All the babes in the house. It's good to see you guys. Christina, it is a marathon. What's up, Haley? Another New Zealander. What's up, baby? How does my personal reading go? I don't do them live, actually. The way that I do them is I record them on a video, or on a, sorry, not a video call, on a voice note. And then I email it to you so you can listen to it as many times as you want. And also you can ask if you want a picture of the spread so that you can see the visuals. But yeah, I find that my readings, and this goes for all signs as well. I was just thinking this earlier today, actually, because Spirit guided me back to like one of my own readings and had me watch a sign that's not even like prominent in my chart. And this reading was like, I think it was over a month ago. I'm pretty sure that I did it. And the message was like it slapped. It slapped, like maybe even bordering on too hard. It slapped, but it was extremely on point for where I'm at right now. So that's the other thing. Trust your intuition, like always trust your intuition, because sometimes you'll be guided. All of my readings are timeless, which means you can watch them whenever you feel called to them. And there could be even like a planetary transit or influence that you're not totally aware of. But if you feel called to watch a specific sign, just basically just don't shut down your intuition. Follow your intuition. And if you feel called to, like, if you watch a reading and it doesn't resonate and you feel called to go back to it at a later point, then there's probably a reason for that as well. So yeah, just tune in. Source is always like incredibly present in the space. So just feel it out and you should be guided to the messages that you need at this time. Yeah, the unburdening feels wonderful. It's sometimes letting go can feel heavy, but sometimes it's just heavy for a second and then it's like relief, right? I think sometimes we don't realize how much we are carrying and maybe we're afraid of release, but holding something heavy or holding something that is not yours, either never was yours or you've just outgrown it, there's nothing more stifling, stagnating, and uncomfortable than that. So sometimes we fear endings, or we fear release, and we don't need to. But I totally understand at the same time. So, all right. I'm going to break up the energy a little bit first here with my little rattle. Just gonna do a little bit with the energy. And I feel called to actually do it like on the back of your body. So that's kind of interesting. I'm gonna go around behind the laptop here. And when you do Reiki or energy work long distance, I'm basically using the space in front of me as like your body. So I'm working on different parts in that way. And Reiki is just like positive manipulation of energy, basically to, there can be many purposes, but most often it's used to like, to ground the energy, to clear and like put up a protective sort of boundary around the energy, to bring peace or empowerment into the energy. So you can always choose not to accept it. If that makes you uncomfortable, just decline politely. And anything that your free will will always trump everything. Okay. So if you don't want that, then just do not accept it. All right, babes. But I am going to move behind you. And the reason I find this somewhat interesting is because oftentimes energies, that are on the back, like situated more on the back of our body, it's often projections from other people that we don't see, we're not aware of, or it can be something that we've internalized from someone else that we are carrying like on our back, so to speak, but we're not totally aware of it. There's like a blind spot sort of energy with the back. But that's where I feel called to do like the breaking up of the energy. So I'm going to do that. You'll hear me, you just won't see me for a minute. And I'm going to work. Okay. I'm going to work from the root chakra, the ground, up to the crown. And then I'll come back over here and we'll do a little smoke cleanse, light a candle, and I will write some sigils in the energy and then we'll get started. Okay. So hopefully that's all good with you. I'm going to timestamp the energy work. Okay. I'm sorry. All of a sudden my throat is like, now you must clear me. Energy work. Energy twerk. Okay. Let's get it poppin'. I'm a dork, by the way. Also, I only get more dorky as time goes on in these in these lives. So roll with it, roll with me, okay? All right, bye, hey. Thanks for stopping and saying hi, Hills. All right. So let me go No funny business while I'm back there, though. I promise. I promise. You can count on me. I won't squeeze your butt, even though it's cute. Okay, I will hold myself back from doing that. All right. So let's break up this energy a little bit. Starting down here around your root chakra. This is like the base of your spine here. Okay. So there's not a lot there, so I'm going to move up. But I feel a lot around the sacral, which is about, it's just underneath your belly button there. Okay, coming up through your solar plexus, which is right at the core of you there. That doesn't feel too dense, actually. Okay, and your heart space here. Some of you may have had, like, your throat chakra may have been empowered, either around the time of the Capricorn moon or just recently, maybe. I'm feeling like a very clear energy in the throat chakra, which is wonderful. So some of you spoke a truth and it was very empowering, or some of you just have recognized a truth that's very empowering. But either way, we love it. Okay. Okay, that feels good. There was a tiny bit of congestion around the heart chakra, a little bit. Sorry. Was that weird that I was behind you? Could you even hear me talking back there? Sorry about that. Got to do what the energy asks for, though. Okay, so let me just work up from the root in front of you here. The sacral, or not the sacral, the solar plexus, it doesn't feel, it almost feels too broken up. Not too broken up, but it feels a little ungrounded or like in flux maybe. It's not totally like solid or established. So maybe some of you have spoken a powerful or empowering truth recently, and you're still integrating like the confidence, or you're integrating what came from that, perhaps. Around your heart. And through. Third eye. Yeah, things are clear up here. And your crown. Good. So let's go and fill that space. Now that we've kind of like broken up some dense energy there, now we can come in with some Palo Santo, which is just very gentle, very effective in its cleansing, but also very warm and gentle, so it's not too jarring. Ooh, it's cracking though. Yeah, there's definitely something transmuting for some of us here in the energy. Usually when it smokes a lot, that's an indication for me, but it crackled a bunch of times and it's not actually smoking. at all very much. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't feel the need to light that again. So I don't feel like there's actually a lot of cleansing that really needs to happen that's stubborn in the energy. It might just feel a little dense for whatever reason. Shouldn't feel as dense anymore though, hopefully. So let's just light this delicious smelling candle from Bath and Body Works, which is frosted cranberry, a holiday special, and it smells amazing. And this we'll set an intention over this, and if you guys want to set an intention, I'll hold it for you to do so for a moment as well. But the intention that I'm setting with this candle, I'm going to bring you down so you can see the flame a little bit. Ooh. We're around a campfire and I'm about to tell a terrifying ghost story, guys. I love camping. Anyone want to go camping? Okay. Let me see. Can you see this? Also, I'm wearing shorts. It looks like I'm not wearing pants. Couldn't let you think that I was wearing no pants. Okay. So you can kind of see the flame here a little bit. Can you? Not really, because of the light. But settle on that a little bit. Oh, wow. If you can. So the intention that I'm setting with this is just that this fire will continue to transmute as we move through the energy. Transmute anything that comes through that is ready to go. Anything that is recognized as the messages come through that is ready to be released, that you release. You can send it into the flames of the candle and ask that there be assistance for you with that. Okay, so I'm going to leave it burning. I'm just going to put it over there because it's going to be hot if I keep it close to me. But yeah, we're setting that intention that only the messages that are for the genuinely the absolute highest and best good of all come through. And as always, and just that this work as a little ongoing transmutation tool for us. Okay. I also heard, and for those we love. So some messages that come up in this reading, that's interesting. People that you love may be going through things as well, and those people or those stories might show up in this reading because we're looking at just what you need to know right now. And the spread that I'm doing is I'm going to look at your signifier, and then I'm going to look at the current surrounding energy that you are moving through or that is moving through you, whether it's external or internal based a little bit more. And then we'll look at your greatest strength or strongest embodiment through this, as well as the point of tension or insecurity that you could be facing and what is coming in the immediate future as well. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. And also I did pull the oracle cards ahead of time and pre-shuffle your tarot decks just so that the time in between signs is a little bit more streamlined and not so chaotic and doesn't take quite so long, okay, to transition from sign to sign. So let me move this over here. Okay. Let's get it. Turn this fan on. I'm just trying to get it to reach the place where I want it to sit. No. This is going to be too loud for you guys. Can you guys hear that? Can you hear the fan quite heavily? Is that going to be obstructive to your overall hearing of the message? Let me know, then I can turn it off. That's the lowest setting, so hopefully it's not. I moved it as far away as I can, and it's on the lowest setting, but if it is bothersome, then just let me know, okay? All right, so I'm gonna take this selenite stick and just draw a couple sigils into the energy now. I will let you know what they are for as I'm doing them, okay? So the first one is Chokure. Chokure. And this is considered a power symbol that basically calls the power of the divine or the universe here now. You don't hear it? Okay, cool. Good. So we call the power here. And then say hey key. And that is, it's a symbol used for emotional healing, basically clearing emotional blockages so that you can receive the messages, restoring harmony to an active, like an overactive or troubled mind, basically clearing anything that could get in the way of you being unified with your highest self and being able to receive that energy and be aligned with it. Okay, so then we have Han Shazi Shonen. Okay, and that one is for connection between us. The highest self in me connects to the highest self in you to promote enlightenment and peace. Okay. And then Daiko Mayo. Daiko Mayo. And so this one, I'm just gonna channel some energy through. This is calling the power of the universe in for your healing, to connect your mind, your body, your spirit, your heart, to stimulate and assist in empowering spiritual growth. Only that which is what you're ready for, only that which is in perfect comfort and alignment with where you're at. Okay. And then we'll just do a symbol to just ground and close out the energy there and to protect the energy as we move through. All right, good. Good. So let's get into the reading, starting with Aries, of course. Okay. All right. Aries. All squeaky clean. Yes, yes. You were so dirty before. You dirty. No, I'm just kidding. But the space is nice and squeaky clean and infused with beautiful energy. Okay, let me get this. All right. So, let's see here. What's going on for my beautiful Aries peoples? my gorgeous Aries collective. I bought the most gorgeous bouquet of peonies, which are my favorite flower, which I have a huge tattoo of them on my leg, my thigh, my butt, kind of whole region. And they're just so beautiful, and they smell so good. And they're just giving their energy, and it's amazing. You have a tattoo? Or they're your favorite? They're your favorite too? You want to see them? I'll show you, because they're just like, honestly, I'm like, I need to share the beauty of these with someone. Like, what? Like, nature is fucking flexing right now. Like, these are just, oh my gosh, they smell amazing. They're your guys' favorite too? I love you. But yeah, aren't those freaking gorgeous? Like, excuse me? I hate it that they have such a short blooming time, because like, why can't you be all year long? Okay. Now that I've shared that with you, now we're ready to start. Okay. Sorry, Aries, but also not gonna redo your timestamp right now. Maybe you needed a little flowers, some romance, some flowers in your life. Okay, so 5 cards for Aries. Okay. Ew. Okay. Well. That looks like something's going on there. Okay. I haven't looked at your oracle cards yet either. I just pre-pulled them, but I pulled them and just put them face down. So we will discover that together. Okay, 3 more cards. Whoa, okay. Your greatest strength. Your point of tension or insecurity. Okay. I feel like you're very aware of a specific insecurity at this time. Which is good. I mean, it's better to be aware of an insecurity than to be functioning out of it in an unaware way, which is not the greatest, right? But let's get your last card. The immediate future for Aries. What's coming in the immediate future, Spirit? Good. Okay. Good. And now let's quickly. Let's take a look at your oracle cards. So I pulled 1. Okay. Ooh, that's what that is, huh? So to clarify your signifying energy, I pulled a card to show me a way that your current mentality may be impacting things. I also pulled a emotion card. So basically mind and heart here, or thinking and feeling elements, to help me dive into that. And then I also pulled 1 card for the surrounding situation that you're moving through. Okay. This is pretty clear. I also tuned into the energies earlier. Like, I'm finding lately, because I'm so sensitive, the more the more that I prep for these, the more ease I experience moving through the reading. So I think I'm going to do that too. Just meditate and receive downloads, and then I'll work those into the reading. But it's like less information for me to process through the reading, if that makes sense, because a lot comes through in the readings and it can be kind of just overwhelming. Okay, so let's get into it though. So your current signifier, Aries, and also keep in mind that if there's more than one person that comes through in the message, it could always be reversed, okay? So just kidding, I didn't actually even timestamp you yet, so I don't even have to redo your timestamp. I just have to do it right now. Okay, ready? Okay. Hi, Aries. All right, so we're going to just get right into your reading here. And I'm going to start, I have some oracle cards that I'm moving into as well, or using in the reading with the tarot, as well as some downloads that I received before the reading for you, okay? And keep in mind that the roles could be reversed if a second person shows up in this reading. So take it how it resonates for you. But your signifier right now is coming through as the King of Cups in reverse, okay? For me, this is Scorpionic energy. And there's also Venus in Scorpio energy that's showing up here as well in your reading. So you may or may not have like prominent Scorpio energy or that placement. You don't have to. You also have this card, Declutter, which came out in the reverse, which means that you are more actively in the trigger statement. And that is, I made so many mistakes. Okay, so the trigger statement is I made so many mistakes. The true statement is I let it all go. And it says everything you've done up to this point is leading you to where you need to be. Let go of the past and be here now. Okay, so that's that card. That's kind of to indicate something relevant in your current mentality that wanted to be highlighted. And you also have for your emotion card, you have angry. Angered, mad, annoyed, furious, outraged, confrontational, and argumentative. Yeah, the King of Cups in reverse. Okay, so again, if this isn't your message, don't take it, darling. What's up, Shifting Lotus? This is coming through as being triggered a little bit, okay? Now, what you're triggered over, or the way that you're experiencing that trigger, Aries, it could be very different for all of you. But it does look like that the emotion that wants to be highlighted for you right now is anger. And that could exist on anywhere on that spectrum that came through in this card, right? You could be frustrated and annoyed, or you could be like looking for violence, right? Looking for a fight. You could be confrontational and like furious about something. So where you land on that, just again, take it as it resonates for you. But the King of Cups in reverse, I made so many mistakes. This is a third eye chakra card, this declutter. So I feel like you're actually releasing, anger right now. And I feel like once you're done releasing anger, which may have been repressed or somewhat just not completely addressed, the way that it needed to be for some reason, I'm getting that you just weren't really looking at it. You weren't looking at something completely. It could have been that you didn't want it to affect you. And you knew that it would if you kind of like put your focus on it. There's some reason why you can't avoid it anymore though. And it's positive because you're transmuting it. The thing is if you trace anger down, eventually you're going to find hurt. Anger comes from pain. It comes from feeling violated or used or, maybe misunderstood or unseen. But whatever it is, once you get the anger out of the way, there's usually a woundedness at the root of that reactive energy. So I think that you're decluttering this, and with that release, I think that you're going to see more clearly, because essentially you're honoring a trigger. You're honoring something that it did have an impact on you. And I don't know if you've been triggered, like in a triggered state for some time and not aware of it, which can definitely happen to people, right? And that sometimes looks like you feel drained and you don't know why. You feel like you're carrying a lot of like excess feelings that are bubbling up and want release, and you don't know where that's coming from. Or there can be almost like invasive thoughts or things that you're thinking that feel kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Just like not your choice so much, like compulsive almost. Fearful, paranoid, maybe in a way that you're not normally. But you could also just be triggered in this moment due to something. But normally when we're triggered, we don't feel like ourselves, right? And so the only way out is through. The only way that we can ever transmute energy is by going directly through it. And so it feels like you're doing that. You may not have chosen this situation, but ultimately I feel like it is really positive if it's getting you to do that. So anything else about Aries current energy that wants to be highlighted? That's too many. Some of you've got a lot to say. Yeah, the Eight of Wands in reverse and the Queen of Cups in the upright. Well, there's the match to the King of Cups. She looks a little happier, though, than the King of Cups. You could be blocked or just, like, really resisting saying something with the Eight of Wands in reverse. That can sometimes indicate, like, you have a lot to say and no way to say it. As in, like, the lines of communication are closed, the opportunity's not open, you are physically blocked from talking to someone. Or, again, like, you're like, I promise myself that I'm never reaching out to that person again, you know? With the Queen of Cups, it could be someone that you love as well, or someone that loves you very much. Usually it's mutual with the Queen of Cups when she shows up. Okay. Okay. So the current surrounding energy, and this could be something that you are moving through that feels more external to you, or it could be something that you feel moving through you internally, or both. But you got the Ten of Swords in reverse. Well, better in reverse than in the upright, by far. And you got it with this card, Release. Waning crescent moon. Release. Yeah, there's a lot about that for you here. There's a lot about release in this reading for you. For sure. Showing up. I think that fan is actually helping my laptop not overheat, which is amazing. Woo! 2 birds, 1 stone, babes. We love it when it works out that way. The Ten of Swords in reverse is about release. It's about letting these swords fall out of your back. Now, this is a surrounding energy, so if it's working through you, then it's something that it's still tied to an external situation, but it's something you're experiencing internally, and you're kind of like letting go of, I feel like part of the anger release is this. Something that, like, the Ten of Swords is deception, betrayal, like someone doing you very dirty, right? Lying, cheating, doing the crappy things, manipulating. Basically, anything that falls under the category of being treated or treating another person in an unethical way or without integrity or in a way that pushes them to a breaking point. Not being concerned, at least not in the moment when the action occurs, with kind of like the impact that it will have. So I don't know exactly what that is for you, but that's what's being worked through by you or someone outside of you, or maybe both people. But there's definitely a release taking place. So let's see if anything else wants to come out about that. This card is number 27. It's just making me think of like 2 7s. And 7 to me is a very divine number. For me specifically, it indicates that like you're making progress through something with the help, with divine help, basically. Like you're in alignment with a divine or a sacred process. You're in alignment with a part of your destiny or something like that that is moving you forwards in a significant way, whether it feels like that or not. And because there's 2, I feel like it is you and potentially another person as well, or a group of people that are both kind of dealing with this. Anything else about the 10 of Swords and release? The 10 of Wands in reverse. Damn, babes. How much weight you've been carrying. This is literally a fucking breaking point. It's I cannot sit on this anymore without telling you how I really feel, you know, or without looking at how I really feel. Like this cannot be avoided anymore. I think that there's an awareness that there's been an energy leak, or that something has halted, like the wheel from turning, cycles from moving in your life, because the Hanged Man and the Wheel of Fortune are both here in reverse with the Knight of Wands in reverse. It's kind of like something has felt very unstable or inconsistent, and it almost feels like a desperation to shift the energy, honestly. And I think the reason why things were so stagnant is because there was like a huge amount of, it's showing me specifically mental and spiritual or sexual energy, creative energy, that has just been inside of you, weighing you down. So there could have been rumination or obsession, even like resentment and feeding into that kind of energy surrounding this 10 of Swords, whatever that was for you. And then this, though, the 10 of Wands, that could just be like a lot of passionate energy around what has happened, what has occurred, but it's showing me that it's really placed a roadblock in front of you. Like the more fixated that you or someone else has been on the weight of a situation, the more that is the reason why there's been a stuckedness. That is the reason why there's been a block. That is the block, right? You've been feeding, or someone has been feeding super heavy energy, and what you feed is what grows. So it's pretty simple. That is definitely the cause. That's definitely the cause. This is annoying me, this lamp. I need to move it back. It's too close to my head. There we go. Okay. So it's good. It's good that you're releasing, because you're going to be able to transcend up above it once you feel it. I think you're also going to have an insurgence of fresh energy. I feel like some of you've been wanting to create something or make something happen, and the 10 of, it's like you've had equal parts. You've felt that you are full inside, equal parts, like creative sexual energy, desire for something, but then also this huge amount of like rumination on something negative or something that you just can't get past that maybe like flies in the face of moving in a specific direction. So it's almost like you've been between a rock and a hard place, basically, is what they're showing me. So although I feel like this is definitely a breaking point, because the 10s are like you're the end of the cycle. The cycle breaks or is like established or manifest, and then you go back to, you know, everything is cyclical. So then you go back to the ace and you start again building something else. Really, it's not cyclical, it's a spiral, an upward spiral. So we're always spiraling upwards, and even if something seems to be repeating, we may just be coming back around to it from a higher vantage point so that we can heal it with more transcendent perspective or more context. But we're spiraling upwards. We're not like going around in circles, even if sometimes it feels that way. There's always something, if something comes back around, that is meant to be like seen in a new way or released or further healed, right? I want to say be very, show yourself a lot of kindness and grace at this time, Aries, no matter what's going on. I want to say, like, be gentle with your body. Don't push yourself too hard. Try to get sufficient rest. Allow yourself to feel your emotions, and know that that does not make you weak. Know that running from your emotions is, well, running away from anything rather than just facing it head on is the more weak thing. You are a warrior and you can face your feelings, even when they feel overwhelming, which it may feel like at this time, because you're cardinal fire, and we're in a fellow cardinal season with Cancer being cardinal water. You are normally used to being this like fire starter, this pioneer that it's like you're the spark of inspiration, you're the spark of consciousness, you're the first fucking sign of the zodiac. You know, you came here and you got the party started, babes. And so usually you don't have a problem with like finding sources of inspiration and conviction, and then lighting your own fire and like propelling yourself forwards with that fire and passion, and you get a lot done in this way, right? And you can sustain a lot if you stay connected to that conviction as well. You can be a very powerful force. It's why you are the Emperor in the tarot, right? In the major arcana. But it feels like the waves of Cancer season, and this is happening on purpose. They're saying it's happening very much on purpose. You're in perfect alignment. You're right where you're supposed to be. But it's like the waves of Cancer season, they're trumping your cardinal spark right now. And so you could feel more tossed by the waves and sort of unable to like get up, or like every time you try to light this match that you normally have such easy access to, like another wave comes and just like puts it out. And the thing is, those waves are only going to topple you as long as you're only going to feel crushed under the weight of them as long as you're resisting what they're coming to show you. Okay. Okay, so let's take a look at your greatest or strongest embodiment, or your greatest strength, and the point of tension or insecurity at this time. Okay, so they're saying that your greatest strength is the Eight of Swords in reverse. You're brave. Your essence is brave. You're the warrior again. The first sign. You had to be. You had to be. Every Aries I know has had to be brave for usually many reasons, but at least like one big defining moment in their life, but generally a lot of little moments and bigger moments where you've had to address whether or not. It's so interesting. The thing with Aries is that it's usually the things that require the most bravery of you are like battles that you're fighting inside of yourself most often. not things that you face externally. Sometimes your external situations will mirror a lesson that you need to learn internally, or something that you need to overcome internally, but it's generally like as within, so without. And so when there is something that you fear facing outside of you, it's pointing to something inside of you that you've been avoiding, or that needs to be addressed, or faced courageously, right? And that is just so that you can be constantly, honestly, like proving yourself to yourself and challenging yourself, because you need a challenge. You know, an Aries that gets bored, complacent, stagnant, or, you know, scared, paranoid, fearful, and living in that's a very disempowered state for an Aries. You guys you're meant to your strongest and most empowering embodiment is not fearlessness, but it's knowing your own capacity and flowing with your own capacity in mind. So being present, being grounded, knowing what you are capable of, and then using agency, free will, and your natural assertive, you know, confident, assured nature to propel yourself forwards through life. But it's important that you always know that no matter what comes at you, you can handle it. And that doesn't mean you need to know exactly what's coming or have all the answers. What it means is you need to know yourself. You need to know yourself. It's irrelevant really what is happening around you. If you know yourself and that you can handle it, then why does it matter? You'll just handle it. You'll just flow through it with clarity and assertiveness, right? You don't need all the answers, but they're saying that knowing that you can handle something and also getting out of your head, freeing yourself, this is coming through as your strongest embodiment is directly facing something head on that you've been ruminating over in your mind, or that you've been afraid to address. Whether it's facing it with someone or with a situation outside of you, or whether it's just looking at it when you haven't been willing to, that's your greatest strength at this time, is facing something. And I'm seeing it's been very restrictive for you. So facing it is going to feel very liberating, like it's going to set you free. Because it's not about being fearless, it's about deciding not to let the fear define you and control your life. It's about recognizing this freaks me out a little bit, and then also determining that you're not going to allow that to control you or stagnate you. But you're going to find a way to approach it with the level of confidence that you can, and do your best. Because fear is human, fear is natural, but we're not meant to let it like consume us or keep us stuck. So courage isn't the absence of fear, it's just not allowing the fear to dictate what you do. The Ace of Pentacles is coming through as your greatest insecurity or point of tension, which is interesting. There's a beautiful opportunity here for you. It could be something new or something that wants to be renewed. The Ace of Pentacles can be either one. All of the aces can be either something totally new or something that's being like renewed in a sacred way, like new life being pushed into it, or new life available for it, that is powerful and usually, backed by your higher self or by the divine. Basically, the aces in the upright are like a go-ahead, a green light. But this is your greatest insecurity or a point of tension. So why is that? Can I know more about why that is, Spirit? Why the Ace of Pentacles? I'm hearing I'm not ready. I'm just not ready. Strength in reverse. Get the fuck out of here. Are you an Aries? Are you an Aries? Or are you just pretending to be an Aries? You're telling me I'm not ready, I'm not strong enough. That's a load of bullshit. And besides, you don't need to be like invulnerable levels of strong to face something, anything in life. You just need to show up with the best that you can do and do that. And once you learn better or have more to work with, then do better or work with what you have at that point. But you're basically saying there's something that intimidates you and you don't feel capable of facing it. Not because you're telling me that there's a lack of alignment, and it's not with the situation. It's not with the opportunity. That's in the upright. The lack of alignment is with yourself, with your heart. Strength is Leo, and Leo rules the heart. But the strength card is also about our personal, like our internal compass, our personal morals, values, beliefs, code of ethics, our integrity. So there could be something here that requires you to be very clear on those things and then take action in accordance with them. And I feel like for some of you, you're telling me that the reason you don't feel ready is because you don't have clarity around what your beliefs and values are, or the kind of person that you want to be. Who do you want to be? And it has nothing to do with how other people see you. Who do you want to be when you're alone, when no one's watching? What kind of person? If only you ever knew who you truly were, what kind of person would you want to be? Because it's not about being what's expected of you with strength. No strength comes from approaching things that way. That usually actually deteriorates at our personal alignment, right? When we're doing things out of obligation or expectation for others. So maybe that's part of it as well. Maybe you feel like the desires or values of others have been like I'm hearing inherited, and that doesn't have to be from your parents, although it could be a like generational sort of inheritance, but it could also be like societal. It could really be inherited from anyone or anywhere. It could be from like a partner that you had a relationship with that strongly influenced you, but it feels like you've taken on something of value or like a code of ethics or morals, a way of basically a belief system that is not heart-based. If anything, it kind of shuts down your heart space in some way, and it actually deteriorates at your personal values. I wonder if you're feeling like I made so many mistakes, like you acted out of accordance with your true feelings and values and in accordance with someone else's or something else. And that regret is somewhat, that's part of the regret maybe for some of you. Anything else here? Because I am seeing that you're disappointed about something that you were trying to build that became very, very heavy. You're telling me it's a cycle that's not yet closed, and you're at peace with that, but you're not at peace with it like stagnating. You're like, I'm okay with something taking time. So this Ace of Pentacles could either be you're trying to get something moving. The opportunity is still very much there, but it needs a fresh infusion of energy. It needs your true essence infused into it in order to take or create this opportunity. It's present and available, but it has that requirement. And you're showing me that you're disappointed here about this so far. So let's look at what's coming in the immediate future for you. And for that, you have the Seven of Cups in reverse. Okay. It's good. There's some clarity there's something being cleared up for you here. It's like you're not seeing the fantasy of something. You're cutting through a fantasy and you're seeing, some of you are seeing how you've been moving in like charging forwards somewhat aggressively, but from not the not the healthiest place with the devil here. Okay, so all of us function from this place. All of us function from this place from time to time. So please don't take it personally and be like, Lisa's calling me the most toxic person in the world. No, my love, I love you. Don't worry about that. But there is some way that you've been expressing yourself or something that you said. And it caused a large rift between you and someone that you care about. This Queen of Cups energy, she's showing up again. She's only shown up in the upright, but she's here with the Queen of Swords in reverse. So this person could have blocked you or cut you out of their life for the time being or forever. I'm not really sure. But that person is showing me that they still love you, but it's almost like tough love, like something needed to happen here. And what happened was like a cutting out or a separation or very, very strong boundaries being put up. And they are saying that this happened because of manipulative action, toxic, possibly like a toxic pattern or an unhealthy pattern, lies, but they're basically saying that whatever was spoken or done here, Aries, it shifted, it had quite a big impact on how this person perceives you, at least for the time being, right? This is, usually there's nothing that can't be healed if it's not addressed, but, you know, that will be different for all of you based on, you would know, you know, if this is something that can be put back together again. With the Ace of Pentacles there, I feel like it can be, and the Queen of Cups in the upright, like there's still love. That wasn't affected. However, that's you, the King of Wands in reverse with the Nine of Cups in reverse. This is like extremely selfish behavior. So I don't know if your behavior was selfish, but from this person's perspective, that's why they don't trust you, and they may have put up a boundary because they're saying that you acted from a place of deep insecurity, but you acted entitled or very selfishly for your own interest and only your own interest. And you didn't consider them, and it hurt them. So there's something that shifted the way that someone thinks about you. And I think that they saw you as not moving from the heart at all, but being rather disconnected from your heart, maybe even like cold. So you're seeing something very clearly in the near future here, in the immediate future, the Seven of Cups in reverse. And the downloads, the intuitive downloads that I got for you earlier. So I pulled a Lenormand card and an astrological influence card. So you got Mercury and the Crossroads card. So I just sat with those and received some downloads. And what came through for you is communication is very important right now. And specifically, you're at a crossroads where something is being communicated. Thoughts, learning, ideas, awareness, vision, and even like your own narratives or the narratives of others and how those have affected you. These things are coming very much into focus. There's a decision that you need to make at a threshold that is significant. So you're standing on the edge of a threshold and you have a choice. And so the information that's coming through to you at this time, or what's being communicated, is meant to inform that choice for you, is what I feel like. Okay. So yeah, that's what I see. I do think that you have the information, the clarity to make this choice, because the Seven of Cups in reverse is like, again, you're seeing through the illusion, you're seeing through the delusion, like any fantasy or anything that was there has definitely been broken. And so you have the clarity. Temperance in reverse, the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. I think you're seeing where a lack of internal harmony or a lack of personal balance is what has caused you to stagnate and not move forwards. Wherever that like imbalance or lack of moderation has been, you're seeing that clearly now, and you're understanding the influence or impact that personal imbalance has had on some form of situation. You still have a choice to make, though, that's going to be significant. And so use the information that's becoming clear to you now to make that choice, okay? Is there anything else somewhat vital that Aries needs to know before I let them go? No, that's it, babes. Yeah, there's a narrative, or there's something that hasn't progressed in quite some time. I feel like you've been stuck on, like, repetition mode of something, and it wants to evolve so that you can move forwards. That's what's been keeping you stuck. There's evolution of a specific perspective that wants to take place. I feel like it has to do with like you not feeling like enough, or you not feeling capable of manifesting something. I heard ethically. I don't know why ethics keeps coming up. You may have tried to like take a shortcut or manipulate something in order to achieve, like as a means to an end of something, and it could have really backfired. Like you did not get the result that you wanted. If anything, it made things very hard and stagnant for you. And then that stagnancy could have really worn on yourself, like your self-assuredness, right? The longer that nothing moved, the more insecure perhaps you got about the situation, or the more you felt that you weren't enough, but you were just taking the wrong approach, or you were taking an approach that was actively working against you, basically, or harming a situation that you were trying to evolve. Okay, so that's what I have for you, Aries. I love you so very much. We're gonna move on to Taurus. And when I'm doing the readings, I always like cover the chat, so I'm just gonna uncover it in between so I can chat with you guys and see what you've been saying, just so you know that I'm not like avoiding you or ignoring you on purpose. What's up? Oh, thank you, Shifting Lotus. Thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you, babes. I appreciate you. Totally resonated in your career sector the last 2 weeks. Aries Sun, 4th house. Oh my. Capricorn rising, Cancer moon in the 7th house. Gosh. That's a crazy moon placement. I feel you can breathe. Good. Take some deep breaths. What's up, breath of fresh air? That's like validation. That's validation. You feel like you can breathe. Looking forward to release and fresh energy, adjusting Neptune retrograde and Saturn in Aries. Yeah. Well, I think that things are very much becoming clear. This Neptune retrograde could be extremely, the thing about Neptune retrogrades is I feel like often they don't confuse further, because Neptune is kind of like already the planet of like, ooh, Twilight Zone, what is real, you know? And fantasies and dreams. Hi, Ron. How's it going? So oftentimes when Neptune goes reverse, it's like clarity, you know, like clarity, the facts. It can even be a little bit jarring. So yeah, it doesn't have to be, but it kind of depends how delusional like you have been, how harsh the truth will be, right? But it can also just be about new information coming through in a clear way, that wasn't clear before, and that allows you to move forwards in a way that you felt a little bit too confused or uncertain or hesitant to move forwards before. So again, just know that no matter what information is coming through to you at this time, or how like, ooh, it feels, it is for that reason. It's to help you move forwards ultimately, and because you're ready. You are capable, you are strong, and you can face it, and you can make this shift even if you haven't felt capable up until now. Okay? I believe in you. I believe in you. And even if you've made mistakes, Aries, you're not a bad person. You're not a bad person. Everybody is just a person who's capable of good and bad. That is what it is to be human. You know, we're always working out like our karma, our ethical code, we're always being faced with challenges and tests that, you know, you can't really fail. It's just like you can either act in alignment or out of alignment with yourself, and then you're going to learn something about yourself either way. So I don't know why, but I feel like some of you are being really hard on yourself, and you need to hear that you're not a bad person. Your past actions do not define you, but how you take accountability for them now and move forwards does define you, because you have the information to do better. So shift your perception and move forwards and just do better. Be honest about the past with yourself, and then let yourself off the fucking hook. Like, let it go. If you need to take accountability or apologize or whatever you need to do, then do it. But everything you've done up to this point is leading you to where you need to be. Let go. Let go of the past so that you can be present. You don't need to live in this past with your pain and your regrets, okay? All right, baby. So we're moving on to Taurus. Don't know why I felt like you needed a little extra pep talk, but I feel like Cancer season can be hard for, well, cardinal signs are affected, but we're all affected. I mean, Cancer season is a watery ass bish, but it's gonna be okay though. Your feelings are also messengers that are teaching you things, and there's a very good possibility that this information that you're gaining about the situation that you didn't feel was clear to you before is coming from your emotions, and that emotional release, because you have the 7 of Cups in reverse. It's cups. It's about your feelings, right? But yeah, race quit. Race quit. I'm just gonna throw a temper tantrum instead. It's not letting me like this. Where's the little heart? But you know that I like it. But yeah, thank you again, Shifting Lotus. I really appreciate that. It's not letting me like it. Normally there's a little heart that I can click, but I'm not seeing it right now. But yeah. Okay. Let's move on to Taurus now. Also, I think I'm gonna run upstairs and grab, I forgot to do this, but I need an iced coffee. So I'm gonna run up. Rage quit. I think it says race quit. Rage quit. That too. Yeah, because this is gone and I just want, I want a fresh coffee for this reading. So let me just run up to the fridge. I actually might also let my Rottweiler in because I think that the mosquitoes are terrible. And now that it's dark, he's probably getting eaten alive. So he's just been like, I hear him like, ah! And then I go out there and he's like, there's like a swarm around him and I have to like beat them off to let him inside. The mosquitoes have been disgustingly terrible this summer. So it was a really wet spring and now there are hordes of them. So, okay, I'm just gonna go do that very quickly and I'll be right back, you guys. Okay. Okay, I changed the thing to Taurus already. Okay, good. I'm gonna pull your bed out for you so you can not scratch the wall. Yeah, I just want the candle, huh? Okay. Alright. He's so funny. Django, you stinker. Yeah. Also, this is a very squeaky couch. It's because it's a, whatchamacallit, a bed. You can make it a bed. It's a hide-a-bed. And so it's squeaky, so yes, that's happening constantly. If you were wondering. He's so funny. I like let him inside. I'm like, okay, go downstairs. I'm just gonna run up and grab a coffee, and then I'll be there with you. And he goes like down one stair, and then he's like, no, is she coming with me? No, I refuse to go by myself. I need to know that she's coming with me. Okay, buddy. Okay, I figured out what's bothering me about this. And it is the, by the way, that's my armpit, yay. We're getting close. I'm getting up close and personal right now. Wait, what's going on? Okay, there we go. It needs to be more at that angle so that, oh, do it. Show me the card. Yeah, when I held up the cards, it was like shadowing us from one another. So we'll do more head on here. Yes. Yair is making an oracle deck of basically like deities and demigods from across many different cultures. He saw the need and he's filling it like a great Capricornian energy. And yeah, because I agree that most of the decks are very heavy-handed in that they focus on like Greek mythology, Egyptian mythology, Celtic. They oftentimes leave out some others. So yes, when that's done, I'll let you guys know. Okay. All right. Coffee acquired. Doggo acquired. Everything's good. Shit. Except for that was too full and it just over. Oh gosh, don't run onto the tarot cards. I spilled. I spilled, James. I know. Hot mess much? Mm-hmm. He's not shocked. He's never surprised by the hot messness of me because, well, he's known me, so. They usually don't do the deities justice, in your opinion. Yeah, I feel like they don't often like share enough about the lore and mythology. For me, anyways. Like, I like to know more of the backstory. I think it's interesting. You're gonna have to have one hell of a guidebook that goes with that to capture all that information. But really, when you think about it, like stories, humans tell stories. We've always passed information and knowledge on that way. We've always gotten to know ourselves better that way as well. Understand ourselves better through stories, storytelling, pass down history. So I think that that's an important element to include in the deck. So I think you're doing a great job, darling. All right. Okay. All right. Crisis averted. The coffee did not meet the cards. Okay, why are you still? Why is it still leaking a little bit though? That's what she said. Okay, I'll be right back. What? What you looking at? We already had your dinner. Sneaker. Okay. Me being like, I got everything. We're ready. That was so seamless. And it's like, no, you're gonna spill the coffee all over the table before. Just 'cause. I hope it's not sticky, 'cause it is a glass coffee table. And I just wiped it off. I didn't. It feels okay. Okay. Lord. There. Lord have mercy. Also, visually, they often make the goddesses overly feminine and cookie cutter. Yes, I agree. They sometimes also like whitewash a lot. I'll be the first to fucking say it. The male gods all beefy and muscular. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just kidding. We love all body types. All body types are sexy. Okay. Taurus. Let's get into your reading. Okay. Okay, so. On high. Might not need to be up that high. Yeah. It's still okay, right? Taurian's energy. My Taurian babes. Why is my hair like sticking up in a weird way today? Okay. Let's get 5 cards for Taurus. Okay, no, that's like 10 cards. We don't need that many. Shuffling a little bit more. Maybe slightly loud for you guys. Let me lean back for a moment. It is a little bit sticky on the table. We'll survive. Greatest embodiment or strength for Taurus at this time. Is this the order? What order are we going for these? Are these the 3 remaining cards? Okay. Okay, so what's the greatest? I'm just going to use my little trusty pendulum here for a moment. Greatest embodiment or strength. No, this one is. Okay. Point of tension. And this is the near future. Okay. Okay, good. Good. So, I like this. Very positive. Good job, Taurus. A lot of cards surrounding the situation at hand. Let's just make space. All right. Hi, Taurus. Hello, my beautiful Taurians. I hope that you're doing just as well as possible. And yeah, let's get right into your reading. So we're going to start by looking at your signifier right now, your signifying energy. And we'll look at how a specific perspective is influencing that, as well as your emotional body, and just kind of try to catch a vibe here together. So the energy for your signifier came out as the 9 of Cups right now, which is lovely. We really like that, obviously. The 9 of Cups is a level of personal emotional fulfillment, basically. And so that's beautiful. This is the after tarot, so the interpretations on the cards are meant to sort of signify what might be happening directly afterwards, after the original interpretation or scene takes place. So they're a little bit different, okay? So the 9 of Cups, in the original 9 of Cups, he's sitting there with the 9 cups behind him looking all happy, and in this one, he is being served a feast here. I'm feeling like there's this energy of something being laid at your feet or offered to you. And it's kind of like an all-you-can-eat buffet. It feels like but emotionally. But there is a physical element to this as well, because the food is more physical and the cups are more emotional. So someone else could actually be offering you a tangible physical opportunity, or there's something very abundant here, something that would make you very happy, but it will also be very abundant, it feels like, in the external as well. And someone else could have a part in how that manifests, or they could be bringing it to you, which is really interesting. So we'll clarify that, but you also got the card of time, the herb, and it says revive. The trigger statement is I cannot stand myself, and the true statement is I am aligned. It says go within and allow everything that is not resonant to be purged so that you can come from your heart, your seat of power. And so you're more in alignment with the true statement because it came out in the upright. And then for your emotional body, you got forgiving. I love it. Look at all that heart energy with the green and the pink. I love it. Yeah, it's like your cup runneth over right now. So forgiving, it says wanting to build bridges, reconcile, forgive and forget. We all make mistakes, approachable, ready to talk, and make amends. Okay. For some of you, you feel more... It's interesting, right? What I'm kind of getting from this is that it's not someone that wants to come in and forgive you necessarily. It's that you feel revived and aligned enough in your own heart space and like full enough in your own heart space to either just forgive and forget internally, like reconcile something, create your own closure basically, and be at peace, and then move into a more expansive time where you could have felt blocked because you were still holding on to something that had occurred, or like some difficult or heavy feelings basically. I feel like you are feeling like you're ready to forgive. Either directly forgive someone outside of you, or again, create that internal reconciliation. And the thing is that for those of you who are wanting to have a conversation and understand more from the other person's point of view, or like let go of, like move beyond something basically, I feel like this person has been, well, let's clarify that before I say too much, but there's like this element of servitude and offering. Again, like I said, like laying something down at your feet, which is interesting because for some of you, it's just the universe doing that with like abundance and an opportunity for you when you create your own closure. But for others of you, it's like if you pay it forward and offer someone grace, basically, forgiveness is basically a form of grace, right? And understanding that we all make mistakes. So by paying it forward, you're kind of like, I'm offering someone else what I would hope to receive if I was in the same position, basically, like understanding that we all make mistakes. Now, again, you'll know if this is your story, because obviously if someone did something abusive or horrendous to the point of it being very unhealthy for you to like directly let them back into your life, then I'm not saying that needs to happen or that conversation needs to occur directly with them. But I do feel like there's someone here who has actually experienced a lot of unease, like a huge lack of peace because of something. And now that could be their fault, right? That could be their own. They had it coming, right? Like they did something shitty and then they were out there feeling the consequences of it, right? But I am feeling this sense of like suffering, and mostly like just very much not being at peace. I think that whatever this person did, whatever it is you're forgiving, the other person on the other end of that, their lack of peace mentally has actually brought them, it catalyzed quite a large transformation in them, or transformative process that's currently taking place. And I think that you'll see them differently maybe the next time that you speak to them. I'm feeling this energy of like a huge amount of gratitude and generosity. It's like they're going to see that what you're offering them is grace. And grace is like an undeserved pardon, right? It's like, I fucked up. I don't deserve your forgiveness. Forgiveness is a gift, right? Grace is a gift. So I see them being not entitled, basically, which is amazing. Because when you forgive someone and they just continue on with the same behavior, or they're entitled, or they blame you, or like whatever, that's gross, right? Like that's just showing you that they don't have capacity and they don't have emotional like intelligence or maturity to own their own shit, basically. And you are very limited in the way that you move forwards with people who are like that, because it's like, well, am I going to sit here and just continue to be like mistreated by someone whose head is so far up their ass that like they're not going to make the change necessary to be a better person, or to at least like own what they've done? Like, then it kind of creates an impasse, right? Or it can create resentment if you stay, or if you choose to forgive and then nothing changes. Like, really, the only true apology is changed behavior, or reaching a compromise between two people. So I'm feeling like this person is going to be very grateful, because I think that they've been a little insecure about something here. Either feeling like they need forgiveness, or having regrets, or just not knowing where the two of you stand, or if you're still aligned in how you feel. But there's something that is going to provide a great degree of relief to them, and it's going to create a lot of expansion for you, and it's just all around feeling really good. Yeah, for some of you, you and this person, you've both been a little defensive, because probably you were both feeling hurt or pain, or, you know, you can feel hurt over remorse as well. Usually it just comes through more like shame, which is very heavy to carry. And it can be very hard to forgive yourself when you're feeling a lot of shame, which is why I think that offering this person forgiveness, if that's appropriate, it affects them. It affects them deeply in a positive way. Okay, so the surrounding situation that you are moving through, or that is moving through you, or both, maybe, you have the Magician in reverse. Okay. I'm just getting something not actually getting off the ground here, like a manifestation being put out but not materializing. Because in the after tarot here, the tools are not on the table. The tools are hovering in the air here. Like, the magic is occurring. It's not sending out the manifestation. It's like, you can see the magic happening. You've set the intention, you've put the energy out, or you've put the effort in. You've surrendered, and you believe in that like je ne sais quoi, that little like something that the universe provides and sprinkles in a little magic to make shit happen for you, right? But it's in the reverse, so I'm not getting like manipulation or not manifesting something. I'm getting that you were trying, but you weren't able to actually see or feel the magic or the manifestation, or yeah, that coming to fruition, basically. So I feel like you're still a little bit potentially in that space as of right now. And you got 4 cards here, 4 oracle cards to clarify this. You have the Lion, the Fate card, the Fantasy card, and the Volcano. I'll show you these, but I'm just going to sit with the images here for a minute and receive some messages first. Okay, so the Lion is about, it's about mastery and strength. It's about acceptance. Interesting. Acceptance is coming up. It's taken a level of strength and mastery to accept whatever this situation is, to reach this space of forgiveness and to soften for you. That's another reason why abundance is coming in when you act on that internal energy that you're in, this forgiving energy. Knowing that by forgiving, you are not losing anything, because you've been revived and you're in alignment. And again, like, your internal cup is running over. So you have that to share, and you know that you're not losing anything. So it's not about the response that someone gives back to you when you do choose to forgive, right? It's about you being able to lay that to rest and reconcile and create closure for yourself. But I still see it being positive in regards to someone else. But this is allowing you to shine. And it's so interesting because this is like, I don't know if I would call it like a test, but there's a clear reward for, like, I see that when you show your mastery in this area, that strength shines through, and then outside sources of like fate are working in your favor as somewhat of a direct response to this. That's how it's coming through in the message. There's been something, I don't know if this is you or someone else, but this is a quite different energy, the fantasy and the volcano. It's about dwelling or indulging or hiding in fantasy. And the volcano can also indicate like either, well, it indicates lust, which doesn't have to be sexual. It could be like a lust for life or just a very strong desire that's coming through, kind of like raw desire though. Like Eros, something that lights you up and wants to like explode out of you, the volcano. But there are two ways that it's like coming through, as with the volcano, there are two different approaches that you're taking to that. And it's either repression of that like desire or lust, or it's being patient with it so that you can master it and use it appropriately, or know when the right time is to like pursue that or let that flow through you. So I feel like the situation here, your strength and your courage, your mastery could also be mirrored back in someone else. Like, you extend this grace to them and they show up. They're like emboldened by that, basically. By the goodness of your heart, it like gives them the strength to master something of their own. And it could be, let's get a little more information on that. Can you tell me what the manifestation is with the Magician in reverse? They're saying no. It's different for all of you, so it's not going to come through streamlined. Okay, so let's just clarify. The Lion and Fate. I feel like it's more this fantasy and volcano that I kind of want to get a little more clarity on. Can you tell me? It's like someone has been indulging internally in a very strong desire or fantasy. They've been literally dwelling in it, but I feel like they've been hiding the fantasy to the point that like it wants to bust out of them, you know? So whatever that is, that fantasy, inside wants out. And I feel that this hasn't really been expressed to you. The King of Wands, it fell out in reverse, and then it fell, it landed like it landed on the table in the upright though. I saw it kind of like flip. I feel like this is the other person. Remember before I said they've been working from a place of insecurity a little bit? I think that they have the strength to essentially be secure in what it is that they desire, and most likely express that in an empowered way. Basically to like, instead of feeding a fantasy, make it a reality through free will, agency, honest, brave assertion of their energy, right? Like basically through claiming the desire, through claiming that which they desire. So they weren't doing that before, which also could have been a reason why something wasn't manifesting. The Knight of Cups. Okay. For a lot of you, this has to do with love or some form of relationship. It doesn't have to be necessarily romantic for all of you. It could just be someone that you love, that you've been trying to move forwards in some way with on something, and it's been difficult, right? But it's interesting because in the after tarot here, this Knight of Cups is kind of he's drinking from his own cup, you know. This is this person indulging in their fantasy, indulging in their own desire, but not sharing it. Maybe getting drunk off of it, which I'm sure was like building it, not lessening it within them, because it's like they were feeding it while repressing it, which feels like a huge buildup. But they were not pouring it outwards. They were pouring it, like they were just indulging in it themselves, which is interesting. It's like being comfortable, more comfortable with a fantasy that never materializes than actually creating something in reality. Okay. So that's the current situation. It looks like because of that, things haven't manifested here. Okay. So let's see, your strongest embodiment here, or your greatest strength, is coming through as the Five of Cups. Okay. And then your greatest insecurity or point of tension is the Ace of Wands in reverse. Okay. I think you've allowed yourself to live and let live, or live and let die, because it's hard. There is literally someone drowning in the river, and this guy's just like not looking. He's just like wrapped in his blanket. This person's like, ow! It's reminding me of that Our Lady Peace song. What song is that? I haven't actually heard it in a long time. He's like, I'll be waving my hands, watching you scream, or watching you scream, watching you drown, watching you scream quiet or loud. And maybe you should sleep. What does it say? Maybe you just need a friend. As clumsy, the song is clumsy. As clumsy as you've been, there's no one laughing, but you will be safe with me. I used to have the biggest crush ever on Rain Maida, and I was so pissed off when he married Chantal Kreviazuk. I was like 16, and I was like, that was my husband, bitch. But babe, though. He was a total babe. I love Our Lady Peace. Okay, so that's interesting. The roles are reversed, though, there, because it's like, I'll be waving my hands watching you scream, right? Like, I'll be waving, like, watching you scream quiet or loud kind of thing. And then they're basically saying, you've been clumsy, like, you put yourself in the situation. You'll be safe with me, but kind of like, you got to save yourself, babes, you know? That's what the song lyrics are saying. But in the card, you're not doing that. I mean, I feel like you're not just like looking at someone drowning. You may have actually been quite unaware that someone has been feeling like very influenced by the situation because of maybe their behavior, right? You couldn't maybe tell any remorse was actually there, or that they were feeling the weight of anything, but they have been. But I don't feel like you've been watching them struggle and you've been not being there for them. I feel like you've been tending to yourself, and your greatest strength has been allowing yourself to work through this grief, allowing yourself to feel the full extent of that. Maybe you even had to go through like stages of grief, right? Like accepting, like getting mad. There's lots of different things that come up with grief, like not understanding, trying to barter with the situation, right? There's lots of things like denial. Your greatest strength is that you've moved through that, which is exactly why you're now aligned in your heart space and capable of forgiveness. Because essentially you cleaned out the gutters, your emotional gutters, and you haven't held on to anything heavy. It's almost like you wrapped the pain around you and you made it a friend. You let it be a messenger. You know, feelings are messengers. They want to tell us something. And I feel like you let the grief speak. You didn't run from it. You didn't repress it. And because you faced it head on, you transmuted it as you moved through it, and you came out of disappointment that would have bred resentment, would have bred just difficult emotions that you would have carried forwards, or you would have projected onto the situation or this person, right? When we don't like let go of things, they don't go away. Things don't go away or change until you move through them and transmute them through bringing that conscious awareness to them, right? And integrating or changing your perspective on it. So that's your greatest strength. And I can see exactly why, like it's directly tied to the state that you're currently in, which is beautiful. It's because you felt it. So the Ace of Wands in reverse, tell me about that. What's this insecurity or point of tension? It has to do with this person's unspoken desire. The Ace of Wands is all about that life force, creative, sexual energy. Point of tension. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say it's a little tense. I'd say it's a little tense. This is like the blue balls of the century. Like there's someone who has been indulging in a fantasy for, I feel, well, I don't know how long, but they've been heavily indulging in a fantasy and doing nothing actually about it in the external. So again, like I said, that's been building up, but yeah, they haven't been doing anything about it. They haven't been taking any action. And so the point of tension is that this is a long time coming. You know, you've been feeling this, and it's like, you know that it's there, but you've felt out in the cold from someone. It's like, you know, this would be like if you know that someone wants you, but then they've been giving you like the cold shoulder or playing manipulative games with you for like years or months or however long, right? And so it's like, of course, and if that doesn't change, you're probably going to start doubting whether the feelings that you thought this person had for you like are actually real, or like if they're not acting in accordance with them, you're going to probably start doubting, right? And it feels like there's a buildup of energy here that has made you almost want to dump your cup of love out, right? Because the other person was drinking from their own cup, and you're just sitting over here like, can I get some of that? You know, are you going to offer me that anytime? Like with the Knights, they're about action. They're meant to take action and like embody and express or share what it is that they're holding, right? And I feel like this person, they were withholding, and it was because of their own desire. But you were getting to this point of like, if something's not going to change, death in reverse, then, you know, if I can't feel it or see it, then maybe it's not actually there. But really, I feel like you know that it is there. It's just that it hasn't been represented accurately, or it hasn't been claimed or acted on. And so it's just become a source of tension more than anything. And even maybe insecurity for you if you thought that someone just like let go of you, or maybe faked their desire for you to use you or something like that. It could have just made you kind of paranoid a little bit, or hesitant, just unsure, right? Insecure in some way. But it's showing me a connection, a direct connection to that, and like this person's repression of their desire and feelings for you. But it could just also be repressed energy overall towards you, like they were just not giving anything to the situation, or what they were giving felt very draining, like it felt like all they were doing was extracting and taking or exploiting, and there was no, like, it was draining the life out of you rather than infusing it with passionate, inspired energy. That's what I see from that. So in the immediate future, you have the 9 of Swords in reverse. Yay! We love to see it. I feel like you've been slaying these dragons here, these demons, these fears, these anxieties, these insecurities, the best that you can, but it has taken a toll on you. Like, it's been a little bit exhausting, in a way that it didn't need to be, like complicated, anxiety inducing in a way that it didn't need to be. And it's not going to be anymore. That's going to be laid to rest in the immediate future here. So let's get more information on why that is. And I also, to clarify this particular placement, I tuned in intuitively ahead of time and sunk into the energies. And as I did that, I pulled an astrological influence card as well as a Lenormand card. And you guys got the 6th house craft with the letter. So the 6th house, what was coming through to do with that is like details, well-being, and your daily tasks. And then also like contribution, specifically contribution to your own purification, through contribution to your own purification and physical or just well-being overall, through being committed to the details, being committed to yourself, being present in the day-to-day. I feel like you may have like updated something with your method, or like your routine, how you approach something. I think that you've gained new skills. There's also something about duty here, like you may be feeling as though it doesn't feel obligation. It doesn't feel obligatory. It feels like you being like, this is my duty, and almost having like a sense of honor tied to something. So maybe it was moving through, like you saying, in order to honor myself, I have the responsibility or the duty to feel this, to release it, even if someone else is not going to give me closure, to create it for myself, or to not carry this heaviness forwards, whatever that is around. But you mastered or built or expanded on some skills as you poured into yourself through this. And there's something about that in the near future. With the letter, there's written communication, and contact. Specifically, the word contact was coming through, so I looked up the etymology of it. And it basically comes from the root word has to do with touching or being in close association to something. So I feel like you're ready to, or someone is ready to come into closer or more intimate contact, but it's starting through expression, through communication of some sort, and this very well might be coming through written communication in some way. So that could be you starting that, like reaching out to span the distance between yourself and somebody, but that is what I'm getting from that. And I think that, again, like it's this, the 6th house and you strengthening your craft, which I think is just you caring for yourself. or the capacity of your heart. That's kind of what it's coming through as, not like necessarily. Maybe you were working also on your communication skills though too, like not losing your temper is coming through. Okay. Or just communicating in a way that is, I guess that does your feelings justice, that does your experience justice, right? And so then you could be ready to, now that your feelings, you're in a state of personal alignment, you've honed this skill, and now you're ready to maybe close the distance between yourself and someone, come into a more meaningful contact and alleviate some stress, or else someone else can feel that now is the time to do that towards you. Anything else about that in the immediate future for Taurus? No, that looks like it. This is going to dissolve some barriers, though. This conversation, there has been a bit of a defensiveness between the two of you, or like a wall up or distance here between you and someone, and I think that this this communication is going to be very helpful. Again, we kind of said from the beginning, right, that it's the communication of something is what, well, the communication of forgiveness, basically, or you, yeah, whether that's directly to somebody else or you reconciling something within yourself and that's sending out an energetic signal, whatever that is, it's very strong. It's very powerful. And it's going to have an impact. So I love that for you, babes. All right, Taurus, we're moving on to Gemini, but I love you so very much. And I'm proud of you. Looks like you're doing amazing work here. Amazing personal growth. Even in the face of pain, which is beautiful. Beautiful. You always have the choice when you get hurt to let yourself be hardened by that, or to not. You know, it's not hard to stay open, or it's hard to stay open and soft in a world and under the human condition where stuff happens all the time, where it would be a lot easier to just like shut down, run away, repress, harden, not forgive someone, have like trust issues, become very hesitant and unsure or insecure. And there's usually a period when we're hurt where we do experience those things a little bit. And I feel like that's very natural. It's a natural part of the process. It's more so if we allow that to become so pervasive, or we keep on feeding it in a way where it has like a lasting effect, rather than moving through the grief and purging it, like honoring it, holding space for it, and then letting it leave so that we're not carrying the residue forwards, and the residue isn't like numbing our heart or hurting us. You know, there are people that still live in the reality of, like, they exist in pain from the past. Some of them from like way back in the past, right? They just never, we all know those people that just never could let it go, right? And I think we can safely say that we don't want to be that, right? Because it looks really shitty. It looks very, it just is so, it's painful, right? It's like holding on to pain. We don't want that for ourselves or anyone. So I think that you're doing wonderful. All right, Gemini. Let's see what's going on with my Gemini gang. What's going on in the chat as well? Hello. Are we doing karaoke night? Are we? Was I singing? Oh yeah, what was I singing? I was singing Our Lady Peace, right? Every reading is karaoke for me. I'll check out the new card when I'm done, because I don't want to get distracted right now. But yeah. Okay. Let's see what's going on for my gems. Ugh, my Gemini energy, at least my Gemini energy, but I have it in the 8th house. God help me. Like my Chiron and moon are there, and God, it's been activated. Good Lord, it's been activated, but I do feel like it's been happening, like that activation happened to help me kind of like further understand and master my Western placement so that I could actually like rise into my Rohini Taurus moon, which is my Vedic placement, speaking of Taurus, and mastery and forgiveness and reconciliation of heavy shit. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, actually. So, interesting. Okay. Gems. Where my gems at? Where my gems at? You're gonna keep me playing in the background. Nice. All right, Gemini. What's up, Jude? Jude? Let's see, darling. So that's you. Okay. Oh. Okay. And then your greatest strength, or yeah, or it's challenge or point of tension. Whoa. Okay, that'll do it. And in the immediate future, oh. Okay. Let's look into that further. Okay, some oracle cards for you guys. Django. I can hear you farting. Don't drive me out of the basement. You stinky guts, boy. Let's see. Nothing like Rottweiler farts to really get you going. And by going, I do mean gagging. Gagging. Get you gagging. Okay. All right. Let's get into this here. Gemini, gang, gang, gang. How are you doing, my loves? Not the fun kind, no. Maybe we can trade out or something. All right, so let's get into it here. We're going to start by looking at your current signifier and then the surrounding situation that's being highlighted. And we'll move on from there, okay? So it's interesting. We're going to definitely clarify here, but you're coming through right now as the Queen of Pentacles in reverse in your energy, your current signifier, okay? Queen of Pentacles in reverse. And then I have sort of like a head and a heart card here for you, or like a mentality and emotion card more specifically. So for your mentality, what wanted to be highlighted, it's a solar plexus card of belief. And the trigger statement is, it is too late. The true statement is, I am free to believe. And it says, you are clearing away beliefs, energy, and memories that no longer serve you so that the necessary decisions will be made. And then you also have the emotion card of satisfied. Happy, smiling inwardly, pleased, joy, smug, self-satisfaction, and stroking your ego. You have a belief that feels good. You're also clearing away beliefs, energies, memories, narratives that don't serve you. And I feel like you're replacing potentially those beliefs, or they want to be replaced with something that is actually something that is satisfying. And it's interesting because whatever belief wants to come through and replace this, they're showing me that like the clearing of old beliefs is what is bringing you true confidence. Whatever your old beliefs were, they were dwindling away. I feel like they were putting you in an insecure energy. And it's the new beliefs that are coming through that are actually, they're stroking your heart, not just your ego. So it's the new beliefs it's coming from a place, coming from like an emotionally fulfilled place, or a place of like radical acceptance and love towards yourself. That's what's truly satisfying, or what's going to satisfy you, not trying to get your ego stroked, not directly seeking something to lift the weight of an insecurity, but going within and releasing energies, or seeing what needs to be released that is kind of like allowing or creating that insecurity or feeding it. So rather than trying to put like a band-aid on a bullet wound that you're just going to bleed through eventually, right? You're going to need to keep seeking escape or validation, or like escape or validation. Basically, you're just going to the root of the insecurity, it feels like. And it seems like you're still in the process of doing this, because you did come out as the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. But I think that you could be feeling a little sensitive right now, or even slightly exhausted. Like your energy, your physical energy could be doing weird things, because you are purging like a belief system or energy that you were holding on to, even like a memory that you kept revisiting that made you feel insecure, made you feel shitty about yourself. This could have also been you were holding on to, for some of you, you were holding on to or revisiting a memory, like you kept on going over, reliving, or touching this wound that like validates your own worst fear about yourself. It's like it validates or was compounding a fear or insecurity that you already had existing about yourself. Okay. Anything else about Gemini right now here? Yeah, the Page of Pentacles. Back back to the drawing board. You could be the Hermit. You could be a little bit like stoking your fire in private, but also it's this internal reflection that's happening, and that is allowing you to sort through things and see what the source of that, like what brings me joy to think, what balances me out to think, what brings me into alignment with both myself and others to believe about myself and the world, and where do I need to go back to the drawing board surrounding like my beliefs, my values, what I invest my energy into, whether that's a memory or a habit or a narrative, whatever the case may be. You're kind of like, okay, this doesn't serve me. So let me just like, go back and be in beginner brain and reestablish something that is more supportive. Or establish something that's more supportive. Okay. There's a lot of earth energy, so I do feel like it kind of has to do with how you direct your physical energy, what you put your physical time, energy, attention, and investment into. So yeah, that could be a lot of things. It could be relationships, it could be your work, it could be just your physical habits or routines, things that take up time in your day. Addictions even. What do you give to that supports and adds to or validates positive beliefs, and vice versa? What deteriorates at you and what satisfies or feeds you? Basically, okay? You're going inwards to reconnect with personal joy and a state of harmony to do that. Okay. So your surrounding situation here is coming through as the Emperor. So that's Aries energy. With this card, Mending in reverse. Okay. This is a protection message. I'm going to read it from the book just because usually when they come out in reverse, it's a little bit significant. So I'm going to read that and then we'll look into this Emperor energy. Yeah, I got some things to say about the Emperor because it's quite interesting, the visual here. Okay. I think not just you, but also someone else has been changing here. There's definitely been a shift taking place for both of you. And I feel like at some point, both of you were protecting a vulnerable or insecure part within yourselves. One way or another. You could have been doing that in very different ways. But the protection message says, heartbreak is a strange healer of souls. Our grief strips away our masks and loosens our tight hold on our separateness, where we view ourselves as I and the world as it. Loss allows us to see ourselves as part of a larger scheme, opening us up to sympathy, empathy, and dependence on others in the moment when we can't hold ourselves together. And it leads us to become one with the greater whole again. Pain and suffering is part of life, and none of us will be immune to it. Can you view this loss, this pain, this dissonance as a way back to yourself and source? Let your sorrow break your heart wide open. You will never be left behind. You are loved now more than ever by Spirit, who does not want you to feel alone. One day you will look back and know this truth. It's interesting. It's the last card in the deck. I didn't realize that before. There's something very big that you're closing out right now, Gem. It's a big, it feels like a significant cycle. And it requires the release of something that has hurt you. Now, I do think that the primary source of hurt is some form of grief that you have held onto within yourself that has essentially made you feel separated from, like, isolated, essentially. This belief that you've harbored inside of yourself, it's made you feel like division between yourself and those that you love. It's made you feel misunderstood. It's made you feel a sense of like lack of belonging, or a lack of being seen or felt. It feels like quite painful. It feels quite hurtful. So maybe this is a long-standing belief that you had, like, I'm not seen, I'm not heard, or even like it's too late to change something. Whatever belief you had, I feel like you thought it was too late to change it, but really you can be in the present at any moment and make different decisions to shift that. Like, you have control over your own beliefs. Some are stubborn and they do take time and effort to shift, but the brain is malleable. Like, you can form new neural pathways. They've proven that this is very possible, you know? It's not people never change. That's actually complete bullshit. You can very much change. You just have to know. You have to be empowered to believe that and then pursue that change. And I see you doing that. I am free to believe something different. And it's a solar plexus card. I also feel called to show you guys this crystal, which is peridot. And I think that it's associated with like August and maybe Leo birthstones. But I just got this piece of raw peridot, which is absolutely fucking gorgeous. And you guys might feel called to work with peridot because when I was reading about it, it said that it specifically works with the heart and the solar plexus chakras and brings together strength in those two areas in a really powerful way. Actually, let me just, I feel like some of you will resonate with that, so I just want to read you something quickly here from this. Okay, so what it said, because I have it saved here still. Okay, so it's known as the gem of the sun, or evening emerald, and it is celebrated as a stone of renewal, vitality, and emotional liberation. So the core energetic attributes. It's described as playful, youthful, and light-filled. This is the most Gemini shit I've ever heard. It's very Gemini Leo. It's giving Gemini Leo. It's uniquely tied to both the heart chakra and the solar plexus, acting as a bridge between your capacity to love and your personal will. Some of you just need to soak up the energy of this bad boy, which is why I'm just still showing it to you. You don't need to get a piece of a stone for its energy to influence you. You can just ask that the energy come through and support you in the ways that you need, okay? So it's about emotional alchemy, widely used to transmute heavy or toxic emotions into lighter, more constructive states of being, encouraging forgiveness and self-worth, helping you move past victim mentality. It's also about confidence, clarity, abundance, prosperity, and protection. Thought to create a protective, energizing barrier around your aura, okay? So some of you want to work with peridot, or you just want to call on that energy. But I feel like that was pretty on point and wanted to come through. So some of you, that would be helpful for you. It's not super expensive. It's not like astronomically expensive, but I just got that piece recently, and when I looked up like what it is about, I was like, damn, yeah, it's definitely time for me to have that. Spirit knew, the stone chose me. That's how it always is with crystals and me. But okay, so that, considering what we just read about the protection message for mending and, you know, forgiveness and releasing heavier emotions, that's pretty, like, that's a pretty strong message that definitely needs to happen for you, or that wants to happen at this time. Okay, so let's see. But yeah, the reason I was saying that the imagery here is interesting, I feel like the Emperor for a lot of you is another person. And you see how the Emperor is guarding, like holding the shield up to protect this smaller part, this more like vulnerable part of self. But it's really just like their smaller, like their inner child or whatever. Right? It's the same thing. Like it's all them. It's just a very interesting interpretation for the Emperor, and I actually really love that. It shows self-awareness. And it also shows that both you and someone, I feel like, you've been, basically what I'm getting is protecting yourselves to some degree as you purge or work through difficult emotions. But that potentially hasn't helped you with your feeling of being divided or distant or disconnected from people that you love. Like maybe both you and this person have been wounded and hurting, but you haven't shared that experience with one another because it felt too vulnerable or sensitive. Tell me about the Emperor. If this is just you, then you're stepping into a level of empowerment far greater than you've ever had because you're working through this and releasing these heavier emotions. If this is someone else, though, they're also finding a level of empowerment here as well. But let's see what comes through. Okay, the Six of Pentacles. The Nine of Wands in reverse. Yeah, forward motion. Three of Pentacles in reverse. There's been a situation where you haven't been able to get on the same page with someone. I feel like you've continued giving to it because you genuinely wanted to cooperate. You weren't trying to be difficult here. You were hoping for reciprocation and balance in the situation. And I think that was, if it involves another person, they also wanted that too, whether that was visible, because you were both acting from a triggered place of pain, it seems like, or insecurity to some level, that was what was making things uncooperative. It's like you wanted to cooperate, but you were also not able to, there was a level of invulnerability because of the pain you were feeling that didn't allow you to fully invest in being cooperative with someone else or collaborating with them, because this needed to be worked through and to release a barrier, basically to remove a barrier. And I see that happening now. So that could be that there can now be like a balanced, free flowing energy between you and someone else. It's so interesting though that it's coming through as like misrepresentation. Like currently there's a misrepresentation. You're not seeing someone clearly, or you're not seeing yourself clearly just yet. Or someone else may not be seeing you clearly if someone else is involved. If there's someone else involved, I feel like neither of you have had a clear read on one another because of the state of things and what you were individually moving through. I think that you were moving through it individually. Like there was a purpose for that though. Something you needed to work out on your own, as did this person. It's like whatever was needed to reconcile something, you couldn't get it from one another, even if maybe you wanted to. Like you maybe really wanted validation from a specific person, or you wanted them to make you feel safe or whatever, but you needed to establish whatever this was for yourself, within yourself. I'm seeing that pretty clearly. Okay, so let's look at, yeah, something was very confusing and draining, and it made you feel like there was no heart in it at all, or there was just like, yeah, like an injustice was revealed, and it made you there's injustice in the situation that created a lot of defensiveness. The defensiveness created a lack of moderation or an imbalance in regards to fear. Like fear basically took over, and supportive or like work on the situation together that was actually helpful and conducive to moving things forwards couldn't happen from that place. So even if you tried to come together and work on things, you probably both would trigger one another and then like have to pull back away. So I think that whatever this was, it was very sensitive, but you were always meant to heal it and work on it yourself to prove that you could. And also it was never someone else's responsibility to do that. No one else could do that for you. You can only see clearly when you establish clarity with yourself internally. If you don't establish that within yourself and you keep asking someone else for it, you'll have to keep asking for that clarity or validation over and over, because the doubt will still be living within you. The fear will still be prominent, right? Basically, someone else will have to be consistently proving themselves to you, which is exhausting. You need the clarity in yourself so that you can see that, read the situation clearly and handle it accordingly. And now you're both getting that, or you're getting that if there's just one person. Okay, so your greatest strength or strongest embodiment here in the situation is the 9 of Cups. Yeah. Focusing on your personal, individual fulfillment. Like satisfying yourself. Creating the life, the love that you desire. And being for yourself everything that you thought you needed someone else to be for you. That doesn't mean that something or someone else can't come in and add to that. It means that you are fulfilling all of your own needs, and something that comes in is a cherry on top. But if you lose it, you know that you'll still be okay, because your baseline is personal fulfillment. Okay, so that's why the 9 of Cups is the prerequisite to the 10 of Cups. You can only truly give when your own cup is like, you can only give healthy, overflowing love that is not, that doesn't have a hidden price tag, that doesn't have hidden expectations or unspoken expectations, that isn't like just looking to be, it's not about, love is not about the return that you get from love. Love is about what love asks you to give, which is everything. And then how capable you are of doing that depends on your own internal relationship with yourself, which is why you got to you have to be those things for yourself to achieve the 9 of Cups internally. And then you can share it truly and profoundly with somebody else or with others from that space, right? Yeah. Then you can celebrate that within yourself, and your cup runs over onto those all around you who also celebrate that within you, right? So everybody, it's like a rising tide. What's that saying? A rising tide lifts all ships or all boats, right? Mm-hmm. I think that right now it is still, yeah, exactly. There's still a misalignment between yourself and someone, but there is empowerment happening. Or if there's just you in this, then there's still disappointment that you're processing and moving through. Something that still feels a little bit raw or vulnerable. But because I was noticing how this person, they have their back to us in the card, and they're wading out into this water, which is their own emotional being. A cycle isn't over with the universe in reverse. And right now, your greatest strength is to maybe turn your back on the world to focus on yourself, your internal state of harmony specifically. Because you are closing out a major cycle here. You're letting go of old beliefs, energies, memories, all these things that don't serve you anymore, I feel like that's a solo process, like I already said, and it's not quite finished yet. So don't be frustrated and don't try to like cut corners or rush that. That's just kind of validating that you're still right where you need to be, and you're working through it perfectly. You're just not fully calibrated just yet, okay? Your greatest insecurity or point of tension is the Tower. Mars energy, okay. The universe or the world is Saturn energy. All right. You could feel like, yeah, there's a lot of external sources, like there's a lot of things affecting your reality right now. Specifically, there's a lot of things. For some of you, there's a lot of people falling out of your life right now. And you feel like you don't have a choice in this, if that's true for you. It's like the universe is coming in and removing things that are not for you. Relationships that are not calibrated with this new calibration of you. And so if you were to engage with them, it would feel out of tune. It would sound out of tune, right? If we're thinking of like tuning an instrument or being in personal calibration. If you're then in a relationship with things that are not coherent with that state, your new state, then they're going to fall off, and they're meant to. And it's not a reflection of something that you're doing wrong. It's actually a positive reflection, right? It's like that's meant to fall away. Not because it's not meaningful, not because they necessarily did anything wrong, but because where you're going next, they cannot come with you for whatever reason. So part of this time on your own could also be mourning some of the things that you're moving away from or that can't come with you where you're going. Tell me more about the Tower. But yeah, that's one hell of a point of tension, you know? The Tower. Yeah, that will do it. I think it feels different for all of you. Well, the Eight of Pentacles. Something that you've put a lot of work on or work into. Like stacking up or building up. It feels like it is undergoing some sort of seismic shift here. That's kind of shaking it up. And for some of you, it's your heart, it's love. You've built up something and it's kind of like there's this feeling of repressing your emotions and then drowning in them almost. Maybe some of you also have a Gemini moon. Yes. Yes, we intellectualize our feelings and forget to actually feel them. Shots fired, I know, but literally have to remind myself all the time, like, oh, why is that thing still persisting? Well, Lisa, it's because you just thought about it every way that you could think about it and you didn't actually feel the fucking thing. That's why. So maybe you're getting to a point where things are falling apart and it's because you were holding something in that was not meant to be held in. Honestly, you reached a breaking point, but it's not looking negative. It's like you've put work into your heart space, into love, into your emotional body. And I think that it's almost ready to be shared. The Nine of Cups plus the Ace of Cups equals the Ten of Cups. Once you're closed out of this cycle that you're in now, there's something waiting to come in, and it's right there on the periphery of what you're doing now. You could feel it in your energy. It could be this Emperor. Or this Ace of Cups could be, well, no, the Nine of Cups is self-love and reaching that. The Ace of Cups always indicates something outside of that. I feel like once you really establish this Nine of Cups, your heart is overflowing to the degree that, like, it needs somewhere to go. It will cause you pain to hold in. It's almost like that quote. There's a quote that I read that was something like, grief is just love with nowhere to go. You know, stab me dagger me in the heart, because I'm a Pisces, and that I feel that, you know. It's sometimes you're holding so much and it needs an outlet, or else it hurts, even if it's something good like love, right? It's got to go somewhere. And so I feel like that is what feels sort of tense. You want to put work into something, or you want to put that love somewhere. You want to engage with something and bring what you have been building or working through to the table. You're just not quite there yet. So you're going to feel that tension building as you get closer and closer to closing out this cycle. And when you close out the cycle, you'll be ready to, you won't need to wait anymore to share what it is that you have. There's definitely been something about like the universe is fucking involved, like fate, destiny, the wheel of fortune, karma. There's been a timing, a divine timing factor. Like you have had to wait. This wheel is stubbornly not fucking turning. And the Three of Wands in reverse is like, now you don't have to wait anymore. You can finally move on something. But the reason has been a lack of alignment, a fundamental lack of alignment that was creating disappointment in a situation for you here. The timing will be right when things are aligned. And that's always how it is. But this could have felt very frustrating for you. Okay. In the immediate future, you have the Prince or the Knight of Swords. It's you. He looks a little bit like a shyster, a little bit of a shit disturber here. He's like, look at this blood all over me and on my sword. No regrets, you know? It's only a flesh wound. They'll survive. I'll survive. But usually with the Knight of Swords, they're the ones delivering a truth. Knights are about action, and swords, the suit, is about, it's about communication, it's about thoughts, learning, ideas, that sort of thing. So this may or may not be you in the near future. I mean, the Knight of Swords I associate a little bit with Gemini, but let's clarify a bit more. There we go. Because it could be somebody coming towards you as well, communicating something. Then I also, to sink into the energy around the immediate future here, before the reading, I tuned into the energy and I just took some intuitive notes. And to help me break that down more, I pulled a Lenormand card and also an astrological influence card. You actually did get Saturn, wisdom. Yeah. And you got the bear from the Lenormand as well. So, essentially, what came through with Saturn is discipline, tests, and self-control, and then true reality. And the bear in the Lenormand can talk about long-term investments, and it can also talk about authority figures as well. So those are the notes that wanted to come through. You know, this is an authority figure as well. So it could either be, again, it's like there's either someone else involved in this with you, or it's just you. So I'm going to tell you both ways, because I think it could be different for all of you. Some of you, there is another person, and some of you, there isn't. But if the Emperor is you, then it's like you've been working through, ew, Django. That smelled, or that sounded like very wet and disgusting. Okay, you might need to go back out to your kennel. Because we're not living inside of that. We're not living with that in the air here. After Gemini, I feel like you're going back out, buddy, for a little bit. What was I saying? If the Emperor is you, then in the near future, you are realizing how much this long-term investment in your own inner authority and sovereignty has actually given you. Like how much it is actually paying off. because you've been learning a tough love lesson with this Saturnian wisdom that's integrating. To close out this cycle requires strength. It requires humility to extract the wisdom from a Saturnian lesson. You can't do so otherwise. It will humble the shit out of you, which is why most people, well, no, everyone, in their Saturn return, your ass is going to get humbled, you know, like, and the more that you avoid it, the harsher the humbling is going to be. You cannot avoid it. And it's meant to break you down for the sake of expansion. It's meant to break down the places where you were not being humble or where you were in your own way, so that you can break past glass ceilings and, you know, beliefs, energies, habits, memories that don't serve you. And sometimes we stubbornly hold on to those, and we need to be broken open a little bit so that we can have some perspective about what's important to hold on to and what just isn't, right? And then we gain wisdom that's very valuable from that. So for those of you that you're the authority figure here, then you're just really like sinking into, and you're going to be at ease and at rest within your own sovereignty. Bro, what is happening over there? Taking him out immediately when I'm done your reading. He's just like constant farts right now, and I'm like, no, I'm just not fucking with it. But yeah, there's been something that it's been numerous tests. It's been numerous challenges, all part of the same cycle and lesson. And it's required your discipline, your self-control. But what you're gaining from this is like truth with a capital T. You're seeing the true reality of who you really are, what you're really capable of. The old beliefs that were distortions that were making you small or disempowered are leaving. And that's an incredible gift, right? And then if this authority figure, this emperor, is someone outside of you as well, then I feel like they are delivering a truth that they've been also long-term, like they've been also invested in the long game of something. Can you tell me more about that if that's not Gemini? Just Gemini anyways? I feel like they're, yeah, the 9 of Swords, the 3 of Swords in reverse, the Mourning in reverse, holy shit, the 5 of Swords, the Ace of Swords, the 10 of Wands. Jesus. This person, they need a really long, really tight, like, hug. This person has been going the fuck through it. It feels like they've been seeking the truth, but from a place of ego, like being committed to an assumption that they had made, either about themselves or you or both. They, like you, were connected to unhelpful or burdensome personal beliefs or energies or memories that they've been holding on to, and it's taken a lot for them to transcend and work through that. And specifically, this person's mind really gets in their way, like to a ridiculous degree. No. Yeah. They could have, this just got stuck like under my shirt. It was like hidden from the rest of them. They could be exquisitely good at hiding when they feel anxious, which could have made you feel insecure too, you know, like maybe you were very open about the ways that you were stressed and you didn't see this person was like an impenetrable force field, or it came off very like robotic or just not caring at all. There's something about that, but really under the surface, I feel like that exterior was in place because they were uprooting some pain, and they were really having to process it through their mind. This person, they could have been going through like a period of contraction, a period of darkness, with the morning in reverse, it could have felt like an unending night. Like, is the sun gonna rise again or no, you know? And I think that the truth that they're coming to that feels kind of heavy is that they were actually ultimately keeping themselves in the dark here. They were creating this for themselves through the Five of Swords. And the Five of Swords energy is like, I'm seeing them ping-ponging back and forth between indecision and then just focusing on pain. And then hesitancy and being like half-assed about something, or just like being back and forth and like on the fence. Then look at, there's Saturn right in there's Saturn right in between. They were also learning a lesson. But here it's the Two of Swords, indecision and being on the fence and being flippy-floppy and back and forth within your own mind, which then translates into your actions, right? You don't really commit to anything. You don't really claim anything. You just keep, or even if you think you make a decision, then you keep revisiting it because you haven't really solidified it. And then ping-ponging back and forth between that and just focusing on pain. So yeah, that will keep you anxious and in the hurt. It's like this person locked themselves in the hurt locker. And I think it was because the truth that they needed to see was heavy. The truth that they are seeing and that they needed to see is their ego. And ego isn't always what we think it is. Like, the ego can be incredibly sneaky, you know? Its goal is self-preservation and identity protection, basically. The identity is only to do with the ego. And attaching to like something that we think we are and something that we think we aren't, or something we think we can be and something we think we can't be. You're fucking infinite, babes. That's an ego thing. That's a glass ceiling. That's a limiting belief. Because the second you say, I am this, you're kind of simultaneously saying, and not that, right? Unless you're just in flow and you're kind of embodying whatever energy that is in any given moment. But I feel like that's just being present with your infinite nature and then being able to like pull forth or naturally express whatever part of that infinite embodiment is appropriate and natural in any given moment, right? But when we define, or when we back ourselves into a corner and say, this is what I am and that's not what I am, that's very, not only is it divisive between us and other people, because it's like, well, if I'm this one thing, then anything that isn't that is like me versus that, right? When really there's far more that unites us than divides us. You know, MLK, he wasn't such a dummy, right? He definitely had some, he had heart, and I feel like his wisdom, Martin Luther King, by the way, it came from his heart. So is there anything else here? But this person's also moving away from the past and what they've been committed to in the past, if this is someone outside of you too. So I feel as though there is, well, I'm hearing a gory truth, but I'm feeling it's not something that's going to hurt. I'm feeling that it's like something, a truth that hurt to come to. Like, it took blood, sweat, and tears, you know, to get to this truth. You had to basically go to war with yourself, and this person had to go to war with themselves, the part that wanted to protect. And again, like the ego, it can do that in so many ways. It can do that through playing the victim. It can do that through avoidance. It can do that through amplifying like an exaggerated sense of self, because really we're insecure about who we are inside. So it's like a deflection, but to like a high degree, to try to take the focus off of the insecurity. So it can show up in lots of different ways. It's not always like, look at me, look at me. It's like, it can be many different, the ego can come through many different ways. Sometimes it just comes through as blatant insecurity as well, right? The ego amplifying an insecurity so that you're focused more on the fear and you don't take action on something that your ego has deemed as like a risk. So anything else here before I let Gemini go? The Six of Cups in reverse. Okay, I just talked about that. But this is about, yeah, the Fool and death. Okay. So Spirit's like, hold on. Just hold on, we're going home. Drake. We don't claim him as Canadians, or I don't claim him as a Canadian, but, you know, he's got a couple bangers, so we'll give him that. But the universe in reverse, that's going to be something of the past. You're going to move through that. You're slowly but surely moving away from something that you've been experiencing for quite a while, I think. And you are so fucking ready for this change. And once you close that out, right, the universe or the world is the last card of the major arcana. And the Fool is the first. Then you are ready for this full, like this new leap into something totally different, because death, you will be totally different. Because you've undergone this transformation, this huge transmutation. And you've evolved into a different version of yourself. Very different. For the better. Not because you were a piece of shit before, but because you were ready. You were ready to grow. We are evolutionary beings. We're not meant to stay the same. That's why change is the only constant. Sometimes we need a little fucking push. You know what I mean? I feel that. So, I love you very much, Gemini. I love this. I think it looks beautiful. And I'm going to leave your message there and move on to our birthday boys and girls, our Cancerians. Okay. But first, I'm taking my stinky ass dog outside because the farts are intense. And I just can't, honestly. He's been driving me out of the basement, like, lately. I'm like, there's only room for one of us. Actually, I might just put him in, the hallway and just, shut him out of the basement, because he doesn't need to go outside and get eaten by mosquitoes. But also, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, buddy, because your guts are rank right now. Whatever is causing that, I don't know, because you've only had your normal food today that I witnessed anyways, so I don't know about that. But I'll be right back as soon as I let him outside. Poor Django. I'm going to go to the washroom too, actually, because I need to go to the washroom. Then I will be back, and we will do Cancer. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, my knee just cracked. Give me one moment. Hey, buddy. How's it going over here? Hi. How's your guts feeling? Can you come with me? Come on. Come on. I can't stay down here if you stay down here, and I have to stay down here. Come on, James. Come. Good boy. Come on. Come. Please. Come. What is going on with you? Come on. Let's go. Thank you. You need to learn to listen, girl. You've been being a big jerk lately with the listening. I need to know that you're going to listen to me, or else we're going to have problems here. Love you so much, but you're a massive Rottweiler, and if you don't listen to me, that's not good. That's not safe. Okay. There we go. All right. Be back. Wow. Okay, so those of you who don't know Rottweilers, I don't know if you heard our little back and forth that we had going on there for a moment. They will test you occasionally because they are stubborn motherfuckers, not gonna lie. And they need to like assert their dominance. They assert their dominance, and then you have to like assert your dominance, which is easier said than done when they weigh more than you do, you know, or the same amount. The last Rottweiler that I had, Bronx. Oh God. I still remember vividly, I was like walking him and I was on the other end of town from like my home. And he just decided to not walk any further. He just basically sat down, and suffice it to say, we had to be picked up because I was like, and he was just like, you know, like, I'm not going anywhere. So yeah, when they decide to be stubborn, you have to be like more stubborn. And I'm not good at like the tough voice, the come here voice, you know, like that where he listens. I'm just not good at, it's not my forte. I'm a Pisces, you know, I'm soft. I'm good at cuddles, licks, and, you know, adorableness, but I'm not good at asserting dominance with my Rottweiler. It's something that's been a work in progress, but yeah, they're very stubborn and they like leading, and they are herding dogs. And so he's just like, I'm gonna herd you, like push you with my body into the wall and then not go where you're telling me to go and then just look at you. And I'm like, no, you're going where I fucking told you to go, buddy. You're going. Then he got to the other side of the door and he looked back and he's like wagging his tail. I'm like, you're a shithead. You know you are. What a big turkey. Anyways, let's get on to Cancer's reading now. Now that that's been taken care of. Oh, Django. Love Rottweilers, though. They're actually the best. Your dog has the shits right now, too. Yeah, he had, like, you know, it starts with a D and it ends with a Rhea. So he had that last night. And I don't know. He has a vet appointment coming up, and that's going to be really good because I'm almost wondering if he has some sort of, like, parasite or something. Because he just hasn't been eating normally, and that's very weird for him. And yeah, like he'll leave his breakfast or dinner in the bowl and like he won't eat it, which is very odd for him. And then he's also just been having like clear indigestion issues and like horrible gas, and I'm just like, something is not right here. Something's very wrong. And yeah, needs to be addressed. Okay, I'm just organizing the decks for 1 second here so that I can reach them more easily. Okay, there we go. All right, Cancer's reading. But yeah, that was bad, and I was like, there's no way both of us can be confined to this basement. There's no way we're both making it out alive. There's just no way. An anxious attachment style? Maybe. He's scared that I'm gonna leave again, which I am. Apparently he was like extraordinarily depressed when I was gone recently for like 6 months, and I'm like, but I'm leaving again and I'm going way further this time. Poor James. He'll be okay. Okay. Let me see who's in here. Oh, there's some people in here. What's up, you guys? I can't see like the number of people that are in here or the likes or the chat for most of when I'm doing the reading. So yeah. Oh, that was a long reading. Okay. Spirit's like, remember how you said that you just flow and you don't put a cap on the readings? And I'm like, yes. I do recall stating that. I'm just kidding. I don't mind, really. Cancer. What do we have for cancers? My sweet little Cancerian babies. What do we have for them? Let's see. Okay. And then let's put 3 more. This way. Thank you. Okay. Oh, Lord. Okay. What's going on? What's going on, Cancer? Let's see. Oracle cards. Yeah. Kind of picking up on that. Okay, what about this one? Well, that's good. And for others. All right. Okay. What's up, Squish Fish? All right. 20. Hello, Cancer. And happy birthday, my loves. Happy birthday season, if you didn't hear me say it at the beginning. I hope that you're having an amazing one. And if it is your birthday, then happy birthday, Cancer. Cancer, it's your birthday. And I hope that it's amazing. I hope that you have a really great season and day itself. Okay, let's get down to business now. Let's start by looking at just your current signifier and the situation itself. I'm going to get a pillow for lumbar support here. because I feel like that is going to be beneficial for me. Okay. Let's do that. Also, this couch is the source of squeaking. Okay? So you know. All right. So your current energy, Cancer, is showing up as the Seven of Wands in reverse. And then I also pulled some oracle cards here. And one is sort of your, like, a mentality or a perspective that's currently influencing your energy, as well as an emotional state that is part of the vibe as well here for you specifically. So you got forgiveness, well, renewing forgiveness. It came out in reverse, which means that you might be a little bit more in the triggered energy of the card just at this current moment. So it says, trigger statement, I did not deserve this. True statement, I forgive. There's a lot about forgiveness in the signs so far in the readings. It says, allow the labels of judgment to disappear. See situations and individuals through your heart and forgive yourself. And then the emotional element that's here being highlighted is brave. And it says, I can do it, I will do it, put fears aside, courage ready, and face up to it. I did not deserve this, and bravery. This could be the bravery to forgive yourself, to understand, like, no, maybe I didn't deserve whatever that was that I experienced. Maybe I didn't deserve even the way that I treated myself back there. You know, like, I could have been nicer. I could have been kinder to me. There's this quote by Alanis Morissette that's like, to whom do I owe the greatest apology? No one's been, like, crueler to me than me, you know? And yeah, it's like that sometimes. Certain signs know it a little bit better than others. You know who you are. I'm not even dropping names, but some have more trouble dropping the judgment and criticism than others, right? But I think that it's taking bravery to be vulnerable and to forgive something here, because the Seven of Wands, it talks about, in reverse, it talks about like a lack of defensiveness, or basically a disarming, not fighting. It can be not fighting for something as well, but here I'm kind of just seeing not fighting against something, against, like, facing something, maybe releasing something, or maybe just releasing something through the, releasing a lack of balance that wasn't allowing something to shift because you were holding on to an insecurity around something that you experienced that really hurt you, and you're saying that you didn't deserve that, and you haven't been able to renew an element of your energy. It's coming through as your heart. And you want to. I think you want to because there's something... there's been a love that you've held. But finding joy within that love has been very... It has been a struggle. It has been a fight. And there's been, like... There's been maybe... I don't know, like an energy of tension and conflict around just being happy in something. I feel like something was revealed through conversation that showed you that someone is holding on to a lack of authenticity or a lie. Could have been a lie that they were committed to, like, embodying to convince you of something, or it could be a lie that was spoken to them that they were holding on to, and then they were defensive as a result of that. Let's get more information. Tell me more about Cancer's current state here, or energy. What did they not deserve? There's been a pervasive lie about about something not being successful. I feel like there's something that either you or someone else like has not disconnected from emotionally, but at the same time there's been a very large disparity in the energetic give and take, and this has eroded the emotional stability and fulfillment within a situation. So yeah, that's what I'm seeing. It's almost like a lie that created a self-fulfilling prophecy, whether that was like someone lying to themselves or someone lying to you and you believing it. But there's something where spirit is basically saying like, you haven't deserved to, it's not fair that you have needed to be brave for so long, or that you have like been I'm getting like that you're the only courageous one. You've been like willing to show up with somewhat of a boldness of emotion and desire and like a level of confidence within that, but that's been eroded over time because there's a lack of like renewing in the heart space, which I feel like has not happened because what you were offering wasn't returned or balanced in a situation. It's almost like when you're the only one fighting for something and someone else is like not walking away, although maybe they've already decided to give up because they're full of like resentment and like, I don't know, maybe they want revenge or they want you to hurt the way that they're hurting, or they just don't want you to move on and be happy, or that's just one example. But you're not committed to whatever that is anymore. You're committed to releasing a pain that you don't deserve to carry. Yeah, and I feel like that's shedding light on someone else's experience as well. Like they're realizing that they were really coming from a place of strong disempowerment as well. So the surrounding situation here, or the current surrounding energy that you're moving through or that is moving through you, is the Six of Cups. And then you also have this card, the Corners of the Mouth. It says nourishment, health, well-being, providing for others, creating balance, and nurturing body, mind, and spirit. Okay. There's a revisiting of the past, and you're currently in the thick of it. There could be another person that you have quite a special, like, even if there's been pain and whatever, right, in this, it would be someone that you feel like you've known before. Maybe with the Six of Cups can indicate like past life. It could also be like someone that you've known in childhood or when you were younger or like in the past, right? But you're just revisiting, even if this isn't about one specific person and yourself, it feels like you're revisiting the past to like see it from a new perspective, to forgive basically. And it's interesting, time and space are weird, right? Like they're very man-made things. Not the things themselves, like space was not man-made, but it's like time is man's way of basically like providing structure to something that's actually limitless and very overwhelming for us to comprehend and wrap our head around, right? Things are not really linear. It's just that we created that structure to exist within because it's easier for us as humans. But you can bend time. You can, by being present, you extend time. By being in the past or worrying about the future, or just not being present for whatever reason, being in your head, that speeds time up, right? Time disappears then. But I feel like you're revisiting the past, and this is one way that's kind of that we can work with time that's kind of magical, is that you can actually revisit an experience and reframe it once you have more perspective, capacity, once you've healed to a certain degree and you're more capable, right? And when you do that, and then you return to the present will shift because your reality is shifting, right? Like we experience the world as we are internally because we see it through the lens of us, right? We don't always see things or people as they are. We see them more as we are. We're seeing through a lens, or we're projecting, even if we don't know we are, right? Or we're assuming maybe that other people work the way that we do, or other people would be hurt by the same things as us, or would react the same ways as us, or whatever the case may be. But when you reframe things, your perception shifts, and so the world shifts. Your reality shifts. So when you do this, when you go to the past, a mosquito just dive bombed at my mouth. Like, was that necessary, bro? Did you really need to like go for my freaking go for the lip gloss? Like, what? Where did you go? Come back so I can murder you violently, please. Dive bomb at my head again. I fucking dare you. Anyways, I'm gonna go get my fly swatter. That comes back. The mosquitoes this year have been like aggressive. I don't really know what's going on with them. They're on some new shit though, and I'm not happy about it. Basically, you can go back and infuse a healthier perspective or a healthier way of looking at the past when you're ready. You can nourish yourself in the wounded spaces so that you're not carrying that narrative forwards. You're carrying a new narrative forwards that is a lot more nurturing and balanced, right? So that's what I think that you're doing currently. Anything else about that? This could be challenging for you right now though, because like if this is the current energy, right? The past, it's like something has either come up to bring the past up for you, or you are actively revisiting it bravely. And when you are looking at it, your initial response might be a little triggered, right? And to be like, I didn't deserve this. F this, you know, like I don't want to look at this. I don't want to forgive. They don't deserve forgiveness, or so much shame or guilt surrounding something that maybe you did in the past or how you were, that you have trouble like forgiving and accepting yourself in a way that is renewing. But whatever it is, it's coming up and it's creating a level of pretty profound healing, I think, where it's almost like where there was an energetic drain, now there is a renewal. It's a complete flip of the experience surrounding something from the past. Where are you? I know that you're biting me somewhere. Bastard. my enemies, my mortal enemies. Okay. Where are you? I know that you're somewhere nearby. Just waiting. Watching. Ready to dive bomb my head again. Let's see. Okay. The greatest strength that you have right now, or the strongest embodiment for you at this time, you have the Two of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. It's a level of decisiveness and not overthinking something, but taking action. Like essentially making a choice and taking physical action on it, starting to move forwards based on the decision that you make. It's interesting though, because your point of tension or greatest insecurity is the Two of Swords in the upright, which is indecision. Okay, so it's kind of like a direct, like you're either gonna choose the thing that's helpful for you or not. It's kind of like a little bit black and white here. What is the indecision surrounding? I hear you. The Ace of Cups in reverse. Well, not forgiving. Not bringing love into the situation, not being open to love, still seeing the past through the lens of, again, like, I did not deserve this. Basically pain and fear or indifference, rather than infusing love into your own heart so that you can experience healing and nourishment, instead of continuing to tap into something that's slowly like eating away at you, right? Okay. What is the Two of Pentacles in reverse? What is like moving on that, moving from a place of love kind of look like here? What are you asking Cancer to do in terms of action, physical action? The King of Wands. Hey, Daddy. It's your season, you know, it's a cardinal season. Make shit happen. Boldly make shit happen, babes. Have the confidence to do so. Know that you are extremely capable. In a way, I see Cancer as like also sort of having this fiery or this spark to them, right? I mean, every sign, no matter what element they have, like the other elements in them that manifest in a specific way. But I guess the way that I see fire and spark manifest through you is through that cardinal lens. It's making things happen. What it really is, though, is conviction from the heart. And so you almost, Spirit is saying, choose to move based on the conviction of your heart. And in order to do that, you can't be indecisive about opening your heart or connecting to it, right? That sort of like directly would prevent you from moving out of a space of conviction of the heart. So that's what's needed. That's what your strength is right now. That's very clear. Okay. Anything else about that? All of that? That feels super clear. I don't really feel like there's anything else about that. Yeah, no. Okay. There's something that stresses you out to reconcile. I don't know if you're scared of what you're going to find there. But Spirit's basically saying, like, there's a new opportunity that's waiting for you. It wants to come in, but you have to drop an old investment that you've been pouring yourself into, or you need to drop the way that you've been investing into it. For instance, if you've been investing into it from a place of, like, fear or expecting the worst, then that needs to flip. Then there needs to be, like, I'm deciding to take a different approach. So if in the past I was hesitant, then now I'm going to focus on being self-assured, right? And it needs to be chosen intentionally so that it can be sustained until something becomes a habit. Basically until you've integrated this new way of thinking or seeing the past so that the external reality can establish itself to match that. Okay, so the Magician in reverse is in the immediate future for you. So this is mercurial energy, and it's quite interesting because it's in reverse, and right now we're going through Mercury retrograde, and it's happening in, drum roll, Cancer. It's happening in your sign, in your season, in your sign, leading up to and all the way through the new moon in Cancer that's happening in a couple days. So yeah, I'm feeling like that's significant. There's something about that. in the immediate future that's really coming into focus for you. I took some notes here. So I tuned into the energies to get more out of it so that I wouldn't need to channel all of it during the actual during the reading, because I've been more sensitive and picking up a lot more energy lately. So I pulled a Lenormand card, which you got the birds, and then I also pulled an astrological influence, and you got the third house, perception. Okay. So this is a lot about communication. The third house is associated loosely with Gemini. And it is about your thoughts, your discussions, ideas, perception, intellectual ability even, which is really interesting. That element came through. And it also is about your immediate surroundings and like short distance travel. So things that are close to you are in your immediate surroundings there. With the birds, that also talks about communication, that card from the Lenormand. So there's a lot about communication between Mercury, the planet of communication, this Mercury retrograde being highlighted, which is a time when we oftentimes are asked to slow down or backtrack, one could say. Especially in a water Mercury retrograde, the Six of Cups, backtrack in an emotional way. And it's to basically refine or edit where refinements and edits need to be made. Where could we do better? Where have we been carrying or feeding into something that is not helpful or is hurting us or others, right? And how can we assess what we've been doing and what we have to work with and then do better, right? It's not about beating yourself up, but it's just about kind of like taking accountability through allowing yourself to really see in a new way. So I feel like there's going to be influential communication here in the immediate future, and it could happen during Mercury retrograde. Let's get a little bit more information on that, though. Can you tell me more about this Magician in reverse? Judgment. Judgment. Yeah. Something's happening that is revealing. It's revealing a truth. Anything that comes through, I want you to know you are innately confident enough to distinguish the truth, and no matter what the truth is, whether it's the Ten of Cups, the Ten of Swords, or anything in between, you as the King of Wands you're more than capable of hearing this truth or uncovering it and reconciling what needs to be reconciled. There is nothing that you need to fear here. This is not going to destroy you. No. If anything, the illusion or like delusion or just the not knowing and the constant revisiting of something that has not been resolved, that will make you go crazy, and that will drain your energy and deteriorate at you a lot more than looking straight at the truth. But judgment is Plutonian energy, and it don't fucking play around, honestly. Pluto does not play. It's also interesting because Pluto right now is in Aquarius, so you might want to see where that's happening, like where you have Aquarius, basically what house Pluto is moving through for you, and if it's aspecting anything for you. But yeah, this is the epitome of influential conversation or communication, and I'm feeling like there's a depth to it. Like with Pluto, there's a depth. a depth of revelation. I'm hearing this song by Fantagram. It's called Answer. And she says, kindly be kind, wipe all the dirt from my eyes. I need an answer. I need an answer. Kindly be kind, wipe all the dirt from my eyes. The kinder thing is to shed light here. So I don't know if you are the one instigating this communication or just choosing to engage in it, but there's a kindness to it. The Devil and the Lovers. Bro, okay, there's something here because the Devil and the Lovers are two sides of the same coin. Honestly, it's just one is in a state of moderation and sustainability and the other is not and toxic in some way for that reason. And this doesn't have to be a relationship to a lover, but it's a relationship to, it can be a relationship to yourself, it can be a relationship to life or another person. But it's like, are you coming from love and faith and choosing that because it's a choice? It's not just something like happens to you, like love takes over and then you're suddenly just making all your choices from a place of love. It's, no, you choose to do that every day. You choose that. It's not always easy, right? Or are you coming from a place of numbness, ambivalence, indifference, fear, hate, toxicity, ignorance? What is it, right? You also got the Ten of Swords and the Ten of Cups. Like, there's a very clear contrast that's being shown here. And I think that that's why giving a truth or being given a truth, either receiving a truth and being open to receive it, or and truly reconcile something using that truth, or else speaking it, it's a gift. It's a gift because it allows you to move forwards. Yeah. Someone, well, is that necessary to go into? Yeah. Okay. There's, for some of you, there has been something hidden where I think that there have been like options kept open, or a lack of, and this doesn't have to be in the form of like third parties or other people, but it's just like an indecision, a not choosing something, a not claiming something, a holding on to the idea of having options or there being a lot of possibility, which I feel like someone was perceiving, maybe both you and someone else were perceiving as like a safety net in opposition to going all in on something. And I think that the expression of that and why you both felt that that safety net was needed is very freeing, because I think that you both have been facing the same fears and doubts that led you to hold on to that. And it caused a lot of hurt. It didn't keep you safe. It caused pain. And so addressing it brings understanding that is almost coming through as like a healing balm, kindly be kind. Wipe the dirt from my eyes and give me the answer that I need to be relieved of this. The Empress and the 10 of Pentacles is, and the 9 of Pentacles behind that, and the Queen of Pentacles, jeez. There's something here about self-worth, babe. Whether it's just you or you and somebody else, it's like, I don't know if I'm enough to have what I really want. I don't know if I have the capacity. I don't know if I'm capable. I don't know if I show up with all that I have, if someone's going to reject me or see that as enough. But it's coming through as an insecurity surrounding self-worth that caused that initially, like caused the not fully choosing something. It's not that you didn't want to choose it. It's that, yeah, you were afraid that you weren't enough. You were afraid that if you did choose it, you wouldn't actually get it anyways, because you'd either lose it or you would fuck it up, or your worst fears about yourself and insecurities about yourself would basically be proven to you in a very painful way. Anything else about this? The Hermit. It's been isolating. It's made you feel alone. But you've gained a lot of personal strength, actually, through this phase of unpacking something on your own, because it's allowed you a lot of room for really deep internal reflection, and potentially somebody else as well. There's a huge amount of major arcana cards coming out. The High Priestess in reverse and the 9 of Pentacles. Whatever this conversation is, it reveals to you that you now have confidence where you once didn't. You now have, and you may not have realized this, or you may not fully see this until this conversation happens and you're kind of face to face with your fear, which is this conversation. It's like the truth you need is also what you fear, because I think you're afraid it's not going to be what you want, and then you'll have to reconcile something that you don't want to reconcile. But regardless of what the truth is, it's still a kindness to be released from the indecision, because that's keeping you stuck in the past, and not in a pretty narrative of the past, in a painful and confusing narrative of the past. So there's very strong Piscean energy here. There is Virgo, Scorpio, Gemini very strongly as well. Virgo, Gemini, and Pisces really strongly are showing up here. But then there's also Capricorn as well. Okay. But that's what I'm seeing. This is a kindness, and it's going to be revealed to you that, like, you can be at peace with whatever you learn, whether it's what you want to hear or something that you wish could be different. You have peace of mind because you've stabilized yourself through moving through the difficulty of the situation. You've been proving yourself to yourself in all the ways you needed to all through the process. It just feels like the journey was very important, and now that you're getting to the destination, you're realizing everything that you picked up along the way. And it's positive. So I'm not getting that this is like a reason to be sad. I think whatever you haven't known, and like maybe your tendency to either stay in a little bit of a victim type of, like, not hardcore playing the victim, but like just this awareness that something was done that hurt you and you didn't deserve it, right? And maybe you also felt that you acted out of accordance with your truth in a way that someone else also didn't deserve. Basically, there's just been disappointment in a situation, I think, on both sides, for whatever reason. And Yeah. You're clearing that up. You're able to relate to the past in a different way. And it's much more empowering. You're going to see everything that you worked through and how you're not in that place anymore where you need to be afraid of truth. Truth is just going to set you free, and it's not showing me that it's definitively leading. I think probably it's going to be different for all of you, or it's not the same outcome for all of you, but they're highlighting just that either way, no matter no matter which way this goes, love Mercury retrograde, it's still good. And you're just learning that you're capable. You've established this internal state of harmony that can't be shaken. And so you don't need to be afraid of reconciling or resolving something. You have the capacity to see anything and not break. And it's setting you free. And potentially somebody else. So that's very positive. All right, Cancer. We're moving on. We're moving on to Leo, but I love you so very much. And I'll talk to you again soon. And enjoy your season. Okay. Leo. My lions. What did it say? Maybe they're high on meds. Someone in the house is taking? What? What was that? Where are you with juicy mosquitoes? They're everywhere. I keep on hearing, although I can't really as much with the fan going. And I don't really need the fan right now, I don't think. I might turn it back on later, but it's actually quite comfortable in here right now because of that. But I was hearing it like, you know, when you can hear a mosquito like getting closer and closer to you, and you're just like, no. And then when I hear them, I get all itchy all over my body. It's like every time like a hair touches my arm, I'm like, ugh, is it a mosquito sucking my blood? Sucking my life force out of me? Where are you, you son of a bitch? Bold move to just dive right into my lip gloss also. Rude. Like, so rude. The meme with the spider webs after the spider was given different substances. Oh, yeah. That's a hilarious meme too. The web. With some of them is just like hilarious. Poor spiders. Okay. I hate that you're just hiding somewhere, not dead. At some point tonight. Oh, I'm gonna kill you. You can bet on it. All right. Personal vendetta here. Leo. Hello. You are welcome. You're very welcome. Okay. Let's move that. Okay. Okay, Leos. What is going on for my Leos? Turn the light down a little bit on my laptop. Do I need this to be as bright as it is? Probably. Maybe not. going on with my Leos, my brave hearts? What's happening here, Spirit? Their current situation. Didn't want me to see that, did ya? Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Alright. Good. It's like things are turning around a little bit here in the way that they need to. Okay, let's see. How are you guys doing out there? Are you doing okay? Doing all right? I hope so. Wow. I love that. Okay. Loving it. Let's see what oracle cards you got. Which I pre-pulled, but I have not looked at yet. Okay. What's this one? Oh, okay. Well. Okay. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. This is loud. I don't know why it happens this way, where sometimes as I go through, the messages get like more and more refined. And it's something to do with the energy. It's not like, I don't know, I haven't pinpointed exactly why that is yet, but it's not the way that I'm reading though. It's definitely the energy itself is like easier to swim through. Or the messages become clearer as we go through, which is interesting. It doesn't always happen, but it's been happening lately. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Let's just timestamp. And get into it. I'll drink some coffee first. Slight amount more is needed. Okay. Hey Leo, I hope that you guys are doing well. And yeah, let's just dive right into what you need to know right now. We're going to start by looking at your signifier, the energy that you're in, where you're at in terms of like an important mentality or perspective you're holding, as well as how you're feeling, and then the current surrounding situation, how that all ties in here. So you're coming up as being the Queen of Wands in reverse currently. And this is just right now. So keep that in mind, right? This is not, as I'm very sure you're aware, this is not your baseline state. In fact, when it fell out, it like showed itself and then landed upside down. And I was like, yeah, you don't like admitting that, do you? Because the Queen of Wands in reverse talks about feeling insecure about something. And you don't love that, right? You especially. I mean, fixed signs in general, from my personal experience, don't like feeling insecure, because that generally, you're fixed. You like to have a level of streamlined security, or you like to know what's going on so that you're solid. Basically, you like to know where you stand, is what I feel. And when you're insecure about something, you're not getting a clear read on that. So it can be difficult. The card that came out for your mentality or perspective is the card of hope, and it's a heart chakra card. It came out in reverse, indicating that you could be more in the triggered element of this. So the trigger statement is, I will not forget. And the true statement says, I open my heart. It says, release suffering and take another step forward, sweet one. With each step, you will see more light and healing. More light and healing, okay? And then the emotion card that came out for you is passive aggressive. I love you so much. Passive aggressive. It's like, I'm fine. Indirect hostility, sulking, silent treatment, backhanded compliments. No offense, but slamming things, whatever, do what you want. You're too sensitive. Okay. For some of you, this is something that someone else has been projecting at you, that you're realizing you've kind of internalized a little bit. And you're pissed because you're seeing how it has somewhat deteriorated at your, basically your confidence and your hope in yourself. And so you're a little annoyed because now you're like, I just feel like you don't have the desire currently to open your heart. You're like, I'm not forgetting about this, you dick. You know, like, you did me dirty. There's a meme I have that's like, when you're trying to heal, but you just can't believe you let a motherfucker do you that way, you know? And it's like, sometimes it be like that. Sometimes you got to get mad before you get glad, babe. And it's just the way of life. But I feel like you're mad. You're mad right now. The Queen of Wands in reverse can also be just someone who's pissed off as well. But I think that you're pissed off at the way that something has impacted you, and you don't even really want to admit it. And so that could be where, like, if you are being passive aggressive, that's where that's kind of coming from. I feel like, I'm fine. You know, like, anytime a woman tells you she's fine or it's fine, I mean, I think we all know. The word fine is generally used, I feel like, in a bit of that kind of way, right? It's like, I'm fine. It's like, are you really though? Let's get a little bit more on this though. So if any passive aggressive energy is coming out with you right now, you could just be feeling hostile but not directing it specifically at a person, or you could just be not saying anything, the silent treatment, or just again trying to convince yourself, like, whatever, I'm fine, I don't even want to look at this anymore now that I realize how much something has affected me. I don't want to give it any more than it's already taken, is kind of how it's coming through. There is an element of feeling like misfortune here, or something making you feel kind of small, or you feeling small in a specific situation or dynamic. So can you tell me more? What does Leo, what are they saying I will not forget right now? It could also be something that Something that happened here that took you out of your heart space or removed the hope from your heart, which for a Leo is a big thing. You guys, you rule the heart, right? And you having hope in your heart and conviction in your heart is the source of your courage, right? It's your heart and knowing where you stand and how you feel a lot of the time that makes you brave and inspired in the ways that you are. You really do need to have an open heart space. That doesn't mean you need to be sharing it with someone specifically, but you need to have it open for yourself. A lot of your creativity and leadership as well, like that comes from the heart. So let's see. What does, not Cancer, you might be dealing with a Cancer or have Cancer in your chart prominently. But what is Leo saying they won't forget? The Lovers, the Eight of Pentacles, the Sun, the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. That will do it, in fact. The King of Wands, Five of Wands in reverse, Seven of Pentacles in reverse. Blech. Yeah, no. I understand why you're like, you know, like middle fingers in the air. Fuck you. Yeah. It could be better. It could be better. For some of you, we're going to clarify this a little bit, but yeah, someone did kind of afflict your heart here, and they drained the hope from it. Specifically, it's showing me this King of Wands energy. This could be, no, this isn't you. You're the Queen of Wands in reverse. This is this other person. They showed up and I think there's another person that basically they presented themselves as being an equal to you on your level and also like as in something as you were. They showed up as being like claiming something without conflict. Like, I'm all in. There is no conflict here. But really, you're telling me that they weren't truly invested. You're like, and that was a lie. Or then they just revoked their investment. But either way, you're showing me that this is the source of the insecurity and like the what the fuckness for you. Because this is something that resonated incredibly strongly with you at first. And may still, but just not in the form that someone presented themselves in recently. It's like you feel as though someone abandoned or just like basically someone that committed and led you to believe that there was no conflict or tension within that commitment. They somehow pulled back like their entire investment, and this shocked you. You have the Lovers, the Eight of Pentacles, and the Sun, right? So this is like thinking that you are very much in alignment with someone. I feel like this was not a lie though. You were invested in this, as was somebody else. I think there is a strong connection. The Lovers is here in the upright. And then the Eight of Pentacles, there was genuine time, effort, energy, and investment being put in at some point. So in order to revert back to the, like from the Eight of Pentacles to the Seven of Pentacles in reverse, right? We have to actively stop working on something, stop passionately pouring ourselves into something, remove ourselves altogether from the investment. And that's essentially like what has been hurting, what hurt you. Because you're showing me that you felt all the love. The Sun is your ruler here. It's like there was a period of this that was very, if it was romance, it was like very honeymoon phasey. If it was work, it was like an extreme commitment because you feel truly passionate about whatever you're creating. and it's very aligned with you, and seemed, whatever this was, it came across as being willing to put in the work, meet you halfway, be your equal, and you felt this sense of extreme abundance and expansion and possibility, fulfillment, really, on an extremely deep and profound level. And then it's like it was all just taken away. Like it was, you were given your dream and then it was just snatched back, is kind of how that's feeling. Leaving you feeling like you were in it all alone, or you are in it all alone. Yeah. You could feel like somebody walked away, or like you had to walk away despite loving someone still, you know? And so then you're mad. You're like, why did, like, you did this, you know? It's giving that energy. Like, you broke this, you killed our love fern, you know, you drained the love, the life, the hope out of this connection, and I can't forget because I had my heart open and vulnerable, and basically you're saying I was all in. And now I feel very out in the cold. So, yeah. Okay, so now the current situation here that's showing up is making a lot of sense as well. So you have the Three of Wands, and then you have this card of extremes. Hot moon, extremes. Okay. I feel like there's been very intense and a very intense emotional and potentially like sexual element to this. There's desire and emotion showing up. That to you is like a perfect cocktail of like, yes, I want that, because it's incorporating fire into the heart, which is you, right? Basically ruled by the heart, fire sign. It's like bringing that kind of emotional element that is intense and inspiring, that, yeah, it inspires you to lead. It inspires you to open your heart, to put yourself out there, to make strides forwards towards something. But with the Three of Wands, that talks about there being this like sense of it always being just around the next corner, or like you're sitting and you're waiting and you're watching on the horizon and you keep being promised the thing, but the thing never actually comes in, never actually comes to fruition, right? I'm feeling like there's been extremes to this. Like it's very clear that there's been a waiting period for something here. And that could have been when you realized somebody else had removed themselves from the investment. Like, I feel like they were still showing up one way as if they were in it. And now you're realizing, oh, I've kind of been still all in invested in this by myself, even though this person was pretending to still be, to show up, but they've been like removed. That's at least what you're telling me. What the current situation, that's what you're telling me is the reason for how you're feeling and thinking, right? So I don't know if that's completely true, but what is true about the current situation is that you're experiencing extremes and like dualities surrounding your feelings about this, because there's still a sense of, what do I do with this? Right? With the Three of Wands. Is it coming in? Should I even bother waiting? Like, should I ever put effort into this again? Should I just like call it an L and cut my loss? Or tell me what, well, just tell me more about the current situation here. It feels like something being constantly put off, or like someone claiming to be all into something. Yeah. But then, oh, holding on to this illusion. Okay, so what's coming up here is that someone was in still like a self-protective mode while they were pretending to be open and all in. They were actually scared and, you know, holding back. which made it easier for them to just like immediately fully withdraw when something happened in a way that you feel like you couldn't because you were genuinely all in and invested, right? Which I think made you feel stupid. And nobody likes, like, the fastest way to lose someone's love is to make them feel dumb for feeling it for you or giving it to you. And that's the fastest way for someone to just be like, and fuck you forever, you know? Like, it's it sucks. It sucks to be all in and have that realization like, wow, I feel foolish and now I'm never talking to you again because fuck that. You know, it's like one of those things where you don't really want to forget when someone, because it's a betrayal. It's a deception and it's a betrayal, and what it is that it's a withholding of the truth of the situation, which is what deception is, right? And you cannot make an informed decision around the investment and whether you truly want to be in it and open to it when you don't have the truth of like, you don't actually know the truth of what's going on. If someone had not pretended to be all in, well, then you would have maybe regulated your own investment, or you know what I mean? Like, or maybe you wouldn't have given someone access to you in an intimate way, or to the degree that you did, had you known where they were really at. But I feel like you didn't. So it looks like there was a stagnancy that was manifesting in the form of, okay, you keep saying something's going to happen, but nothing is happening. Like, I'm just sitting here looking at the horizon and the ship is never coming in, you know? Like, are you Titanic? Are you at the bottom of the ocean? Like, are you dead? What should I expect here, right? There's something about extremes too. Like, someone could have shown up like really on fire for you, or like portraying themselves as being fully all in, but then like very much pulled back and like put you at the like bottom of their priority list, essentially, while claiming to be like building something solid with you, which obviously the two fly directly in the face of one another, right? Like, when you want something, you prioritize it. When you love someone, you consider them. It's very like black and white in some ways. But this revealed this stagnancy in the physical, something not moving or evolving in the physical, tangible realm. It revealed a lie, or even a strategy. It could have been a strategic lie or just deception, but basically it's surrounding. Someone could have like future faked here if this is relational, but it's like, yeah, this is going to be so abundant. This is fated. This is destiny. I see this going somewhere. Like, I see this as like, you were sent to me by the universe, or like, this is meant to be, and I'm moving towards it with you, right? We're moving towards it together. When the reality was that someone was actually really defensive under the surface. It's like they claimed to be fighting for you, but they were fighting against you. There's also something here, though, about someone being at war with themselves as well. Okay, there's another message coming through here. What about that? The Devil in reverse. Someone couldn't tell if this was their dream and something that they really wanted to commit to, like all in, the 10 of Cups and the Hierophant, or if this was something that they couldn't trust and they just needed to release themselves from it. And the thing is, that's where the extremity in behavior was coming from, is like they themselves were indecisive and insecure. So they were flip-flopping back and forth between maybe like genuinely convincing themselves that they were in, But the thing is, when there is no consistent effort, investment, then like there's no real way of cutting it any other way. You're not in. You're just not in. If you're not prioritizing something, like if you don't prioritize an opportunity, you lose the opportunity. If you don't communicate and connect with someone in a relationship, then you don't have a relationship with that person. Right? So it's very, again, it's kind of like this person, they were very confused, but not so much by the situation, by their own internal state of misalignment. That's what caused them to be wishy-washy with you. It's like coming through as someone who can't take themselves seriously, or doesn't take themselves and their own decisions seriously because they don't know themselves. And they're not making that choice with conviction. So then they go back on it, right? Or they flip-flop. But I think the worst thing that someone can do when they are unsure is like present themselves as being sure. Like, bleh. I just don't like that. That's my personal opinion coming through, not me channeling. Just, not a fan of that. Have experienced that, and it sucks. So that could have felt very energetically draining to you, because it's like this person was on a crazy roller coaster ride and they took you on it with them. And as a fixed sign, that would have been like, it's a no for me, dog. Like, I'm not having a good time here, right? So they're showing me that your greatest strength or embodiment right now. Okay. Oh. Okay. Wow. Plot twist. Okay. Well, I like that I just admitted that was not me channeling, because that was my ego. So I'll admit it. Okay. That was my ego, guys. That was me being like, fuck people who do this, because someone's done this to me and they can suck dick. But anyways, just getting that out of the way. Just going to be real with you, okay? The most honest readers will be real with you about when they're projecting their own shit onto something. That's me. So now we can move beyond it now that we've addressed it. But this person is coming from a place of pain as well, and that doesn't give them... That's not an excuse for shitty behavior or for like misleading another person. But they were very misguided in their approach. What they were trying to accomplish was like, it's almost like they were testing you to validate so that they could know for sure something. And then it's like, once they knew for sure, then they were like, then I'll go all in for real, right? But until then, I'm just going to fake it, hope that Leo doesn't notice. And that's my safety net, so that I can just retreat or like avoid what scares me if I need to, until it's like completely nailed down and I see for sure that Leo is in this, basically. So when they did feel certain about it, they could have truly shown up like with a lot of passion for you and held on to things very strongly. But when they didn't feel it, they could have completely disappeared. They could have ghosted. They could have... It's extremes. So it's like very different ways of showing up just based on how they were feeling at any given moment, which is a really shitty thing to be like. It's just not easy to be in a relationship with someone like that. Obviously, it's a little destabilizing, right? And it's not destabilizing because you're not strong enough in yourself. It's destabilizing because relationships are an energy exchange. And it doesn't matter how stable you are in yourself. If you are intimately exchanging energy with someone who's a clusterfuck for whatever reason, then that's a little bit contagious. It's going to make you feel that way as well, to a degree, because we're influenced by the energies that are closest to us. there's not really any separation, right? Energy is energy, and people's vibrations and realities affect ours. So that's why we need the truth about people or situations so that we can make informed decisions as to what it is we commit to, because we don't want to commit to something that's going to destabilize or throw us off, right? So the Two of Wands in reverse is your greatest strength, or the manifestation of your strongest embodiment. And then the Eight of Wands in reverse is the greatest point of tension or insecurity. It's interesting. There's something that needs to be just talked about. It needs to be communicated very directly, and it doesn't need to be... There's a difference between being direct and being harsh or cruel. Although someone who is very sensitive, or, you know, in their ego or in their feelings or in their woundedness, they may interpret just like direct truth about a situation or like a clear insight that you share with them as like a personal attack. But that's just because they feel so insecure, right? That they're like, the frailty of their ego is already about to collapse. Like, they don't have any internal faith in themselves already. So if you say anything that essentially like is difficult for them to admit, or that they don't want to look at, usually they will deflect and project that back towards you in the form of like blaming you or gaslighting, or just basically doing anything to deflect that off of them. And it's really obvious when people do this. But they're saying that the strongest path for you, or embodiment, is knowing that you are the Empress, that you are the epitome of abundance and expansion, and no one can take that from you or drain that from you, because it's a state of knowing and being. Knowing yourself, like GNO, know yourself. In a deep and spiritual and heart-based sort of way, knowing your capacity and your heart is endless. It is endless. And so from that place, like, how you feel is not dependent on, or is not a reaction or response to somebody else's feelings towards you. That is like how this person functions. You don't have to function the same way. This person was reading you, and then the second that they felt like, ooh, they got skittish, they just bailed in response. But they weren't strong enough, or aren't strong enough in their own internal, like, they're at war with themselves. So they're not strong enough in their own internal conviction to like just know, okay, this is how I feel, this is what I want, I claim it, and I'm sticking to it, right? That's someone who knows themselves and is strong. But internal conflict and tension creates cowardice. It just does, right? It creates flippy floppy cowards. And that's okay. You can't fully commit to something that you're in an internal state of war with yourself over. However, it's just not easy for other people to deal with. But they're saying that there's a cycle that's not over, and that the strongest thing is actually for you to reveal that you are personally fulfilled. Like, you are good. You aren't looking for someone's validation or fulfillment. You just want to know the truth. Like any person, what am I really getting myself into? Who are you really? If I'm investing in you, who the fuck are you? Like, the basics. You need this information to make an informed choice. And the thing is, you're not innately insecure. You're insecure and passive aggressive right now because this pissed you the fuck off, and you have every right to be mad about it. Your insecurity here and anger is coming from mistreatment. And you were mistreated by a wounded person, a hurt person who hurt you, because they have not dealt with their own stuff. And it's irresponsible when you haven't healed your own heart to then like jump into a relationship. Like, you don't have the capacity, right? Be honest with yourself about what your capacity is. And I think that that's the part that bothers me, is because you can't know what you're committing to if someone knowingly deceives you about their true willingness or ability to be what they claim to desire, right? Because you can want something all day. Can you actually be it, though? Can you actually hold it? The things that you're demanding from another, can you give those things too? Do you have the capacity? Because if not, you don't really have any business asking for them, right? And it's one thing to be like, when it feels completely safe, when it's been proven to me that it's safe, then I will give it. That's not the same thing. That's a hypothetical giving of the thing. It's not actually giving the thing. So yeah, there's something there where you're meant to, I feel like, reveal the High Priestess in reverse, yourself. And kind of, this is coming through sort of as like a leading by example a little bit. That you don't need... It's like about something that you're not asking for from somebody else. They may think that you're asking something of them, but you're not. And there's something about it that by standing on your own 2 feet and just pursuing the thing, your own personal dreams, goals, and wishes, and moving independently, like sovereignly, from the conviction of your brave heart, independent of like, regardless of this other person, right? That's how you leave situations and you don't have regrets. You're like, well, at least I still acted in accordance with who I know I am. And therefore, nothing was taken from me. Like, if you're insecure and you feel like you have a limited amount of something, that's when you feel like something is stolen from you, right? But when you know who you are self-renewing in a way that no one can truly deteriorate. Now, that's not an excuse or a reason to be in like a situation with someone who is constantly extracting or exploiting you, because that's abuse, right? But they're saying that your strongest embodiment is one of sovereign self-worth and value, knowing your own value, and knowing how expansive and abundant you are, and making choices to move forwards, not to just sit and wait to be shown the way or wait for someone else's actions, because then you're just becoming the person that has hurt you, right? If you act that way, then you're just doing what they did that hurt you initially. So this is about taking the higher road and not becoming someone who has disappointed you. Also not like holding on to this, I will not forget, right? Set yourself free by reconciling that this wound came from an insecure place. And there's a quote that says something like, it's something like, in order to forgive, you have to recognize like poor behavior, basically, or hurtful behavior as a sign of someone being really hurt. Not coming from a place of just them having an essence of malice and evil. And that again is not an excuse, but it kind of is like the quote, everything is either love or a cry for love. And if you simplify it down to that, which again is not an excuse, but it is a reality, people are either healed and secure and full of love, or they are working towards that walking wounded in some sort of way. And the reality is, none of us are ever fully healed. We're all walking wounded in some way. I think that the goal is just not to further hurt ourselves or others. Do no harm, but take no shit. You know, find a graceful middle ground. And I think that that is what your advice is, or what's coming through as the highest embodiment that you can take. The Eight of Wands in reverse being this point of tension and insecurity, it's like, what is not, it's that something is not being moved on or acted on. I think that you've been waiting for someone to show up and show you that, like I can only move forwards, or I have to wait to know how I'm going to move or what my next move is. And it's too much dependent on somebody else. I feel like bold action from the heart in the direction of love, and that doesn't necessarily mean in the direction of this person. I think what it means is reconciling your own internal conflict and not investing in defensiveness, but dropping the weight. So essentially forgiving for the sake of releasing something that is weighing you down and causing you to show up in a way that's not your true self. Okay. So that's the greatest point of tension, is like not moving, not expressing yourself from this authentic, loving place. And again, it doesn't have to be directed specifically right towards this person, just in general. Okay. So in the immediate future, Leo, you have the Nine of Pentacles. I think you're seeing really clearly that someone has decided to be on the fence and to basically lie about their ability to meet you halfway. They're manifesting from a place of lack. So even if they want to manifest with you, I think that they know deep down that it's not coming from like an abundant or assured place. It's not coming from a place, like, they don't know themselves. And that's very strongly indicated here. So they communicate indecisively, and then you get mixed signals then, right? Like, or you get mixed responses from the universe. But the truth is that there's a wounded inner child here that is creating an emotional unavailability with this person, a shutdown or a numbed out heart space. And you can see it very, very clearly that that is what is making this person, it's like they've decided that they have nothing to offer, or they've decided that you see them as not being enough. Tell me more about the Nine of Pentacles. I just see this as you are at peace. You're healing, you're dropping pain around the reality of where this person is really at, now that you can see it clearly. You're seeing it, you're acknowledging it, you're letting it go. The Nine of Pentacles in the immediate future is basically showing me that you pick the path of the Empress. You pick to return to your sovereign, authentic, assured self, confident self. You know who you are. You believe in yourself. You know your value, and you don't need to prove it, and you don't need someone else's actions to validate it. And someone else's actions or words don't invalidate it either. When you're the Nine of Pentacles and the Empress, someone can say or do whatever they want. They're not going to shake your belief in your knowledge, not just your belief, but your knowing of who the fuck you are. They can try all that they want. The world can try all that they want, but that's not something that can be stolen. So you don't have to fear. I'm seeing you existing in like, you're sitting pretty. So you're returning to your natural baseline here in the near future. You're in a state of peace of mind, potentially despite there still being a lack of emotional clarity necessarily, or even if someone is someone's behavior is still confusing or scattered. You are basically, it's showing me like recentering yourself in your life so that, and reestablishing this. Basically, it's like, if you've faded, then you're outlining yourself again. You're creating that again, and you're sort of separating yourself, your sovereign self. It's not a you versus them type of thing, but it's like, it's a sovereignty. So you're just not taking on this other person's insecurity, which allows you to heal from what they may have projected at you when you thought that they were the King of Wands in the upright. Is there anything else about the immediate future here for Leo? Also, I forgot about this, but I did channel some insights into the immediate future for you. So I pulled a Lenormand card as well as an astrological insight. And you guys got Saturn. It's interesting. Gemini also got Saturn. So maybe there's a Gemini that's connected, or you're tied to that. Maybe you want to watch the reading. But Saturn, wisdom, and you also got the bouquet from the Lenormand. So what I got from this, there's something about, oh wow, this adds another layer. Wow. Okay, so what I wrote is responsibility to guide / pay it forward, discipline, time, ambition, tradition, and maturity. A gift that makes you feel good and assures you that all is well will come through as a surprise. And that is in direct. I think that there's this, you guys are leaders and you rule the heart, right? You are literally the brave-hearted leaders. And that doesn't have to be like a position of leadership. It can be like leading by example, by taking the high road, or paying it forward, or offering grace, or forgiveness, or opening your heart instead of shutting it down and acting like seeking revenge or being passive aggressive or resentful, right? You are strong. It's showing me that over time you've applied ambition and discipline, and you have matured. You have your own traditional way of doing things, or traditions that serve you very much. And I think that your baseline way of doing things is to be kind and brave and move with an open heart. And because you know that you have more capacity and strength to do that than most people, I think that you feel this responsibility, not an obligation. It's not that. It's like you know who you are, and so therefore, you know, with great power comes great responsibility. There is a great power in the kind of heart that you have, and the way that you show love to people, and the way that you lead with love or with an open heart, even when it's fucking scary. That's profoundly powerful to those around you, just even to witness. Even if they're not engaging directly in you, it's really powerful, Leo. So I think that you're tuning back into that, and you're allowing that to fuel your forward motion, not like insecurity or resentment. And there's something about that that's very inspiring. And I think that it is bringing in some form of abundance for you in the near future that's going to surprise you, but it's some form of gift. And it's going to feel personalized to you. It's almost like the universe saying, good job, babe. Like, feel good, keep on doing what you're doing, but it's going to assure you that everything is okay, one way or another. Is there anything else for Leo before I let them go? No. Be at peace. Rest easy. Okay? Rest easy. I'm almost wondering if something about what this person experienced, like their truth may be that they are the King of Wands as well, right? But something, again, they were hurt, and whatever hurt them, it put them into a state of internal conflict and fear, being triggered basically. And they chose to act from that space by protecting themselves, by, misrepresenting themselves, or basically, I think they misrepresented themselves because they stopped genuinely believing in themselves. Kind of like how you've been disconnected a little bit, or you kind of got pulled out of alignment with your authentic self here. You're going to go back into it, right? It's almost showing me that somebody else, the same thing happened to them, but they didn't choose to move bravely from their heart initially in response to that. They chose to believe some fear that they have about themselves, which is that they are not valuable, they are not seen, they are not seen as worthy, they are not enough, basically. And so then they decided to move from an insecure place. Yeah, because they feel that some communication that they got, some knowledge that they learned, it put them out in the cold as well. So they felt in a space of lack for some reason as well, and that's what initially sort of triggered this. So I don't know if that's something that happened before you or if that had something to do with you, but regardless, you can fight fire with fire by sinking to a place of insecurity and indecision and holding on to things that hurt you. Or you can bring the energy to the situation that you desire out of the situation and see if that changes things. So rather than becoming, again, the person that hurt you and walking wounded and, holding on to that in terms of like, now I better self-preserve because who knows, right? Like, you don't need to do that. You're strong. You don't have to live out of a place of self-preservation. That's not living anyways, right? But you don't need to do that. And so maybe you showing up as being like, I don't need to do that, is going to potentially show somebody else that they also are strong enough to show up boldly from the heart instead of just believing and acting out of like their worst insecurities. Okay, so I think that that's very positive. All right, Leo, I love you. And we're going to move on now. We're moving on to Virgo. My Virgos. Let's see what's going on with them. What's going on with you first? Okay, I need to clean my glasses because they're feeling a little bit dirty. Okay. Let me change this. There we go. Feels like strength is there are things being asked of us right now. It's interesting. It kind of ties into the energy that I've been feeling from the collective, is that like there is a shift taking place. A very strong energy is prevalent and people are dealing with it in different ways, as they always do. But some people feel more equipped, I guess, to deal with the things that they feel coming or that are coming up, either externally or from within them, right? Than others. And so when people don't feel equipped, or when they feel insecure or scared or triggered, right, they don't act like themselves. They act like a scared person or a wounded or triggered person. And that's not an accurate reflection of who they are or how they are. And so to the greatest degree that we can, without, again, like accepting abuse, right, from other people, I think that showing up with grace and trying to understand rather than just like judge or criticize is very healing at this time. And it is a way of leading for those who are stronger and more confident to show up in a way that is like validating, affirming, and inspiring to those who feel a little bit lost or a little bit like afraid, right, of what is ahead of them or what they're facing at this time, whatever that may be. So if you're someone who can do that, then obviously with healthy and sovereign boundaries and not at your own expense, do that. That's a gift. You're a healer if you do think that's bringing the energy to the world, being the change that you wish to see in the world. It sounds lame, but it's like that's how you do it. That's it, right? And there are times when that's needed even more than other times. And I just feel like now is one of those times. So if you can, then do. All right. Okay. Virgo. Let's see what's going on over here. You're welcome, Squishy Bish. Love the love fern. It's from How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. You probably know. What's up, Luminary? Can they actually suck dick? You doubt their competence. I guess you'd have to find out. Risk being disappointed, my friend. You got blocked on Monday evening, and he was knocking at your door the Tuesday because he couldn't sleep and didn't know what Monday was about. I know. You love it's like, you're giving me whiplash, buddy. There is sound, Val, so I don't know. There definitely is sound. So that's a thing on your end. You might want to just like leave and come back in. But there definitely is, because everybody else can hear me. So you might need to restart or something like that. What's up, Starlova? Okay. Let's see. Everyone can still hear me, right? I'm pretty sure. There's no sound issues. Yeah, just try going out and coming back in. It could just be like well, you just heard me, obviously. You said okay. You said okay. So there's sound. I think we just confirmed that. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, good. 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 Sometimes YouTube is weird like that. Like sometimes the chat doesn't work. You got to go in. Like it's the classic, just turn off the power and restart it, or just exit out and come back in. You know, it's weird how that is like the solution for most things. It's like, it is that simple sometimes. I love that. Okay, Virgo. Virgo, what's going on? How do I channel? I can't really. I would be here for like approximately 12 hours if I was to try to explain that. But my gifts, my primary gifts are claircognizance and clairsentience. So it's like clear feeling and clear feeling and clear knowing. So I'm a Pisces, so like I swim through the energy, basically. Everybody channels differently though, so it's kind of difficult to explain. Because it's definitely not a one-size-fits-all thing. But yeah. Just also, we all have the ability to channel and be super like in tune spiritually. A lot of it has to do with like your willingness to see the truth, speak the truth when it's difficult. You also have to like have a level of personal maintenance that can be really difficult. Honestly, just being honest, it's not always easy to be like humble or to see the truth if the truth is something that you don't want to see. You know, it's not easy. So some of it has to do with just maintaining a state of personal alignment and having healthy habits and good spiritual hygiene and yeah, investing time and effort into connecting with yourself, your guides, that sort of thing. But there's a lot that goes into it, I guess. Virgo. Virgo. Stop. Okay. Okay. Why you gotta go and make things so complicated? Not you, not a Virgo, never. You would never do that. Okay, let me stop. I'm just playing. Let's get 3 more cards. But seriously though, why you gotta overcomplicate this? Just be honest. Let's see. I'm channeling a lot of songs for you. Jangs? I think my Rottweiler just like howled. Let me just pull your 2 last cards and I'm just gonna go make sure that he's okay. I don't know what he's howling at. Yeah. You are simultaneously both overcomplicating and oversimplifying something. Why does that feel like something only a Virgo could really pull off and be smart enough to justify? Sometimes you guys crack me up, but I love you. Okay. Well. Let's see. Okay, you are healing this. Good. Things might just be confusing. A bit of a cluster F here while you work something out, but that's okay. As long as you're working it out. Okay, well, the message here couldn't be more clear, babes. You want to meet someone in a specific space, a space of the heart, specifically. You want to. That's not the issue. Okay. There's something deeper at play here. Let me just go check on the doggo. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that was him that just howled, although let me just double check and see if he's okay. Django? Are you okay? Are you howling in your sleep? What are you doing? Are you sleeping and breathing and howling in your sleep? Are you going to chicken? Are you done farting? Okay. I think he was howling in his sleep because he does seem to be passed the fuck out, so. Intriguing. He seems to be fine. Not sure what the howling was about, but he's looking okay. All right, so let's timestamp Virgo and get into this. That. Also, something I need. Okay. There. Okay. What is good, Virgo? I hope you guys are excellent. And let's just get right on into your reading, babes. So let's start by looking at you, your current signifiers, where your head is at, where your heart is at, or how you're feeling a little bit. And then the surrounding energy or situation. And we'll go from there. So your current signifier is coming through as the Five of Wands. Okay, just looking at my eyeball. The Five of Wands. Also, I was channeling a song that I want to include in this reading because I feel it's very relevant. So let me just pull it up on my phone before I forget. The Five of Wands, though, it can be an energy of being in a state of competition. It doesn't need to be with anyone other than yourself, honestly. But it's like if you are competing with yourself, then it's usually two or more, like, doesn't have to be oppositional, but misaligned elements of yourself, basically. So this could look a lot like cognitive dissonance, right? For instance, which is basically where you have a belief or a value and your actions are not in alignment with it for whatever reason. And so it creates internal tension or conflict. Because you're not acting in accordance essentially with your own like belief system or values. It could look that way. Let me just find this song. I knew it was going to do that. Okay. Two cards came out for your perspective or something that's happening in your head space or the way that you're perceiving things that is impacting stuff right now. So you got trust and compassion both in reverse. So this is trust is a solar plexus card and compassion is a heart chakra. And them being in reverse just means that you're showing up a little bit more in the triggered expression. So the trigger statement for trust, it says, what if something happens? And the true statement is, I take my hands off of the wheel. It says, you are not alone. The universe is working with you. Relax and enjoy the adventure. And then compassion, the trigger statement is, I am unlovable. The true statement is, I am love. It says your heart is healing and expanding with love. Spend time showering yourself with that love and then share it with others. I am unlovable. What if something happens? Okay, so the great thing is that in your heart space or your emotion, you got healing. And all that blue energy has to do with your throat chakra and your third eye, basically the way that you see and perceive yourself and then the world and others as an extension of that is shifting, and then your embodiment and expression of your most authentic self will shift with that too. So this is healing. It says in a state of healing, regaining strength, downtime, self-care, and putting yourself first. Okay, so I do feel like there's been a bit of exhaustion here because you've been back and forth. You've been at war with yourself, basically. Something inside you is at odds with itself. And I think it's that there's something that you want to trust, and it's around your heart, but it requires confidence. And you are more in a fear-based space. What if something happens? And the fear is based on a core belief of not being lovable. Okay. Sorry, I'm just like releasing energy because that feels heavy. It does. It feels... I don't like it. Because I love you. And I want you to love you and know that you are lovable. You are lovable in your authenticity though. Like, show up as yourself here. But that's hard to do when you're at odds with yourself, right? And when you don't believe that you are lovable, or when you feel like an insecurity or fear has been validated enough times, it's easier to believe the bad stuff, honestly. Especially when that mirrors a self-limiting or, negative belief that you have about yourself. It's easier to believe when that is validated by the outside world or somebody else versus when someone or the world comes at you with a message of like, you are worthy just as you are. You are enough. You don't need to prove yourself. You don't need to earn love. You don't need to earn worth. Just fucking be yourself and let me love you. Let it be that easy, And you're like, cannot compute. It's like the smoke starts coming. As someone who has been there, I get it. I do get it. But the thing is that the surrounding energy or situation here that you're moving through, or that is moving through you, is the Four of Wands. Ah, yes. The coveted love. The thing is, the Four of Wands is about sovereign love. It is about loving yourself and enjoying yourself first and foremost, basically staying centered in your own life and offering love from that place, so that your love, the love that you both give and receive, it feels liberating and secure at the same time. It feels safe, but also free, not possessive or obsessive or like an attachment or something that holds you down or holds you back. But just something that is built on the foundation of individual joy, right? And belief and devotion to yourself, first and foremost, not in a selfish way, in a healthy way. So this is the situation that you're moving through. And so you moved from the Four of Wands into an internal state of the Five of Wands. And this is making a lot of sense because I think that this being in your surroundings, essentially this could be someone who is okay on their own. They don't need you. And they're also not asking you to be a specific thing, a specific version of yourself, or to show up a certain way. They're just asking you to show up. But you can be very perfectionist and critical of yourself. I am unlovable. And I think that that is what pushed you. This is what pushed you into the Five of Wands because it directly challenges this belief in yourself. You have to love yourself to be in the Four of Wands. You have to love yourself to be in the Lovers. You straight up just cannot exist within these dynamics and structures if you believe that you are unlovable without being pushed into a state of conflict and tension inside of yourself, because it's going to force you to confront that self-limiting belief, right? Anytime like that sort of love and devotion is offered to you, the kind that's genuinely, it's offering itself to you not because it wants something, but because it wants to. It wants to offer itself to you, period, point blank. It's not, there isn't like an expectation or a price tag that's hidden or the need to perform. And if you are someone who has existed in structures where those things weren't the case, right? Then that's not going to feel, it's going to feel abnormal. It's going to feel uncomfortable. Maybe even significantly more uncomfortable than showing up and performing or being a people pleaser or just conforming to others' expectations or like obligations, rather than being yourself and genuinely accepting and loving yourself for who you are, right? It's uncomfortable. Clarifying that, you got devotion and the Spider here. So the Spider talks about planning and focus, but it can also talk about digesting something, like working through something as you are focused on it. And then this devotion card, it talks about passion. Specifically, kind of like, it can talk about an unconventional type of passion or desire, or sort of like worshiping, not worshiping passion, but like not being afraid to really give into your passion, your desire, your eroticism, and not being afraid to merge with that or with someone. But again, it's because you're coming from an individually fulfilled and sovereign place. An internal state of balance that doesn't need anything from anyone. The Four of Wands is associated with the astrological placement of Venus in Aries. Venus, the feminine, in Aries, or in Aries, the masculine. I was like, wait, am I saying this right? So both are there, the masculine and the feminine, in the heart space. So it's like, if you master that, which is a placement that I have, and trust me, the struggle is real. It's a placement that is called in detriment for a reason. It's not the easiest. But when you do balance it and you are sovereign and you know yourself, it's extremely gratifying love to both give and receive. because it's free. It's free love. It's genuinely not asking. It's not saying, it's not conditional, right? It's not saying, here's my love here's my love under these conditions, or else I'm taking it. It's like, no, here's my fucking heart. Here's my love. And it's because I'm not insecure. Because I'm balanced within my own heart space. I'm secure and safe within myself. So then when I give to you, I can do that freely. And again, I feel like I always have to state this, but there's like slightly delulu people out there. This is not talking about abusive relationships, okay? This is not talking about like absorbing abuse from someone because you're balanced internally and you can give the love. You can love those types of people from a distance, right? But you don't need to engage and like be deteriorated, I guess, or manipulated, or you don't need to accept abuse ever. Fucking ever. So just remember that as well, okay? Now it's interesting too, Virgo, because I was pulling cards. Like I had a deck out that's an archetype deck, and originally I was going to pull one from that deck to indicate like if there's another person outside of you that is involved prominently in your current situation or surrounding energy. And I shuffled through for every single sign, and your sign is the only sign that an archetype came out for from that deck. So no other sign, a card came out, a card wanted to come out. And the card that came out for you, for the other person in the situation, is the lover archetype in the upright. So in the light attributes. So it says great passion and devotion. Devotion, passion, great passion and devotion, unbridled appreciation of someone or something. The shadow attribute is obsessive passion that harms others or self-destructive devotion. In other words, being devoted to something that is abusive or harmful, right? Or, yeah, a person or a habit or a belief system, really anything. Okay. You got a lover on your hands, babe. You got a lover on your hands here. And this person outside of you that showed up very clearly is they're offering you this devotion. I think that it's just taking you a long time to like digest what's actually being offered to you, because it puts you in such a state of conflict with your own crappy beliefs about yourself, honestly. This is asking you to challenge your own self-limiting beliefs, your belief that you are not lovable, your belief that you can't trust anyone, your belief that you can't heal these broken spaces inside of you or open them up to somebody else. That's what's being challenged by the current situation, okay? But even though it may not feel safe, if this is your reading, I can guarantee you that it is. It is safe and it's true. Now, if it's not your reading, then you'll know that, right? There's a big difference between like abuse and feeling safe and loved and just like overwhelmed and intimidated and scared by that. You are very smart. You are not stupid at all. So you can discern that 100%. I'm not worried about you being able to discern that. Okay, is there anything else here? But it feels like someone's trying to offer you love and extreme, like unbridled passion, devotion, and appreciation. But this could be uncomfortable because perhaps someone sees you in a light that you don't see yourself, and you have a difficult time believing that it's true, or that they, yeah, you have a difficult time believing that it's true. You don't believe that it's true, I feel. And it's because of past disappointments here that you're still focused on. And you're not seeing this massive, massive cup, this huge cup of divine love behind you, because you're focused on these little... This is giving that you're bored, you're ambivalent, or you're numb because of your immediate surroundings. The Three of Cups can talk about your friend group, your family, your community. For some reason, I'm getting that because these cups are still standing, but this person's like, I'm fucking bored. You know, like, please kill me. It's like, why am I here? That's where you're actually meant to be. But it's almost like what you're surrounded by, I feel like, has validated these beliefs about yourself, or you've been in one particular situation that doesn't challenge your beliefs about yourself for so long that you've become a little bit disconnected from... It's like everything is boring. Nothing lights you up. Nothing is exciting. You've been disappointed again and again, time after time. And so you just stopped expecting to ever not be disappointed, right? There's something there about that. It's quite an interesting reaction, though, to the Four of Wands, devotion, and the Lover. The Four of Cups it's showing me that you have a woundedness in your heart that definitely needs to be reconciled for there to be justice in some sort of situation. For you to get what you truly desire and deserve, whatever this is in your heart needs to be radically revolutionized. And with this Plutonian energy, it will be. It is. So this might feel jarring. It might feel like it is setting fire to all of your defenses. And that's good. That's great. That's optimal. Because those defenses need to die. Okay? For you to actually see. You need to remove that. That needs to be removed. But there's like an ambivalence that's like you had become numb or disconnected to a degree, or you stopped having faith or belief. And that was not instilling, it wasn't like inspiring you to really do anything from what I'm seeing. You're just kind of showing up as ambivalent and bored, drained, emotionally unavailable from everything. Like you're so sick of feeling disappointed that you stopped feeling anything. But the thing is, in order to avoid disappointment, like, if you're trying to avoid one emotion, then you're going to shut it all out. You're not going to feel the good either, right? So there's something here that I feel like you shut down so that you wouldn't feel disappointment anymore. However, that has prevented you from feeling or seeing something that's pretty obvious. Yeah, it's pretty obvious, pretty big. Okay. Okay, so the strongest embodiment or your greatest strength at this time. Wow, there's a lot of major arcanas here. There's 3 out of 5 cards. So yeah, the World in reverse. This is Saturnian energy. That's your greatest strength or embodiment. And the Wheel of Fortune is actually your greatest insecurity or a point of tension. Yeah. It doesn't feel like you're actually making this complicated. It feels like this is legitimately bringing up a smorgasbord, a huge amount, a huge array of very complex thoughts and feelings from inside of you. It's like digging down into the depths of you and uprooting all of this crap, right? But they're saying that your greatest strength, the world in reverse, be honest with yourself about where you're at. There's something here. There's a lesson you haven't learned. There's a cycle that's not closed. There's something that you're still working through, and it takes time. Your greatest point of tension or insecurity might be that you don't feel like you have time. The Wheel of Fortune can be like, okay, but this is like the thing that is destined for me is right in front of me now. So I can't like take my time working through this wound, or it's like there's this intensity or this sense of pressure. I think that the intensity is coming from the fact that you're undergoing a freaking massive transformation. And that process cannot be sped up. It can't. There is no cutting corners. There is no side, walking around the outskirts of it. But the Wheel of Fortune in your greatest point of tension or insecurity could also be that like an overly passive approach, like just taking your hands off the wheel and being like, destiny will take care of it if it's from me, when really, not really, like the destiny or the Wheel of Fortune can drop something at your feet, but it's up to you to pick it up. Or it's up to you, like it might ring your doorbell, but you have to open the door. You know what I mean? You can't be passive with your own destiny. You have to be the architect of your own life, because you have free will and agency. So you have to assert yourself in some sort of way, even if that's just to embrace or receive what is being offered to you. But tell me about the world in reverse. Why is accepting this ongoing process and this lesson that's being translated into wisdom is what I'm hearing? This lesson is being translated into wisdom. Okay. But I'm also hearing piece by piece. So there are pieces to it. Take your time. And also there's something about, if you're defensive, you can't simultaneously be receptive, no matter how bad you want to be. Okay, so what's the world in reverse? The Emperor in reverse. Okay. Yeah. You're learning to be in true dominion over your own life. You're learning how to take the reins. But the Emperor in reverse isn't there yet, right? They're functioning from a place of insecurity. But you're trucking through. You're like do 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 at the pace of the Knight of Coins, which can feel a little bit, but it's it's okay. It can be a little frustrating. It can be a little frustrating because it feels a little bit like, just real slow moving. But I think that that's kind of the pace that needs to be, because you need to stay grounded as you move through this experience, and it is an intense experience. So if you try to rush through it, you're going to throw yourself off balance, right? Or it's going to be ungrounded, and then it's not going to feel safe or secure to you. So it's very important. Like, the Emperor is sovereign. The Emperor knows themselves. That's why they can show up and be in Aries energy and be in dominion of their life and make shit happen and make choices firmly from a place of knowing themselves, knowing what they want, and then claiming what they want and creating the life that they desire. So tell me about this Wheel of Fortune. The Queen of Swords and the Queen of Cups. Wow. Okay. There's this thing about alignment. Are your head and heart on the same page? But there's also something about like, you can approach something from both angles. You can approach something with your head on your shoulders, like correct, right? Taking your brain with you, but also being in love, you know, like you need to have both online, really, to be responsible and to be in a state of internal harmony and dominion over yourself. Both of those would be in alignment. But why is this showing up as the greatest point of tension or insecurity? There could also be someone here who triggers or catalyzes this for you, this transformation. The Empress in reverse to your Emperor in reverse, the Ace of Cups. Okay. You guys could trigger this in one another. But there is a point of tension here that it's saying that someone, I think this is your lover here, the lover that showed up, because you're showing up in strong masculine energy. You don't have to be like a man for that to be the case, but that's what's being pulled out of you right now. That's what's being highlighted for you to step into, is your yang energy, your ability to make shit happen in your own life and be confident, right? And assertive and use your own agency and energy to direct that and be confident in how you direct that, and then take action, not be passive, right? Be in dominion and sovereign over yourself here. But the Queen of Swords and the Queen of Cups, yeah, this is the same person. It's not two people, and they have moved beyond something and highlighted or illuminated something for you. It could be that they are moving out of a place of insecurity themselves, but I feel like they're mastering or being called to master their yin energy with the Empress and the Queens coming out. That's what's transforming or being asked to transform for them. And for you, it's your yang energy. So the two of you are kind of like, you're catalyzing each other. You're it's not a direct mirrored reflection though, because it's showing me that your progress isn't in alignment. And that's actually what's creating this feeling of tension and pressure for you and discomfort currently. It's like this other person, right? They are now in this energy where they were once in the Empress in reverse, but that has that's transformed. That transformation has taken place, okay? So you could still be seeing or perceiving someone as this, but in reality, like they're totally different. They have transformed. They are the Four of Wands, devotion, and the Lover in the upright. Like this person is claiming their passion and devotion, their love for you, where they could have been a bit self-destructive or obsessive, insecure, you know, something like that previously, but they're not anymore. That's evolved now. And so this point of tension or insecurity is that I think you're witnessing that this person has changed in both the way that they perceive things. They're clear, and they're also in the way that they show up emotionally. They're clear in the head and heart. They're aligned in the head and heart, which is highlighting that maybe like now is the time to move forwards on something. But there's also this like indication that you're aware that someone else is ready and you don't feel like you are ready yet. So don't rush things. Don't rush things, because if you do rush things, I think that that's when you're going to be defensive because you're not ready yet. And that's okay. That's why your greatest strength is to accept the World in reverse and the Emperor in reverse. You can only handle the current situation by acknowledging the truth of it, right? The first step is being honest with yourself about what is true, right? Only from that place can you actually work with what is true. So it's important that you do that, that you don't feel pressured, because if you're defensive, you can't be receptive. And if you aren't receptive or you're defensive, then you're going to push this away. There's going to be self-destruction, or there's going to be like sabotaging tendencies. Okay, whether you want to do that or not, whether that's your intention or not, okay? But yeah, someone has gained a higher perspective and their heart has evolved, and it seems like they're comfortable and confident being, like choosing something, choosing you. Let's just be honest, choosing you. You might not be with this person right now, or maybe every time you try to come back together and give, there's injustice. But that's because, yeah, you're trying to expand from a place of Sagittarius, Jupiter energy. You're trying to expand from like an insecure, or you're just not ready. Virgo, they're in reverse, right? And it's because the moon, you're working through some deep fears, insecurities, doubts. I am unlovable. I don't trust people, right? Like, you can't bypass that. You have to get to the core of that and resolve that within yourself. And you are doing that. It just takes time. So give yourself that, okay? Because if you rush forwards, you're not going to get what you're rushing towards. You won't be able to hold it or receive it correctly. Okay, so approach it when you have the capacity to actually hold it and honor it and be honest and real within it, okay? Otherwise, you will kill it. So in the immediate future is the Lovers. Okay. The Four of Wands is the 1111 card. You have the Lovers, you have the Lover, you have the Devotion card, you have the Queen of Cups, you have the Wheel of Fortune. There's love here. There's a lot of it, and it seems to be destined along your path. So tell me a little bit more about the Lovers here in your immediate future. Very prominent. You could be dealing with a Gemini or someone who has strong Gemini in their chart. You might. There's also Aries and Saturn here. Saturn is in Aries right now. Maybe you have that placement. Maybe you're in your Saturn return. Tell me about the Lovers. Scorpio in reverse, the Tower in reverse, and Capricorn. Okay. The love is there, but it's a choice. And again, there's something about patience making this choice, because something is not understood yet. The transformation has not happened yet. And so the action cannot be taken yet. The Tower is Mars energy. So there's a huge emphasis on masculine energy here for you. Mars, the Emperor, is the divine masculine, and Aries, which is ruled by Mars. Scorpio is co-ruled by Mars. The world, Saturn, it's like daddy energy. It's like evolved masculine energy. There's a lot, and then even one half of the Lovers, it's yin yang, right? There's a lot about your masculine energy and you mastering that. There's also something though with Capricorn about doing it the right way. Mastering something is just not something that you can get to. Like, you can't fake it. And with Saturnian energy, you also can't fake it. But I don't think that something huge, I think that there's work going into this Lovers connection in the immediate future, but indirectly. I don't see direct action being taken towards this, but I do see the choice being made to invest energetically into it, or to heal, not just for this, but you're also reaching a level of internal alignment here too in the near future. So I also pulled, to further expand on what's happening in the immediate future, I pulled a Lenormand card and an astrological insight. And then I just jotted down some intuitive notes that came from that. So you actually got from the deck that I pulled the astrological insight, you got an extra card, which is the numinous, and it just represents mystery. It represents shadow work, other worlds, and the need to trust yourself. And then the star card from the Lenormand, that also talks about allowing your inner truth to lead, and then knowing that it leads you to success, healing, and progress that you're seeking. But you have to trust yourself and follow your own internal guidance to get that which you seek or desire. Okay. Okay, so is there anything else here for Virgo that wants to come through? Oh, right, the song that I channeled. Okay, let's end on this note. The song is called Fear, and it is by an artist called NF. This is the song, Fear by NF, okay? Specifically the line I was channeling. Should I read the lyrics? I'll also maybe try to remember to note, like to put this by your timestamps if you guys want to listen to it. Okay, well, Spirit's just saying just read the lyrics and we'll close on that, okay? So I'll let you know when we get to the part that I was actually channeling, but this song is very impactful. This song hits me hard specifically as well, or it has in the past, but so it's called Fear, and he says, "Hello darkness, my old friend, knocking at the door again, begging me to come outside and let you back into my life. Now usually I'd be strong enough to lock the doors and keep them shut, but not today. I'm desperate, so go ahead and come on in." And then he says, "Made a promise to myself I wouldn't let the fear back in, but then I did though. Told the world I was sick of running, then went back to running. What a joke. Disappointed? Yeah, me too. I thought I had finally made a breakthrough. Guess not. It's the same song and dance. You've all seen it before. Darkness holds out his hand, then we walk to the floor. Every decision made isn't mine anymore, like a puppet with strings. I just don't have a choice." Standing back, watching my mansion burn to ash while I hold the gas can, asking God if he started this fire. Is this what you wanted? Make all my hopes and my dreams come to life just to lay them to rest? Is this what you wanted? Give me a false sense of peace just to show me what peace really is. Is this what you wanted? Me on the verge, on the edge, petrified, scared to death. Pray to God, desperate. Is this what you wanted? Me hanging by a thread, empty heart, nothing left, breaking down, spiraling. Is this what you wanted? So it's interesting because this isn't actually the song by NF that I was thinking of, but that's the one I went to. The song that I actually heard is called Happy. And there's just one particular line where he says, maybe I'll just, I'll pin or I'll note both songs here in your, it always just starts playing, like by your timestamp. So if you want to listen to them, you can. But the part I was channeling in the song Happy, he says, I don't know why, but I feel more comfortable living in my agony, watching my self-esteem go up in flames, acting like I don't care what anyone else thinks, when I know truthfully that that's the furthest thing from how I feel, but I'm too proud to open up and ask you to pick me up and pull me out this hole I'm trapped in. The truth is I need help, but I just can't imagine who I'd be if I was happy. That's the line I channeled. the truth is I need help, but I just can't imagine who I would be if I was happy. You know? This makes me want to cry. You know when you've been down so long, I've been down so long, it looked like up. Yeah. You know, it's like I've been this way so long that it literally feels like something is off when I'm not depressed. I have issues that I won't address. I have baggage. I haven't opened yet. I've got demons I should put to rest. I've got traumas that I can't forget. Phone calls I've been avoiding. You know, things I said I shouldn't have let slip. Hurtful words that never should have left my lips. Bridges burned I'm not ready to rebuild yet, and insecurities I haven't dealt with, right? And the song is about him being lonely and still being the last one to admit that he needs a hand to hold, that he needs help. He feels most at home in this state of comfortable agony, basically. And girl, as a Scorpio rising with Pluto in Scorpio conjunct and my moon and Chiron in the fucking 8th house, fuck do I ever feel it. Like, relatable. But I think that it's kind of relatable to every human at one point or another in our lives, honestly. At some point we have to decide if we're going to be right or if we're going to be fucking happy. Are you going to insist upon being right about yourself, that you are unlovable, that you can't trust anyone? Because those aren't things to brag about being right about, you know? And I'm not shitting on or criticizing you. I'm just saying I can guarantee you that you're not unlovable. I can guarantee you that there are people in your life or in life that you can trust. People who want to love you, not from a manipulative or exploitive or selfish place. They just want to love you. But if you are more happy, if you can't comprehend what life would be like fulfilled and happy and trusting and believing yourself worthy of something, then the chances of you letting it in is slim to none. So no one can do that work for you to prepare you for that, right? But you deserve it. In fact, you deserve nothing less. You deserve joy and love as your fucking baseline, because you are innately valuable and worthy. And it doesn't matter how many times you fuck up. It's not about being perfect, Virgo. Because the truth is, you are an infinite work in progress. You will never, ever reach perfection, because no one ever does. No one is perfect. And the people who think that they're perfect are the furthest from it, because they're delusional. Completely deluded. They're not really looking at themselves if they believe that they're honestly perfect, right? So let yourself be imperfect and believe that you're still worthy and lovable despite that. Because we all are. And we all are. But you have to believe it. It starts with you. Genuinely. Because if someone comes in and tries to give you this thing that you don't trust, or this thing that you don't believe you deserve, or that you're numbed out to recognizing, then it's gonna pass you by. And it came to you for a reason. Okay? So that's what I see. That is what I see, Virgo. I love you. I fucking love you. And I love you just as you are. And it looks like somebody else does as well. So let them. But the only way you can let them is by loving yourself the same way first. So let yourself challenge these beliefs, because I think that it's time for you to experience life and yourself in I think you're ready to be happy. I think you're ready to be happy. I think you want to be happy. Okay? All right, baby. We're moving on to Libra. Okay. Let's see. What's up, guys? He's making you feel sick, acting a fool. Yeah. Sometimes it does feel that way. Grand Rising. What's up, Crystal? You have to shut down your feelings, or you have shut down your feelings. You feel it isn't worth to give your love to anyone. I've understood. I make you cry every week. Me too, babe. Me too. It's okay. It's Cancer season. We're all mushy emo buttheads, right? Just trust me. Even the people that are acting like they're not behind closed doors, they're feeling feelings. Okay. What's up, Andrea? Loving these lives. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. You woke up to let the dog out. Virgos, I know you're going through a lot. Need a big warm hug and love. Deserve happiness. Yeah. I mean, I think it's been challenging with the South Node in your sign. It's challenging. That's going to challenge you, right? It's going to specifically challenge, like, shit that you've already experienced that you're ready to break free from. The South Node is going to highlight, like, you've already been there, done that, babes. You know, like, let go so that you can experience more, or just something new, something different, right? You can take what you've learned, the positive parts, but you don't need to, like, those are already integrated into you. So just release what is not necessary, release what is not true. And again, like, take your time with that. Don't rush things, but also don't be passive or disconnected or defensive. Like, don't rush, but also don't stand in your own way either. Okay? And don't do both simultaneously, for the love of God. All right. We're moving on. What was I gonna say? Christina, I understand. I understand. Honestly, I really, really do. I understand feeling that way. It's like, why would I share my love with a world that is, I don't know. There's a specific kind of, like, broken shutdownness when you keep trying to give your love to broken people, or to people that, when you keep trying to love and you continue to be rejected, abandoned, like, mistrusted, and when there's a purity of intention there, that can be extremely hurtful. Like, what the fuck is the point? Like, I can be coming from this incredibly pure, loving place, and what is the point when, like, I'm still not seen, or when I share it, I don't see the impact. I just see people getting triggered or not believing me or whatever. But I can promise you, I can absolutely fucking promise you, you are having an effect when you share love. Even if you don't see it, that kind of love just does not go, it just doesn't go unnoticed. It just does not affect things. So even when it's hard, just know that it is worth it. And that doesn't mean you should constantly overextend yourself. Give that love to yourself first and foremost. Recenter yourself, because oftentimes when we get to that point of being so drained by the world and other people, that we get to this point of believing, like, it's not even worth sharing my love. There's something that is reflecting back to us, like, what is it about how worthy you believe yourself to be that is causing you to continue to overextend, though, until you're bled dry? I'm not saying like that it's a fault, right? But it's something that's being reflected back at you that you should look at. I'm not saying it's your fault, but I'm saying that wants to be highlighted for you. You're not meant to lose touch with that part of yourself. It's vital, in fact. And it's not only vital for you, it's vital for the world. This world needs your love. Everybody's. This world needs as much fucking love. Look around. This world needs as much genuine love as it can get. Okay? It needs us to all line up in a row like Care Bears and just, you know, shoot our love, shoot our shot. But I definitely understand how that is really difficult, and you can feel like, don't let the bastards get you down, you know? But the truth is, sometimes they do. Sometimes the world gets you down. It can wear on us. So make sure that you have that state of harmony and balance with yourself, that you're pouring your love and empathy into yourself first, so that you're renewing and refilling your own cup, because then that love is sustainable, right? But yeah. The last 2.5 years of your life have tanked. I'm sorry. The last like 4 or 5 years of my life have not been what I thought they would be either. Trust me. I came out of a really abusive relationship with PTSD, which was like formally like what's the word? Like I went and got tested by an actual like psychologist, and they were like, yeah, you do indeed have intense PTSD. So it's like, I don't know if anything is, things that are not like, things that cause you to literally not be in control of yourself are terrifying to me. They're so scary to me, because loss of control, especially of like my own mind and feelings and like reactions, is so scary. So essentially I had to deal with my own biggest fear. Diagnosed. Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. I love you. Thanks, bestie. Popping in just to be like, this is the word you want. Yeah, formally diagnosed. Not just like I'm saying I had PTSD and I'm being dramatic and being like, that was a triggering and hurtful situation. No. The thing that people who go to war have, yeah, that. Had that. And trust me when I say that, like, it's taken the last 4 years of my life to crawl out of that, like to dig myself out of that, to rebuild from that. And so I don't know what has gone on in your life the last couple of years, but if I can face like my literal worst nightmare and somehow come out of it, and honestly, I was faced with things even as I was trying to pull myself out of that hell, people, situations, that like I was kicked while I was fucking down. Like down. Like I'm already at the bottom of the motherfucking barrel. What do you want from me? You know, like, um, it's like when it rains, it really fucking pours sometimes. But my point is, you can do it. You can do it. Trust me. Because if I can do that, and I would have never, if you had asked me, I would be like, I cannot survive that. And honestly, I almost didn't. A couple times didn't survive it. But we out here. Woo, woo. And you can do it. So keep your head up, okay? Okay. We're moving on to Libra. All right. I'm gonna go grab a bottle of water, I think, and I'll be right back. Here's Libra's cards. But yeah, you can do it. All of you can do it, no matter what it is that you're facing. I promise you, you are so capable. Just come home to yourself. Take the long way if you have to. Just get there eventually. Okay? Because we need you. The world needs you. They really do. I'm also going to go to the washroom really quickly, so just give me a few moments. not what I meant to do. A bird hit the window when I was in the kitchen, and it scared the shit out of me, and I had to go outside and just make sure that it was okay. Yeah, that was really random and scared me. I hate when that happens. So it was like, it must not have hit super hard, but hard enough that like I definitely heard and knew that something had hit the window. And then I looked out the window and it was sitting like on the fence, kind of like shaking its head and looking a little bit disoriented. So I just went outside until it flew away and just kind of observed, but it looks like it's okay. I'm too sensitive. I'm a Scorpio rising and Pisces sun in Cancer season. You can't hit my window and not make me the most emo person ever. It's not the time for this. Fuck. But yeah, it looks like it's okay. So crisis averted, but still. Not a fan. Not a fan of that situation. Okay. My gosh. Yeah. Poor little birdie. I hope he is okay, because it's traumatizing. Okay, I need to go put sweatpants on because I'm cold now from going outside. I'm also just going to cleanse and just kind of like take one small moment to like, because that freaked me out a little bit, not going to lie. Also, I brought this liquid IV hydration thing to put in my water. Extra hydration. I hope he's okay. Fuck. That was the weirdest timing. It was like literally right as I came up the stairs and entered the kitchen. It was like boom, right into the window. Not cool. Not. Don't spill. That was so weird. Okay. Have you dissolved? Okay. Sufficiently. All right, give me 1 second. One more second. Okay, I don't need to be stressed. He's okay. He's okay, Lisa. Don't stress out about the bird. Me, visibly stressed out. Convincing myself not to be stressed out with the bird. He flew away. He's all right. Okay. This is why I'm exhausted all the time, is because it's that I posted a quote by Aeneas Nin, and it's like, like, I'm never not moved by something. Everything affects me, and that's why I'm drained all the time. And I was like, bitch, preach. Like, I really, I feel seen. Okay. God. Hopefully, maybe the spiritual significance or that message was like, was a tub thumping moment. Like, I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down. Let's hope, right? We can. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm gonna put my sweats on. I'll be right back. Maybe I don't need them. I've already warmed up enough, I think. Okay. We'll bypass. We'll bypass that. I think I'm okay. It's just kind of nippy outside. Okay, Libra. Let's see. What's going on? What a dramatic entrance to your reading. Okay. Are you done being shuffled? I'm guessing you are. Okay, show me Libra. I think I got mosquito bites while I was out there. No. Not cool. Okay, let me turn this down. Also, like the stream if you feel like being supportive and you haven't yet, and you are feeling so inclined with your own free will. It's very helpful and I appreciate it very much. Okay, 3 more cards. Okay. Ooh. Okay, it's too many. Okay. It feels a little bit heavy. Okay. We're about to get called out here. Maybe. Oh my, you got a lot of extra cards here, Libra, for your oracle cards. I didn't notice that many extras came out for you. Okay, let's see. Laptop, why? Why are you doing this? Wow, okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay. Let's dive into this and see what the What's happening? Let's just see what's happening. What's your timestamp? Hi, Libra. I hope you're doing lovely and looking lovely and feeling lovely, all of the loveliness as you usually are. All right, so we're going to just take a look at your energy, your current signifier right now. This won't be like overall most likely, but it will just be surrounding the current situation that wants to be highlighted, okay? So take what resonates for you as always and leave the rest. All right, so a lot of extra oracle cards came out for you. So let's kind of like look through, like, let's see what's going on here together. It's interesting because you are coming out as the Nine of Pentacles, which is just lovely. The Nine of Pentacles is looking good, feeling good, doing good, you know? It's a level of personal security that comes from genuinely knowing and taking care of yourself, knowing your needs and honoring your own needs on an individual scale, not seeking that from the external, that not depending on the external just kind of being a cherry on top of that, or an addition to that. Okay. In terms of your headspace that they want to highlight, you got 3 cards instead of 1. So they're all solar plexus cards. They're all yellow here, solar plexus. Okay, so 2 of them, you have evolution, harmony, and discern. And evolution and harmony are in reverse, which just means that you're functioning a little bit more from the triggered space of those energies. So let's take a look at this here. Okay, so evolution, the trigger statement is things will never change. And the true statement is I attract only what is for my highest good. It says the imbalances and relationships that have been keeping you down are no longer needed. You are ready to transform. Harmony. The harmony card, the trigger statement says, I am boiling over. And the true statement, I allow myself to feel. And it says, give yourself space to decompress and take time to nurture your body, mind, and spirit. Allow emotions to surface and release. Okay. And then discern, the trigger statement, it is not my fault. The true statement, I take full responsibility. It says shift into your body and listen. Release the emotions you've been storing and move forwards. There's something here about honoring your feelings and allowing them to come up. So basically, things will never change. I am boiling over, as in harmony in reverse is makes me think of either temperance in reverse or justice in reverse, really, right? I would say justice in reverse is a little bit more about the external, like something external not being harmonized, but it can still be a reflection of your internal state. But it usually talks more, like that's your card, so you know it usually talks a little bit more about relationships, or some relational element. So especially here with that things will never change. And then I am boiling over is like this reaction, this emotional reaction that can't kind of be contained. It's making its way to the surface, it feels like. I allow myself to feel. Yeah, there's something that you're not allowing yourself to feel just yet. And it's something about like, I think that you may have attracted something here that is not for your highest good, or wasn't for your highest good. It wasn't aligned with you. It may have been, like this card says, an imbalance or a relationship that has been keeping you down, and you're ready to transform from that. But I do think that it's caused maybe a little bit of a stagnancy in your evolution, and it's caused a lack of harmony, or a bit of an imbalance here in your life. But the good thing is, discern being in the upright is that you have humility. I take full responsibility. So it kind of looks like you're going to give yourself time to release some emotions that you've been storing, that you haven't let yourself feel yet. Specifically, you're going to take responsibility for your emotions and process them. And I think that through that, you may already be doing that, but through that process, you're going to see what you need to do to move forwards. You're going to know how to move forwards to reinstill an internal state of harmony, I feel like, and potentially harmony between yourself and somebody else. But first and foremost, it's within yourself. The emotion cards that came out, 2 came out instead of 1. You're just being extra right now, apparently. I'm just kidding. But you got distant and restricted. Okay. Distant, needing space, shut down, detached, cold, removed, withdrawn, and aloof. And restricted says limited options, something in the way, held back, blocked, can't proceed, hands are tied due to circumstances. So this is something outside of you that's causing this. And it's making me think that, like, this is your... Well, the light blue is about your throat chakra. This is coming through as a mix between your heart and your sacral, because it's kind of this like orangey pink. And so that's definitely an emphasis on your emotions, right? Your heart is obviously connected to emotion, but then so is your sacral. It's about desire and creativity, but your sacral is also where emotional energy is often stored there. Specifically emotional stuff that we're holding on to, right? So it's interesting. I feel like you're taking care of yourself and you're okay. Don't get me wrong. It's not like you're like crumbling, but there is something that you need some space and time to process. And I feel like you need to feel safe to honor yourself here to do this. It could make you feel, it's like you need a safe, sacred space, or something that feels like a sanctuary for you to be truly vulnerable with yourself. And I feel like this is something that you are meant to kind of face. Not that you're meant to like detach and shut everybody out, but I do think that this is something that you're being guided to process on your own without like the opinions and input of others first, because that's where true discernment is going to come from. You processing your own feelings, integrating and releasing and working through your own emotions, taking responsibility for your reality in whatever situation this is that's coming up. Yeah, I feel like you have needed space. Let's get some clarity on this though, like some clarifiers here. I feel like there's a bit of an insecurity around these feelings though. Specifically, I think it's around the admission that you attracted something that maybe is part of, or something came towards you that is part of a cycle. So it's something, it feels like that you've experienced something similar before. So you could be beating yourself up like, oh, I should have known better. I shouldn't have been conflicted or in my head about this. I shouldn't have let this affect me so much. I should have seen what this was sooner. I don't know exactly what that is, but I feel like that's a place in you that just hasn't been totally healed yet and just needs a little bit more acceptance and love, not justification or rumination. Like, it doesn't need to make sense why something has happened. Just let yourself experience and hold space for it. That's the most important thing right now, I think, okay? Anything else about Libra's current energy? Yeah, no, I feel like, yeah. Yeah, I think that what has made you feel out in the cold, Libra, is that someone manipulated you here a little bit. What you're showing me is that you believed that there would be like resolution or reconciliation in some sort of dynamic or situation. Someone specifically came in potentially offering that. The Knight of Swords in reverse, though. It was not, it was a lie. The Knight of Swords in reverse is just, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Like, they don't know even what their truth is, so they really can't, they don't take themselves seriously. They don't know their truth. And so then if they go promising something to someone, well, the chances of that standing up, you know, like actually standing up are pretty slim to none. But I'm seeing that this person basically lied to gain access to you because you have an extremely, you have a beautiful energy. I mean, we know this, but specifically it's like there's something extremely fulfilling about you for this person. First of all, their ego is like gets stroked times 1,000 because they find you incredibly like attractive and magnetic. But this was more about this person, I think, proving to themselves, at least right now, that they could do it. But then it's like what was revealed was that there was actually an emotional clarity on this person's end that like that they were going to let go, like that they never really planned to invest or hold on specifically. So you poured into something and you feel like you manifested disappointment and just things didn't work, and now you have a bit of a loss of hope around something, it feels like, and you're not done processing whatever that is. Okay, so it feels a little tender. Yeah, the thing is though that this is transforming you in a huge way. There you are, this is transforming you in a massive way. I think that it's sharpening your discernment. And for you, someone who is so diplomatic and relational, it's vital. It is vital. This is why you're the Queen of Swords. It's very, very important that you have sharp discernment and clear sight, because you're Venusian, you're attractive, and you're diplomatic and relational based. And so a lot of people are drawn to you, but not everyone should have intimate access to you. Okay. Someone was just working from a place of like self-interest. And yeah, that sucks. And you're telling me here things will never change. And now I'm boiling over. It's like you thought that something was different than what you've experienced in the past, and the way that it presented itself and then turned out being something similar has got you thinking like things will never change. This is just a cycle that's going to continue repeating, or I'm always going to attract, you know, selfish people that want to take advantage or something like that. Okay. But the current situation or surrounding energy is coming through as the 10 of Wands. Something does need to break here. Because right now you're carrying this energy and you're ready to let it go. You need to let it go or it's going to break your back. And it's not your weight to carry. It's clarified by the fates in reverse here. So I'm going to read you the description of this from the book, because when they come out in reverse, it's a protection message. And I just want to see what that says. And we'll go from there and clarify a little bit more with the tarot. But let's see what this says. Okay. So... wow. Wow. Okay, this feels... this feels pointed and yeah. Protection message. It is difficult to understand why painful things happen to good people. Fate is a mystery after all, yet what we do with our circumstances, the way in which we respond to life's challenges, is how we rise up to greet our destiny. Now is one of those times to be aware of your powerlessness to change certain situations and surrender to acceptance. Hang in there. Life will only get better. Act as if you believe that. For the only thing you can control right now is your attitude. When you align with the fates, being mindful of what you can and cannot change, serenity will come to you. Yeah. You showed up in integrity and love and diplomacy, and something painful happened to you. And you might still you have this desire to change your circumstances. And I think it's you don't necessarily, you might know that you can't change this thing that has happened, or you can't change someone. You can't make a liar suddenly tell the truth. You can't make a non-committal avoidant or a manipulator a decent person, you can't make someone meet you where you're at. You only control your side of things and your response to things that happen. But the really important part here, things will never change, and then life will only get better. Hang in there and act as if you believe that, right? The only thing you can control is your attitude. So that's really important. And you are working through it, but that's just being validated here. The situation that you're in, you don't have control to change something, and that could be really frustrating, because I don't think that you necessarily want to change this thing to make it work out in your favor, or maybe you just know that you can't as much as you would like to. The main reason you want to change it is because you're sick of the same pattern repeating, and you just don't want this to be just another, more of the same, right? So Spirit is just highlighting that you can't control that, but you can control accepting what you can't control. You can control surrendering and staying in your own integrity and beautiful energy. And that is going to actually align you with what is for you, right? And allow you to close out this cycle for real. But it feels heavy, and it's because you're at a breaking point. But that's for a reason. It's to close out this Saturnian cycle, okay? I know that doesn't make it easier. Is there anything else you want to highlight about the current surrounding energy here that Libra is moving through? No. It could be that someone from your past they're conflicted. They don't know what they want. They don't know what's toxic and what's not. Like, they are not seeing clearly. And it feels like for some of you, someone from your past returned and kind of like promised, or like the Fool and the Ten of Pentacles. This is like, let's leap. This is like a bold declaration of like, let's leap out into, like, let's get married. Let's move in together. Let's make this thing real. Let's make it tangible. And let's take this bold leap into that, right? Basically coming in and just throwing like everything that you really want, like something secure and real, tangible at you. But the one thing that they were certain of, it looks like, is that they were emotionally clear on the fact that they want reconciliation. However, they're also extremely conflicted in their mind, and they don't know what's toxic and what is not. The Devil in reverse. That's the Devil. I don't know if you can see it there because the light. But the Four of Cups, this person is kind of coming through, and the Two of Wands as someone that is never really satisfied. Like, nothing is... Is there anything that wants to be highlighted about this person? They said not yet. Okay, so I think something more will come out about them in this reading. This is coming. It's coming with the closure of this cycle, okay? Okay, so the strongest embodiment, the embodiment that, or your greatest strength in this situation, basically, is the Seven of Wands. And the greatest insecurity or point of tension in the situation is the Three of Swords, yeah. There's no denying that something here hurts. It hurts. And that's okay. Everybody hurts sometimes. Right? Tell me about this Seven of Wands. I think this is you fighting for yourself. The Hermit in reverse. What is this though? So that's, there's Virgo energy there with the Hermit. Can you tell me more? Why? Is this, let me use my pendulum for a second. The Hermit in reverse is kind of coming out as like an indication of, they're saying don't lean into rumination on the pain because it will lead you to further, it'll lead you into a state of paranoia and fear. And you could spiral, right? You're already feeling a little bit like, I am boiling over, right? I am boiling over. I'm not in a state of grounded harmony within myself because I'm in fucking pain, right? And that's reasonable. However, things will never change. You want to distance yourself from that perspective because it's not true. It's not true, okay? So they're kind of saying that the main thing that you're meant to defend yourself from is your own fearful narratives, internal narratives. Any internal narrative that highlights and validates your fears is not worth giving to, okay? There's also something here about not isolating yourself right now. Be around people, though, that ride for you, for real. You have people, your Librans are loved. You're loved. So whoever those people are for you that are your people, please spend time with them. They're not going to let you forget who the fuck you are. And that's important right now, okay? Yeah, don't isolate, but it's equally important to spend time with people that are the right people. People who don't feed your insecurities and your paranoia, but people who are emotionally available, people who are confident and secure within themselves, and can genuinely show up and co-regulate with you, rather than people who are insecure and need to like extract others' confidence or like put others down in order to lift themselves up, okay? Because that never ends. That's like an ongoing thing. They're gonna have to keep on doing that because they can't feed and support themselves, and they will drain the F out of you. So don't give to people like that right now. Just kind of like have healthy boundaries, okay? Against situations, relationships like that. Okay, tell me about the Three of Swords in this point of tension or insecurity. Okay. Well, you're seeing something clearly here. And that's what's bringing out the insecurities, because it's like a truth that you cannot really hide from. The King of Swords and the Seven of Swords in reverse. You literally, you can't unsee something that you have very clearly seen. It has been shown to you, and it is a fixed truth. Like, you see through some sort of illusion, delusion, fantasy, dream that was sold to you. I don't know, but the fact that you see it so clearly is why this pain is so prevalent here. Okay, what else came out here? The Five of Pentacles in reverse, the Queen of Cups in reverse, the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, and the Ace of Wands. Ugh. Someone approached you that you do want to reconcile with. You want to close the distance. Things have been feeling distant and restricted between the two of you. And you wanted to come in from out of the cold. And so I feel like when someone came in offering that to you, you took it, and they could have come in passionately because the Ace of Wands is here in the upright, right? But the Ace of Pentacles is here in reverse. So it's like the energy or the intention was there, but the ability to actually follow through is not, right? They offered the 10 of Pentacles. You're already in the 9 of Pentacles, so the 10 is, you know, one pentacle away. So I think that it was easy for you to embrace that, not because you're stupid, but because you're relational. And you're honest, like acting in such a way, like deceiving to get what you wanted, to use somebody else, right, is something that a healthy Libran would genuinely be disgusted at the thought of. Like, that's like the furthest thing from you. That's like shadow Aries energy, which is your sister sign across the way, right? Across you share an axis. And Aries is about the self, and that can manifest in a very positive and empowering way, but this isn't it, right? So it's almost like something felt like such a slap in the face because it was void of genuine consideration for the other, for you. The other is you in this particular situation. That doesn't make this person a monster necessarily, but it does make them inconsiderate and ungrounded and deceptive or manipulative in this particular situation, which sucks. Okay, so they offered something that they didn't have. And they did this for access to you. Again, some of you, this is someone who wanted access to like your life force energy, your sexual energy, your creative energy. But I'm also seeing this as being like there is genuine desire and passion there that is not necessarily toxically based. It's just coming from a very confused and ungrounded place, which makes things complicated. Okay. So in the immediate future for you, you have the Two of Pentacles. Okay. Let's see. Oh man, my laptop's real hot. F. It's not cool. The Two of Pentacles. Okay, so I also channeled some insights. So I pulled an astrological card and I also pulled a Lenormand card and just wrote down some things that came through. So you guys got, wow. You guys got the first house, but it came out in reverse. This is so loud. I didn't even see that before I said this stuff about Aries. But the first house is Aries and the 7th house is you. That's the axis I was talking about. So the first house is about the self, but it came out in reverse. And then the crossroads is the Lenormand card. Like, look at these notes that I took. Hold on, where are you? There. Libra, self. In reverse, crossroads. Somebody other than you, vitality, back and forth, threshold. That's what I wrote for you. And I did these notes yesterday. I did this yesterday. So, yeah. That's loud. The Two of Pentacles. This is about you learning the true meaning of diplomacy and how it can genuinely only be offered if you are offering, if you're in healthy and right relationship to yourself first. Your relationship with yourself is the most important it's the most important prerequisite to offer a healthy relationship to anyone else. So it's like you're at a threshold, you're at a crossroads, and it feels like back and forth, the Two of Pentacles. Very physically, it's like you're dancing around this threshold, and it's the world. Across the threshold is the Fool. This is the closure of that big cycle. And I think that you can feel it. Yeah, you can. There is weight around this, the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, it's like the Wheel of Fortune and your dreams coming true, the Nine of Cups, or the Knight of Pentacles in reverse and the Chariot, like moving gung-ho towards something that you might have a lot of emotional conviction for, and that even might have a lot of emotional conviction for you, but is not currently going anywhere, not currently moving. There's a stagnant energy, and it's actually not possible to reconcile right now with this person, not because there isn't alignment between the two of you possible, not that there isn't even a true connection that exists between you, but where this person is currently at, they don't have a higher perspective surrounding this, and someone other than you, vitality, you giving your vitality or life force energy to this other person that's very prominent in your energy, that's what's causing the indecision, the back and forth, the energetic like whiplash here. It's like they pull you back away from the threshold and then you like move towards it and then you get pulled back, kind of thing. Tell me more about the immediate future for Libra here. So you have a tangible decision to make in the near future. And I think that it's possible to hold two things at once here while still making a decision. It's just you can only move in one direction at a time. Yeah. Right now, this person, though, they've chosen to stay in a space of complacency and ignorance. It's chosen ignorance. It's weaponized incompetence. It's choosing na 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 na. Like, if I can't see it, if I can't hear it, then I don't have to be accountable for my lack of balance and the impact that that is having on people around me. In the past, there was more of an equal give and take, but this person's insecurity and lack of personal fulfillment and happiness within themselves was hidden. It was still there. It was just hidden, and I feel like it got triggered. So when they came in, they may have shown you this energy. Like when you, I feel like this is not the most recent time they came in, but like when the relationship was initially established or something, there was a boldness, there was a decisiveness that felt, well, I think it was present. It was true. The Lovers, you have a very strong connection with this person. The only thing is about the Lovers, do I even want to get started talking about the Lovers right now? The primary function of the Lovers is to bring you home to yourself, not to be something that you come into lasting union with. It's awesome when that does end up happening. However, it often doesn't. Just to be honest. And that doesn't mean that it still can't for you. But I am telling you right now that you're not in alignment with that person, and the Lovers is also a choice. And they're actively not choosing it right now. They're not actively rejecting it. They're just not actively choosing anything clearly right now. They don't have the answers to do so. Okay, so, but I feel like you cannot exist within their indecision. It's like suffocating, right? And disorienting. So tell me a little bit about this Two of Pentacles in the near future. Three of Wands in reverse. Don't wait to move away from the past and to stop giving to the things that, yeah, they're very clear. Cut out the things. Stop giving energy to things from the past that are not currently changing. Now, that doesn't mean you have to like completely sever in such a way that you could never come back. Like, you don't need to burn a bridge. There's a quote that says, never cut what you can untie. I feel like that's quite Libran, you know? It's do no harm, but take no shit. If you need to cut yourself free, or if you need to not wait to make a decision, you don't need to burn it down. Again, you can move forwards and not wait for someone while still not completely like destroying that relationship, or like having to tell yourself, like having to go to one extreme or having to make it super black and white, right? Anything else about that? But you are meant to move away from the past and stop giving to things that have taken action from like an untrue place. Anything that's coming to you unchanged. And especially like if they this person might come in because they feel that they're losing you. They could try to convince you that they have pinpointed, acknowledged, and released themselves from some sort of attachment or toxicity, but it's showing me that that cycle is not truly closed for this person. They are not at rest within their own mind, and they are making choices from that place of unrest. And, you know, that's creating a path of indecision and a lack of happiness and fulfillment on their behalf that you don't need to be sucked into. Now, that doesn't mean this person will never choose different. He'll come around again. It just means right now, crossing this threshold and not waiting for this person, not holding the door open, not enabling shitty behavior that hurts you, that destabilizes you, that makes you feel hopeless and out of sync and harmony with yourself, that's not necessary. Okay, you can't lose what's for you, so don't be afraid to move forwards. But what's most important right now is this sharpening of your discernment. Because then in the future, no matter what comes your way, you won't be thinking things will never change, because you will be the change. You'll be able to see what you weren't able to see here, because you'll have closed that cycle out. So you will know what is standing in front of you, right? There won't be any illusion there for you, okay? So that's what I'm seeing for you, Libra. I love you. We're going to move on to Scorpio. Man, people are kind of going through some shit, hey? However, there's something, babes, there's something on, like, right on the periphery. The Wheel of Fortune and the Fates. It's not connected to this situation, which is why it's important actually for you to, why this is actually kind of good. Healthy distance and healthy boundaries, as in like restricting the energy, the access that you give certain people to your energy, is valid, is fair, is just, and is necessary at this time. Because only when you disconnect from something that is not connected to this energy do you stop getting pulled back and forth when you're just trying to cross this threshold and close out a cycle that you're ready to be done with, okay? From the other side of the threshold, you can still consider this, or you can even choose it if it shows up in a way that's able to meet you. But you'll know for sure if that's actually coming from an authentic place. And that's going to be the difference, okay? All right. Libra, I love ya. I do love y'all. But yeah, there's something that's meant for you and it wants to come in, so go get him, tiger, because that looks very abundant. But you can't let, this is almost like the final boss before you cross that level or cross that threshold into something new. And it's like it's testing you. Are you going to spiral into this belief of things will never change, things are hopeless, I'm helpless, you know, this situation or someone's lack of ability to receive my love or see me clearly or reciprocate my effort or attention is not a reflection of me in any way. It's just a clear sign that it's basically a go-ahead, a green light from the universe to not wait, to see this person where they are at and accept that. You don't need to burn the bridge. You don't need to criticize them or be judgmental or, you know, a hater or anything like that. You can still be your own relational, diplomatic self moving forwards while prioritizing your own well-being, right? Okay. All right, Scorpio. Scorpio fam. Okay. Let's see what's going on for my Scorpios. Okay. This laptop is being a bugger. It's overheating. Jango. My Rottweiler's snoring in the hallway and it's just echoing down. Okay. Okay, Scorpios. I don't know why I'm hearing that song by Miley Cyrus. That's like the Flowers one. I think it's called Flowers. Where she says, I can buy myself flowers. Kind of like I bought myself these peonies. They're so beautiful. They're actually so gorgeous. I can't handle it. I'm gonna smell them in a moment. They're so pretty. Scorpio. Let's get 5 cards for Scorpio. Okay. That was at the bottom of the deck, and I was like, no, but alas, here it is. We're gonna talk about it, don't worry. Okay, 3 more cards for Scorpio. Okay, and in the immediate future. Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay, let's see what your oracle cards are. Okay, that's good. Scorpio. What is this? A Scorpio reading? I'm Scorpio rising. Don't even think about coming for me. I didn't send for you. All right. Oh man. What song is that? Then when I said that, I channeled another song. I can't remember who sings it, but it says, so don't call for me. I didn't send for you, bitch, you're dead to me. Sounds very Scorpion. You're dead to me. Oh man, is that where we're at? Someone really pushed it, huh? Pushed it right to the pushed it right to the edge, did they? Okay, you know what? I am gonna put pants on. I'll be back in a moment, but I want some pants. Okay. Okay, babes, that's better. I'm not gonna accidentally like flash you now if I move my legs, because I want to sit like this, and I do not want to flash my coochie at you while I do so. I mean, you're the ruler of the genitals and all, but still. Okay, let's timestamp you and get started here. Scorpio. Hi, babes. I hope that you guys are doing incredibly well, and let's just get on into your reading here. Okay. Okay. We're going to start just by looking at the current signifiers for you, kind of like a headspace or perspective that's impacting things or is relevant, where your emotional body is at or something that wants to be highlighted there. And then we'll also look at the surrounding situation and we'll kind of go from there, okay? So your current signifier is coming out as the Page of Pentacles. Got a big shiny pentacle there that you're wanting to reach for, huh? You are reaching for it. Now, the only thing is... Okay, laptop, you need to... Like, why? Why are you freaking the fuck out? I don't know how to make it not overheat. But the only thing is here, Scorpio, in your headspace, okay, you have a root chakra card and a heart chakra card here. They're both in reverse, which just indicates that you might be functioning a little bit out of the trigger statement here, okay? So you have unity, which is the heart chakra card. And the trigger statement is, I am unstable. The true statement is, I am aware. It says you are strengthening your connection between the energetic and physical bodies to help you manifest your goals. Okay. So there's definitely, that feels like there's an integration going on as you reach for something, try to manifest a goal. Okay. So the Page of Pentacles is opportunistic, but not in a bad way. They are opportunistic in the sense that they're open, that they are willing to be in beginner brain. They're willing to tackle a learning curve. They're willing to wipe the slate clean and try a different approach. Like, it's very positive energy. So for this reason, they either attract or create, like generate a lot of positive opportunities for themselves, which is really good. However, you're still feeling, I am unstable. Okay, so I feel like there's an integration happening, like this card says, between your essentially between the spiritual and physical realms. And you're not totally aware of, like, you're not completely cognizant or conscious of exactly what's integrating, is what I'm getting. So it's making you feel a little bit unstable or ungrounded potentially. And this is coming through emotionally. You could feel a little emotionally volatile then for that reason. Then you have restore for the root chakra. And the trigger statement is I am broken. The true statement, I am illuminated. I am aware and I am illuminated. Yeah, there's something that's revealing itself to you, but it hasn't yet. It says, as you release your attachment to the highs and lows, you find peace and balance. Honor the cycles of your body and energy now. For some of you, you need physical rest. You need to not push yourself right now, and something will reveal itself to you. It's going to come in through your emotions and your body. So it's coming through your yin energy, earth and water elements. It could help you to be in nature or to have a bath, to meditate, but work with the water and earth elements, okay? But right now, I am unstable and I am broken. Okay, so that's where your headspace is at. And your emotional card that came out is suspicious. A little bit scorpionic. It says gut feeling, distrusting, a hunch, something isn't right, very wary, not buying a story, skeptical, and suspect. Well, let's see what's going on here. Specifically, I want to know okay. I'll just pretend that I didn't see that and carry on, and if it comes out again, then we'll deal with it. What is making Scorpio feel emotionally volatile or unstable here, or not unified in their own emotional body? What's making them feel this way? Okay. They're saying that it is a lack of rest, and there's something specifically that you need to cut out a little bit right now. There's an opportunity that you're meant to reach for right now, and it has to do with no one but yourself. It's not relational. It's a personal dream or goal that I think like you very much have the chance to attain right now. But it's just important that you focus on it, and it's important that you, for the moment, have strong boundaries between yourself and anything that is ungrounded, is chaotic, is competing with you, is like very much not healed and functioning from a place of that. It doesn't mean that you need to judge or like sever something out of your life, but it does mean that your energy, you need the fullness of your energy is very transformative and potent, Scorp. And you know this, and your life force energy, your sexual energy, your creative energy, it's all the same. So it's important that you not unify yourself or like get into an intimate energetic exchange with someone that is not aligned with you, because they're going to take the potency out of, like, then how you're directing your potent energy is going to be scattered, and you need it right now for a personal manifestation, okay? That's why it's important that you do that. What is this? I am broken. You moved passionately, potentially towards something or someone that was emotionally unavailable in the past, and wow, it really took the wind out of your fucking sails. Here. Yeah, it affected you. You followed your desire and passion. Knight of Wands in the upright. And it led you, well, the Knight of Cups in reverse, right? This is the misalignment. You're ready to align with and boldly claim what it is you desire and streamline Wands, your life force energy towards it and accomplish it. This person here is repressing their emotions, or they're detached or numbing their emotions, but they're doing the opposite of you. They are not ready to act on what they feel like you are. So it's an essential misalignment right now, a lack of calibration, okay? But the Page of Cups came out to clarify, I am broken. Show me the suspicious, more about the suspicious energy too, before I say anything. Ugh, the Ace of Cups, the Wheel of Fortune in reverse, and the Fool. The Universe in reverse. There's a timing thing at play here, and it's bigger than you and any other situation that you've got going on here, my love. There's Saturnian energy there with the World. There is Jupiter and Uranian energy with the Wheel of Fortune and the Fool, and then there's also Virgo energy here on the table as well in a little bit. So those are the astrological energies that I'm kind of seeing coming through super strong. But another reason why it's important, because this idea that you're broken, it's your own faith in yourself and your belief in what is illuminated within you that needs to be restored. You're not broken at all. You're very much attuned to an extremely pure and divine part of yourself. This is the purity of your heart. This is your sacred heart. You are not broken. You are connected to an extremely important and valuable part of yourself. Okay? But being connected to that part of yourself and then being in a situation that you can't trust, that brings out the suspicion and the paranoia in you, is not conducive to keeping that part of yourself open, because it doesn't feel safe. Okay? It's not... It's a timing thing here. I feel like you've been giving to something like relational or love related, wanting it to be time for like a new leap out into a new cycle or phase there. So you've been wanting to direct this Page of Pentacles, Page of Cups energy, maybe towards manifesting that. But the only thing is that is currently just going through, there's an old pattern or cycle that is just repeating here within that dynamic. And for that reason, it's not fortunate, it's not abundant, it's not expansive. Not right now anyways. There could be all the love in the world, but nothing changes if nothing changes. Okay? So it's coming through as like an alignment and a timing issue. But in the meantime, you are definitely meant to focus this energy towards a different goal, because you are in tune with an extremely potent energy, the most potent energy that Scorpio can be connected to. And that's the vulnerability of your heart, which is the opposite of your paranoid, suspicious heart. So that's why right now is a time to sort of guard yourself against that particular type of misalignment. Anything that you don't feel safe being completely open and vulnerable within, it's just right now is not the time for your energy and attention to go towards that, okay? It doesn't mean never, but that's very clear. So the situation or the surrounding energy is the Three of Swords. Yeah. And it's clarified by this card, the Turning Point, which says return, the start of a new cycle, right timing, regeneration, inevitability, and steady improvements. I feel like something is working itself out behind the scenes. This thing that you're suspicious of. But there's something that there's like a validation and a clarity that you're supposed to get from yourself and from recentering and pursuing a personal goal. You're not supposed to get it from this other situation that you might really like. There might be a yearning or a longing to be seen and validated by a specific person in a specific situation, like to have your suspicions laid to rest, basically, or something like that, to have someone show up in the vulnerable state that you are in the open state that you are in. But that's not happening right now. There is at the start of a new cycle. It's being born of pain, though, and that's okay. This pain is actually catalyzing like a regenerative energy. And it's creating inevitability around like success, really. You getting something that you want is inevitable, is what Spirit's saying. But there's also pain mixed in here with the pleasure. There's potential and possibility mixed in with this feeling of instability and doubt. Is there anything else about this turning point here? What is that that's coming through? There's something about transmuting the poison into power. It's not something that you have to do or put a bunch of effort into. It's more like you just need to see something clearly and hold it in a space of loving acceptance within yourself. And the purity and lightness of your being in that state will naturally dissolve this pain, and it will integrate it into power, right? You know how you transmute. Like, that's your whole thing, right? Or a big thing with you. You transmute pain into power. It's just pain is here, but there also needs to be vulnerability, which is why I think it's important for you to just engage with your own pain here and not have it like amplified by bringing something else or someone else into the equation. You are standing at a turning point here, and it's about kicking off a new cycle, and it's about right timing. And there's something bigger than you at play here. Okay, surrounding that. But this is for you. This is the time, and it's for you. Okay, so your greatest strength right now is coming through as the Three of Pentacles in reverse. And your greatest insecurity or a point of tension is coming through as the Five of Cups in reverse. Okay. You're in this beautifully open and vulnerable space. And by vulnerable, I don't mean like, I mean raw. I don't mean like dangerously exposed. I mean vulnerable as in like completely open, completely receptive. In order to be completely open, you have to make yourself vulnerable. You have to like take off, disarm, right? You have to disarm. Oh, there's a song that I'm channeling. It's by Temper Trap. The Temper Trap, and it's called Giving Up Air. You might want to listen to that. I should probably take a note here of the songs that I channeled here. Virgo was NF. Fear and happy. And you are Temper Trap. Temper Trap. I will forget if I don't. But they say disarm. Disarm. No use resisting, disarm. Lay it down. There's something that is inevitable. No use resisting. But it requires vulnerability. Lay it down. Okay? Disarm so that you can receive something that is inevitable. Shadow work. Okay. I think that you're afraid that in this like vulnerable open space, the reason why the insecurity or point of tension is the Five of Cups in reverse is it's like there's some sort of grief that is being asked to be felt and again transmuted or integrated. Now you do that through the process of shadow work, and shadow work doesn't have to be this big, intense, strenuous thing. Again, it's just the act of bringing consciousness or light awareness to what is unconscious, the shadow, what has not been looked at, right? And a lot of the time that we associate the shadow with like our fears, our doubts, our wounds, our unconscious like attachments, or our shame. It's basically the places that some of the time, it's either the places where we've had blind spots or the places where we want to avoid most, right? And so I can understand why your insecurity or point of tension is that that's where you're being asked to go. And you're being asked to travel there to the depths of your underworld in the Page of Cups energy to offer unconditional love there. So not just to bring consciousness and understanding, but to integrate something from a place of vulnerability and love and radical acceptance of yourself here. I think that the fear is that, well, you know how we are. We kind of go big, we go hard, or we go home, right? With how we feel. We're fixed water. We can be a little emo, and sometimes it can be overwhelming because we're intense and we feel everything to the extreme degree. Nothing is halfway with Scorpio. You love all in, you hurt all in. I think it's beautiful personally because all of it offers you a gift, but it's not all easy. It's not always easy. Right? But I think that you're afraid of drowning in this, like reaching out to touch it from this vulnerable space and being swept away by something, by some sort of emotional release or grief. It's a point of tension for you. But what's this Three of Pentacles in reverse? This is your strength at this time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, can I just get one card at a time? I was hearing though, like, it's not about not cooperating or collaborating with others or with something in particular. It's more about not forcing it. It's about like letting it all work out because something is inevitable. Something is working itself out. So it's not about severing ties or throwing the baby out with the bathwater, giving up on an investment, or just like jumping to a conclusion. I'm broken, this is broken, I can't fix it. That might be, if you lean into those assumptions and beliefs instead of just accepting what you know for sure is, like what is real, only assume to, don't believe everything that you think and feel at this time, Scorpio. Specifically think, okay? Because if you spiral into that, you're going to throw yourself off here. You're going to hurt yourself. You're mostly going to instill suspicion, pain, and doubt in the most pure and vulnerable part of you that really just needs to be protected. That doesn't mean defended, but it does mean honored, held safely and honored. So with the Three of Pentacles in reverse, it's about letting something work itself out, letting something balance itself out. Anything else about that? The Ace of Pentacles. Something's going to materialize and wants to materialize for you right now. It's interesting though, because I wanted to put the cards like this. I feel like it's not the same thing you're reaching for right now. And in fact, this pentacle is much larger than that one. Quite a significant amount larger. Again, it's not one over the other. It's time for this one. You're aligned with this one right now. And it's something that is going to provide security or stability that wants to come in right now. So letting something work out rather than, it's basically about acceptance of where you're at. If something is not balanced or aligned or working out right now, then that's okay. It is what it is. It doesn't mean that you can never trust it. It doesn't mean it will never come towards you. It means that right now it's not in alignment. That's the truth that you know. Don't assume anything beyond that, okay? Because your assumptions are coming from a place of paranoia and fear. Because if you expose your most vulnerable heart space to something that for whatever reason is causing you pain and not working out right now, it's just not helpful. Be committed to love. And this will work itself out. Be committed to love and your true nature, not necessarily to one thing in particular. Basically, healthy detachment is needed right now, okay? But something is working itself out. It's just that's not in your control. And something else is wanting to come in for you right now that needs your attention and your energy. Okay. But there is some vulnerable emotional release and processing that is kind of a prerequisite to something being able to flow through for you, because you feel a little bit unstable and like emotionally overwhelmed at this time. It's just because you're open to something that, I don't want to say the wrong thing, but you're open to something that's not, again, not secure at this time. So redirect your openness and receptivity to the safety and love that you can offer yourself. Restabilizing yourself in your heart space and also in your body by giving yourself proper rest and grounding yourself, that is going to put you in a state where you can receive what's meant for you now. And then from there, you can, wherever you want to go next, right? You can go there. Okay, so in the immediate future for you, you have the 10 of Cups and the Hermit in reverse. Okay. Suspicion. The Hermit in reverse can talk about paranoia. And you have this suspicious energy here in your feelings. So I also, last night, I pulled a couple cards to just sink into the energy and meditate, and I took a few notes of things that came through intuitively. So for you, I pulled a Lenormand card and an astrological insight card, and you got the North Node in reverse, so destiny reversed. And then you actually got 3 cards from the Lenormand. You got the Scythe, the Key, and the Fox. Okay, so what I wrote down is out of alignment, lack of purpose, pain, separation, suddenness, and then a wish granted that unlocks doors. Higher divine forces are at work. You're meant to realize your abilities. And there's something you're also mastering right now that requires you, wow, it has to do with using your innate intelligence and creative energy. So that's making me think of like your sexual, you're very sexual, right? And you are associated literally with the genitals in the body, but it's basically because that's creative, life force, transformative energy. And so whatever you're mastering or realizing in your own personal abilities, I feel like it has to do with using your intelligence and creativity to manifest something rather than using it for trickery or using it to, I don't know, like spy or uncover something. Like basically you are suspicious or wary of something. You're like, something doesn't feel right. But pouring your energy into figuring out what that is or obsessing over that is only going to, it's going to amplify that. There's something that you're meant to master at this point right now. And it's redirecting your intelligence and creative energy away from trickery, from something that's not clear, or from like using manipulation to pull truth out of a situation. That's going to take you out of alignment. And it's not in alignment with your purpose either. There's a deeper purpose. So if you are going through pain or separation or something that occurred quite suddenly here, it's so that there can be a wish granted that unlocks doors that are currently not open for you. Okay, that's what I'm seeing with that. But there's something that you can't connect to right now because it's not in alignment with your dharmic path, with your destiny right now. But I want to know what this 10 of Cups and the Hermit is in the immediate future. What's the 10 of Cups? The 8 of Swords. Okay. What's the Hermit in reverse? The 8 of Wands. 2 8s. Wow. You have a decision. There's an emotional fulfillment that wants to come through here in the near future for you. Yeah. And it's true. It's a true, this is, the 10 of Cups is true. However, in the near future, the 8 of Swords, there's something that I feel like what it is you're manifesting right now is your own internal emotional stability and restoration. Restoration of your yin energy so that you can be open for what is coming in the near future here. And it's not pain. It's but you have fear around this because you currently have suspicion around this, and it's coming through as like a worn downness, right? Like you're worn down, you're not unified right now with your own emotional body, so you feel a little bit unstable. And then also there's this like, I am broken, but I think that you just feel that way because you need rest or you need self-care right now. That will restore you. Without those things, it's like this fearful, suspicious energy gets amplified. And in the near future, the 10 of Cups is coming in, but then it's like you'll still have this fear and paranoia around it, which may prevent you from actually choosing it. The Hermit in reverse is that, let me clarify if that's just paranoia, but that with the 8 of Wands, this could also be someone coming out of a state of isolation to move something forwards or to shift an energy or communicate with you. They might be a Virgo. They don't have to be. The Hermit in reverse is just kind of could indicate someone coming out of isolation, basically, to move energy or to communicate. Can you tell me more about the Hermit in reverse? The Wheel of Fortune. One more. Something is aligned that was not previously. Something is now aligned. There's something that was functioning from a place of, it was in a stronghold of fear. It was in a stronghold of fear. Strength, the Lovers in reverse, and the 4 of Pentacles. The Dam. Locked down, baby, like a vault. Their heart was locked down. Someone's heart was locked down due to fear. And there was a lack of alignment, but in the near future, it's showing me the 2 of Cups, the 10 of Swords in reverse, the 5 of Wands in reverse, and the 10 of Cups. What was not reconciled previously is coming in now in some sort of divine timing, and it is aligned with you. It's aligned because it itself has also purged. I feel like this is another person for a lot of you. Doesn't have to be romantic necessarily. It could be someone that you're meant to work with, and it's going to be very beneficial for the both of you, or fortunate. But there's something here that wasn't in alignment, that now it wasn't in alignment because it was conflicted within itself. This person had some sort of tension or conflict they needed to sort out or release within themselves. And it's showing up that yours is around emotion. They have the 5 of Wands in reverse. You have the 5 of Cups in reverse. Yours is around emotion. Theirs is around desire or passion. But there's something that needed to be released. And it was a rumination of the mind, or even a suspicion of the mind, or a focus on some form of deception or betrayal or hurt. But that's being released. And if it's released by both of you, then I feel like then this alignment clicks into place, and then things can actually move. The wheel can turn. The 8 of Wands is like unstoppable forward motion. The 10 of Cups is self-explanatory. But if you don't do the prerequisite work, then the Hermit in reverse and the 8 of Swords and suspicion, you know? You need to be able to discern. And so it's important that you purge out anything that would confuse or cause you to not be able to see clearly, okay? So that is what I see for you, Scorpio. That looks pretty exciting, to be honest. I like it. But we're going to move on to Sagittarius now. It's making me think too, though, that like this thing that needs to work itself out, it could be like something to do with work or something that you're trying to build in the physical. It could be like financial or related to your work or I don't know. It may not be this thing that's working itself out and coming into energetic alignment. It might follow emotional alignment. And then it's like all these rainbows here are coming together to gift you something really beautiful and beneficial. But it's almost like applying this really beautiful, pure, childlike part of your heart, opening that up in a non-suspicious way to something that is genuinely safe and aligned for you is, it puts you in the resonance that is going to allow you to trust and accept another blessing that wants to come in for you. So it looks like there's numerous things. You're at a pretty significant turning point, and the movement of these energies is inevitable. You've been making steady improvements, and now you're at the start of a new cycle. And as long as you continue with your regeneration and stabilizing and grounding yourself, right? It's the right time. The right timing is coming up. It feels like there's many things aligning for you at once. So know what is in your control, what is not, and be able to discern what comes first here. But I feel like don't hold back on investing in something. Like, don't try to force something at the exclusion of inviting something else in that is open and available to you right now, because that thing's not going to distract you from the other thing you're trying to manifest. If anything, it's going to give your manifestation an extra, like, punch, you know? It's going to amplify it because it's going to amplify your heart space. And that is where you manifest the strongest from. Okay? So if it feels good in your heart space and it's safe, then like from a grounded and balanced place internally, then don't hesitate to accept whatever that is, because it's not going to prohibit you from, it's not going to stop you from getting the other thing you want. It's going to get you there faster. Okay. All right. We're moving on to Sagittarius now. Sagittarius. Should I try to like lift this and do something so that it doesn't overheat quite so much? Let me grab a book to put underneath this, perhaps. I'm also going to turn the fan back on. That might help as well. I just need a skinny little book of some sort. Let's see. This seems wholesome and incredibly old. The Little Red Hen. Fun. This looks like a really old book. When did this even... 1968. Okay. Well, it is in fact old. 1968. We're going to put it underneath my laptop so that it hopefully stops freaking out to the degree that it is freaking out currently. Stop overheating, buddy. I don't know how to help you. Okay. Let's hope that that allows for slightly more flow of air underneath there. Okay. Good. Oh, hello, darlings. Hi, Yasmina. You should get out of bed and launch this passion project. Yeah. Be open to it, baby. You're like, whatever you feel called towards that feels safe, it's your time. It is your time. Okay, Saggy. My Sagittarians. Let me like actually hydrate instead of just putting more caffeine in my body right now. Yeah, responsibility. Laptop overheating. You have one of those little stands. I think that there's a lot of cat hair in it that needs to be cleaned out, most likely. Because the one other time that I took it in, it is time to shine. And I am well. Thank you, baby. I hope you are too. Good luck on your passion project. Last time I took my laptop in, because they do, Apple actually does free cleanings. They just don't like really talk about it. It's like Fight Club. They don't talk about it because probably they don't want everyone and their fucking dog and their mom and all their friends bringing their laptop in for a free cleaning. But I did take mine in, and last time they literally showed me, and it was like a little Luna that they pulled out. It was like, I was a little bit embarrassed. I was like, just give me my laptop and let me go in shame, okay? Don't judge me. But that's why I'm pretty sure my laptop is overheating, because that's the last time that I got it cleaned out, and that was years ago now. So now everyone will know. Good. Take advantage of the free service. I don't care. Apple can hate me. I don't give a fuck. Okay. Hate me all you want. I'm here for the free services, though. I'm pretty sure that they still do. They may have changed it. That was a couple years ago. You might need to check, but you're going to shower and sleep. Do it. Glad to hear. Remember to put the coffee down and drink water occasionally. Yes, only occasionally. Okay. Put like an electrolyte hydration thing in there, and it's it's yummy. Django. No, it's not time for his breakfast yet. Maybe in an hour or so. Continues to wake up at 1 a.m. Yeah, the struggle's real. I unfortunately completely relate to you. Not unfortunately. I love the night. I'm a nocturnal creature. If you guys couldn't tell, especially recently. Every time. Sun. What did he say? Kid Cudi. Basically, I come alive at night. Every time the moon shines, I become alive. And every time. Good song. Okay. It worked. The little red hen is working. It's working. My laptop's not overheating anymore right now. At least the fan and the little red hen combination. That was fast too. That was quick work. All right. 5 cards for Sagittarius. Yeah, I like Kid Cudi too. I like his old stuff for sure. I don't know if I'm totally caught up on his. Okay, there you are. Are these in the upright or the reverse? They kind of fell out a little bit. Wah, wah. Is this meant to be in the upright? Both of them? Okay, good. Fucking love to see it, baby. Yay. I'll show you that in but a moment. Well, that's great. Just coming out. Just coming out like, fuck it, we ball. Go little red hen. Tame Impala. Oh yeah, Tame Impala did come out the last one. It was the Paranoid love / paranoia song. I was like, this is on point. I really love the Temper Trap. Like, Sweet Disposition is a banger that never goes out of style, but their new stuff is also really good, so I highly recommend you check it out. Especially that song. It's been on my, like, repeat list for a solid couple months now, not gonna lie. Okay. Can I get 3 more cards for Sag? You were listening to it this week. It's one of those songs that, like, I can't not, like, dance to it. And it makes me feel like my chest is, like, opening up. Like, yeah, it's a really good song. It's a great song. Great minds think alike, Yasmina. All right. I think we need to have a Fight Club hangout soon with a solid playlist. I have new music that is amazing, and it needs to be shared with you. It needs to happen. And plus, we just need a good hang. Having some fruit first. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, can I get 2 more cards for Sagittarius, please? Whoa. Okay, you've got like 4 out of 5 major arcana cards. The heart chakra. Okay, let's see what you've got for oracle cards here. Okay. Ooh. Aw. I like that. Looks like the universe wants to bless your fine ass, baby. No, you can't. Okay. Let's talk about this. All right. Any songs that inspire impromptu kitchen dance parties need to be kept in the rotation. Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. Okay, wait. Hi, Sag. Okay, 8s might be significant for you because your reading timestamp is 80808. I know that I'm insane, but that's okay. It's nothing new, all right? That's what we're at, though. That's where we're at with this reading. Anyways, eights could be significant. Eights are indicative oftentimes of power, of mastery, of strength. Yeah. Oftentimes through mastery over oneself, though, and who you are, like embodying and expressing yourself authentically, less so about like strong arming or needing to dictate the way that something goes, okay? Okay, so let's start by looking at your signifier currently and the situation that wants to be highlighted, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so you are coming out as you. This is the Temperance card. It's called Patience in this deck, but this is you. Okay, I love that. So you are showing up in your authentic and empowered embodiment, which is obviously optimal. That's when you are at your strongest, okay? I think you are aware of some sort of like compulsion or behavior that you are attempting to not. It's like you're trying to keep it on your radar so that you don't feed into it, it feels like. In your headspace here, you have this sacral chakra card of soften, and it came out in reverse, which just means that you are more in the triggered state a little bit more than the empowered state. So the trigger statement says, I take control. And the true statement is, I am compassionate. It says, take a moment and allow yourself to see things from your heart center. From that place, allow your intuition to guide you. Okay, I'll show you that in the upright so you can actually see it. It came out in reverse. Okay, so there's something that needs to be felt, not dictated or controlled. The way about this is softening into it, and being patient. I feel like there's a heart space like expansion taking place here with that and temperance. It's like a balancing of, is it polarities? Control and surrender. It's a balancing of maybe the polarity between control and surrender, knowing what's in your control and what's not. And I feel like this is in your control because this is your feelings, this is your emotion. You got stop and impulsive. Stop. No means no, no more, not again, blocking, no longer tolerating this, leave me alone, respect my boundaries, and impulsive. Acting without thinking, hasty, daring, adventurous, spur of the moment, daredevil, wanting to take rapid action. Huh. Okay. Well, I don't feel like this is you, although you may feel like you've opened yourself up emotionally to this, or someone else has maybe approached you in this way, and you have basically, you're at the end of your rope with that, is what you're saying. You're in the energy of temperance, balance, harmony, and patience, which is telling me that that is not this, right? So I think that you're in that and you're able to have healthy discernment and balance between control and surrender, because you're not tolerating that. You're not engaging with that energy, which is a little bit disorienting and it's not that adventurous energy or even rapid action is bad. What it is that's coming through about this, though, is the without thinking element. Acting without thinking. As in, someone is taking hasty action, but there isn't any, like, weight to it because there's no intention. Like, they haven't thought through or considered. They just are, like, going without thinking, right? And so that is not something that you want to soften towards right now. You have healthy boundaries against that. Yeah. And it's important that you do, because the more that you open yourself up to that, it's showing me that it's putting you in an energy of wanting to control or dictate something, because you're not feeling emotionally, you're not feeling like compassionate. So that's telling me that someone is probably, this is probably a cycle or a pattern that's repeating. And that's why you're at the end of yourself with it. You're like, enough is fucking enough. We're not doing this anymore. We're not engaging. Respect my boundaries. You may have even blocked someone, but you're just not tolerating. It says no more, not again. So I feel like it's like something that has been repetitive, and now you're just like, no, you know? And now you shall not pass. It's a no for me. Okay, is there anything else about that? But it's not, you're not doing it from a shut down heart space. You're doing it from a place where you're actually honoring your heart. Therefore, you're not opening up to something that's just like wishy-washy, that makes you want to then like be bitter and shut down your heart. You want to keep it open. So it's like you're aware of what inspires you to keep it open and what makes you want to shut it down. Okay. The surrounding situation currently, or surrounding energy, is coming through as the Nine of Cups, fulfillment of wishes. Ooh la la. This is a Jupiter energy, actually. It's Jupiter in Pisces. Very expansive from the heart space. Surrender. Yeah. It's control versus surrender here. That's coming through clearly. Okay. Pisces is very much about surrender. It's about flow, the flow of energy. Pisces is most expansive when they surrender to not passivity, but faith. Faith in themselves, faith in alignment, and faith in the universe. Once they're surrendered to that, that's when magic happens for a Pisces. That's when they don't get in their own way. Because that's like how they stand on business. That's like when a Pisces lays a strong enough foundation to then surrender. And again, it's not being passive. It's just knowing what's in your control and what's not, and not grasping to control something that you can't. But yeah, the Nine of Cups is about emotional, like personal, individual, emotional fulfillment. So it looks like this is wanting to come in for you right now. You just need to remain open to it. Can you tell me more about that? The surrounding energy or situation that Sag is moving through here. Like, what wish wants to be fulfilled? It might be different for all of you. I don't know if they'll tell me, but... yeah. Also, wow. Wow, okay. Okay. There is definitely another person that is involved. No, okay. It could be that there's another person involved, or this could be that you are balancing out an impulsivity or like a compulsion that you've become aware of within yourself that is blocking. It's like a certain type of impulsive behavior that is actually preventing you from expanding in the ways that you want. Because it's not super intentional. It may be fun, it may be adventurous, it may be daring or like it might feel really good and exciting in the moment, but ultimately it's not allowing you to expand in a particular kind of way. Expand your vision so that you can expand your circumstances, as within, so without. So there's something that you're kind of mastering here, it looks like, which is an impulsive pull that is blocking your vision. The thing is, whatever it is, it's tempting, okay? If there is another person involved, then I don't know. There needs to be a decision not to manifest this right now because it's contributing to a lack of awareness and a lack of emotional clarity. So right now you have a choice, and they're asking you to choose wisely. Because you have options, but there is illusion around these options. There's like some shadow, some stuff that's hidden around these options a little bit, okay? It's the Moon card. So choose wisely, as in choose from a place of not the devil, but choose from a place of discernment and being in tune with an internal state of harmony, internal peace, and like a calm mind and a calm heart, basically. Truly consider what serves you at this time and what doesn't, what is practical and what isn't, to give into, because what you give into is going to expand. And I feel like there could be this like ungrounded energy that it's like the more you try to take control or the more you act from this place of compulsion, the more you're going to spiral out of control and also potentially not move in the direction of deeper emotional fulfillment. But it's like coming through as choosing something more surface level, or not withdrawing from something that is just, that doesn't feel true, doesn't feel successful. It feels somewhat shallow, or it's like superficial with the base, the root chakra. It's based on, it's something you think you should commit to, but it doesn't actually give you energy. It doesn't actually, you're not truly passionate about it. It's just something that maybe is traditional or how you've traditionally done things. So it could be that you're mastering this like impulsive part of yourself to be more patient, and from that place of patience, surrendering, so that something that isn't just like instant gratification but is deeper fulfillment can actually flow through to you. That's what I feel, okay? That looks exciting though. Okay, so let's see over here. Your greatest, like your optimal embodiment or your greatest strength at this time is solitude in reverse. This is the Hermit energy. And then your greatest point of tension or insecurity is the High Priestess, intuition in reverse. There's been a blind spot intuitively. There's been a blind spot with your third eye. I want to know why that is. Is it because you've been seeking control because you feel a little bit destabilized? But seeking control makes you not receptive because you're not soft. You could have been trying to control your passion. Like, this is a sacral chakra card. You could have been trying to control your passion, your desire. But ironically, that was finding impulsive outlets regardless. And those outlets were not healthy. Not maybe like fundamentally unhealthy or toxic, but not healthy for you right now, as in not emotionally fulfilling, not aligned. You're meant to expand into a deeper level of fulfillment. So continuing to indulge in just like impulsive behavior or in like a short-term dopamine feedback loop or something like that, right? Rather than being patient, balanced, and knowing what is in your control and what you need to surrender, like when to act and when not to, like having consideration for that and being more grounded and intentional about that, that is going to lead you to, yeah, the star, hope, where there has been a lack of hope, where there's been a lack of abundance. A specific area, there has been a lack of abundance with the Empress in reverse there. I think you've been waiting on a partnership or an alliance that hasn't been transforming. And it's kind of been cutting you off a little bit from, or maybe not the thing itself, but how you've been approaching it in an impulsive way. It's been creating more conflict and defeat. Yeah, because you haven't been coming at it from a place of inner authority and like mastery and dominion, which will bring what you want in an accelerated way. But what is required is surrender. What is required is a softening and a patience. Okay. Tell me about the Hermit in reverse, solitude in reverse here. Why is this the most optimal or healthy embodiment for Sag at this time? It's interesting because there's something that you're actually meant to pursue from a place that's liberated from fear, where I feel like there could be like this impulsive temptation to actually emotionally detach from something rather than surrender to it and let it play out. It's like this is something that you can't control, and I think it's because it involves someone outside of you, most likely. This wants to come to you, but it will come to you when you're, it's interesting, it will come to you when you commit to internal harmony. This is the Lovers and the Hierophant. Gemini and Taurus. There's a fluidity about it. Again, like holding, well, patience, temperance is about holding, you know, polarities and finding that internal state of harmony and balance, because the only constant is change. And there is always, you know, like, we need to hold our polarities. That's how we gain perspective through contrast and context, right? Like, we wouldn't know what the light was if there was not darkness. We'd never see the stars if there wasn't darkness, right? So that's actually important and not something that wants to be like shut out. But it can only come in though when you don't approach it in the traditional impulsive way that you have. And there's something about like not suppressing or trying to control your desire, but also not, well, I feel like ironically the impulsive thing is not following your desire, it's the running from it. Like, there's a temptation to withdraw emotionally, but you're very close, like you've laid a foundation and you're close to achieving something relational, it feels like. But you can't really do that. Open this a little bit of natural light in. You can't really do that effectively. Can I just turn this off now? Yes. You have to liberate yourself from fear to stay present with something that you can't control. That's kind of what's coming through. But it's not about isolating yourself or detaching from something that might feel uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable because there's a lot of desire that you feel and a lot of pull or magnetism towards something. That's because it is the fulfillment of a desire or a wish. Like it's your wish fulfillment in some area. It's meant to be extremely emotionally fulfilling to you. But you can't control it. You can't control it. And there's a lot of pull to it that I think scares you, or it could make you feel like you need to assert control. But you're mutable. You're meant to flow. You're mutable fire. So let your fire and desire flow and try to trust it here. And there's something about you're most empowered when you don't walk away or isolate yourself. But there's, at the same time as not isolating yourself, there's clearly a new approach that needs to be taken here. Tell me about the High Priestess in reverse, intuition. This is your greatest point of tension. You could feel like there has been a blind spot and there still is intuitively. That could be what is making you feel like you're having a difficult time trusting something. I'm getting it's because it's not predictable. Because it's not predictable, it feels tempting, and it could feel as though it drains your energy. But this is very interesting, Sag, what's coming through. It's not this thing that is draining your energy. It's your repression of the desire that you have towards it. It's you perceiving it as something toxic because you don't have authority over it. Because this is not something you can dominate, dictate, control. Yeah, if you try to do that, you can't come together with it. This is really feeling like something relational, the Three of Cups. It wants to heal. There's something that you need to remember, like a previous state of something. I feel like maybe this felt safe, or it felt very... There's a point in time where you saw something clearly here before you felt like before you started doubting your intuition. Something did show up with a lot of clarity. The Sun, and in the past, the Six of Cups, memories of love. The Star, hope. And then the Three of Wands, partnerships and alliances. Accelerated motion, foundation and achievements. Something wants to be built that hasn't yet. And because it hasn't come together yet, I feel like it's something you've invested a lot in, and you started doubting your intuition because it started feeling more like a liability than something that was actually going to happen for you. I think that you stopped kind of being in that patient. It's like your internal state of harmony got thrown off a little bit. And this created a bit of an unquiet mind, or a nervousness around grief. Like, oh, am I pursuing something that I'm not seeing clearly, that's not actually my wish fulfillment, but it's actually something that's going to cause me a lot of grief? But that's actually not true. Okay. In the immediate future, you have the solar plexus chakra. Okay. So I also channeled some messages last night and kind of sank into the energy around this reading because I felt called to do so. So I pulled a Lenormand card and an astrological insight as well for each group, for each sign in regards to the immediate future. And you got, okay, you got Gemini. And you actually got two Lenormand cards. You got the Anchor and the Woman. Okay. This reading might be for a masculine, so it could be reversed because it's coming through, or you could be interested in the same-sex marriage or same-sex marriage. Same sex. But basically what's coming up here is that well, I wrote Gemini, butterfly, and it says, okay, superficiality. I feel like that's just like surface level again, right? If you connect with something in an impulsive and superficial level or in a superficial way, then that's what's making it feel somewhat unsafe, or that's what's dangerous or imbalanced. That's what you're trying to cut out. And I feel like when you're trying to control whatever this thing is, this connection potentially, that's when you can only get to a superficial level, because you can't like strong arm or force your way into someone's heart, right? You have to surrender and let them feel the level of emotional fulfillment, and then you both open up to one another and you blossom together, right? But it also says flexible, mutable fire, right? Flexible, surrender potentially involved in that. And then it says vocal, long-lasting commitment, stability, and external feminine energy. So that part is why I'm saying either, like if you're a woman, you could be into women, or else this would be a reading for a masculine, and there's an the external energy that's involved in this with you is feminine. So, there's the need to express what has lasted, what has like persevered, what has not gone away, maybe even if you tried to like control your desire for it or stop it. There's a song that I'm channeling. It's by Maggie Rogers, and it's called Want. I'll note it by your timestamps if you guys want to listen to it. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm lame, but that's okay. I'm cool too. Maggie Rogers, Want. But she says, if you want what you want, then you want it. It's like something about like can't hide. Let me just look up the lyrics here, because the one part, I'll leave you with this, but this is coming through quite clearly. Want. Okay. So she says, No. If you want what you want, then you want it. Can't hide what you desire once you're on it. Can't fake what you can't break up with. If you understand that a few years won't erase it, might die if you can't live just to taste it. Want what you want, then you want it, and I want you. Oh my goodness. She says, oh, can we take it slow? Everybody's always known, but I didn't want to admit that when we're cheek to cheek, I feel it in my teeth and it's too good to resist. I keep running away, but when I leave, you pull me in again, and we both know. We both know. Okay, well, there's the you not running. And more so surrendering to your desire rather than fearing it is kind of what's coming through. But you've got to choose it. You have to claim it with confidence. That's what's coming up in the near future, though. So I see you doing it. Okay, so that's really positive. Yeah, I think we're going to leave it there, Sag. And move on to Cap. That's pretty clear. There's something that you want. Admit it. Something that has persisted, though, even if it makes you uncomfortable. Like how bad you want something. That could be why you actually feel this impulse to engage in like daring or adventurous behavior. Just to kind of like prove that you still can. Like to prove that's what you can control, right? And if you act impulsively or in the spur of the moment or in a daring way, it's almost like you feel like you still have the ability to break away from something that you feel really pulled to, but you're kind of just fighting. Like, it's not this thing that's trying to manipulate or like seduce you towards it. It's your own desire that has, it's like, if you've come to understand maybe that it's not going to fade away. The desire for this is not fading. So give into it, but not in a not in an irresponsible way. You can surrender to something and not be irresponsible. Okay? I love you. All right, babies. We're moving on to Capricorn. I need to face this way a little bit more because the light is this way. It's not the best light. It looks like it's going to rain outside, but that's okay. All right, we're moving into Capricorn. Capricorn. What was up with that full moon? Are you trying to kill me or what's going on? Because that was a doozy. Let's just be honest. Anyone else? Just me? I find it hard to believe that it was just me that was feeling that moon rather intensely. Okay, hi. Yasmina. What's up, Josephine? Toothpick videos. You woke up to be called out. Good. I'm here for you. What's up, Mito? You're here or you're back or you were here, now you're back, whatever that. It's good to have you guys though. Who is even in here right now? Oh, there's 30 of you. What's going on, guys? Okay. You're back. I had a feeling. Okay. Capricorn. Huh. Okay. Interesting. It caught my eye. Till we get into the reading, though. If you understand that a few years wanna waste it, might die if you don't have to taste it. If you want what you want, then you want me. I want you. A Capricorn moon. Oh, Lord. Yeah, Capricorn moons. I was talking about the full moon. Capricorn moon, I feel the struggle's real. That's one placement that I would not trade my Gemini moon in the 8th house for. I would not. I would not do that. I'm already critical enough of myself. Having a Gemini moon with my Chiron in the 8th house is already makes it difficult enough to feel my emotions. We've got it under control somewhat now. But that, I've got a myriad of placements that have taken time and much patience to not just be like, why though? Why? Why did my soul choose this? Tell me why. I thought I was strong enough for this shit. Okay. All right. The Capricorns. Where my goats at? Where my goats at? Let's see. Let me get 5 cards for Capricorn. Okay. So little guy, still you. What's going on here? Okay. What's that? What that? Someone's bringing chaos to your door, or do you just not know something? I feel like you just don't know something. There's a common thread coming through here. Yeah, for some of you, you are connected to Capricorn in some way. Capricornian energy in some way. No, sorry, Sagittarian energy in some way. Because they also had a similar theme. One more card. There's a lot of people here. Okay. Let's see your oracle cards here. What? This is new for you. In like an amazing way. Not that you're not always amazing, just as you are, but this looks lovely. I have to go to the washroom again already. Why? I think I broke the seal. Okay. I think I'll take a bathroom break after your reading because I feel like, I don't know, I feel a little bit in the flow right now with this energy. I'm still okay. Me. Let's drink more coffee. Well, I have to pee. That sounds good. That sounds like a solid idea. Okay. All right. Hello, Capricorn. My loves. Okay. Let's get into this. Before I forget to tell you, if you're dealing with a Sagittarius, if you have Sag in your chart, if for some reason the energy of Jupiter or Sagittarius is calling to you or prominent for you right now, you might want to watch that reading because I can already see here that there's a common theme surrounding surrender and expansion, specifically like surrender that is required for a certain level of expansion is what I feel. Okay. So yeah, check that out if you feel called to do so. Okay, let's start by looking at your signifying energies and than the current surrounding situation or energy that wants to be highlighted. So you're coming through as the Page of Pentacles. I'm not gonna lie, I really love this for you. Oh my gosh, a bird just flew up past the window and I was like, no, not again. Earlier a bird hit the window when I was upstairs, so if you're wondering why I'm like freaking out about it. This actually looks like expansion for you, the Page of Pentacles, and I'll tell you why. Because the Queen and the King of Pentacles is like your norm. That's you owning it, being your usual boss ass biatch, you know? And that's great and all. Obviously, that's absolutely amazing. However, let me turn this down so there's not so much reflection on my glasses. The Page of Pentacles for you is actually very expansive because it's the mastery or the tuning into and engaging with an element that is not your norm. So anytime we do that, we are expanding and strengthening ourselves, right? And the Page of Pentacles isn't weak at all, isn't lesser than the Queen or the King of Pentacles either. They just have a different set of strengths. Particularly, they're very open, they're humble, they're unassuming, and they draw in a lot of like a wide variety of opportunities, or they create opportunities in their life by putting that energy out there. So it's really positive. But I'm liking it because it's highlighting an expansion that's actually adding a lot of confidence. All this yellow energy, it's giving you a lot of confidence taking this new approach because it's actually shifting. It's shifting something in your perspective that you weren't expecting, I think, but is really, really positive. Because look at this. It's shifting the way you see something with your third eye and the way you then embody and express yourself from that place. And it's more, I don't want to say laid back, but it's more innately relaxed. And that doesn't mean slacking. That doesn't mean lazy. That doesn't mean disorganized. That doesn't mean any of those keywords that would be triggering to a Capricorn. So don't worry about that. It just means, well, it says peaceful, relaxed, undisturbed, at ease, unworried, anxiety-free, secure, and stillness. Which is basically just Zen, but still secure. Not Zen at the expense of, oh, I'm resting, I'm at ease, and then I'm like missing opportunities, or I'm letting my responsibilities fall through the cracks. That's not what this is. So you're feeling this element of calm. You're expressing from that place. And in your mindset, you have Ignite, which is a third eye chakra card. The trigger statement is, where do I go from here? The true statement, I allow life to flow through me. It says inspiration has arrived and will work through you as you move forwards. I feel like you're going to be effortlessly inspired and you're creating things. You're taking new opportunities, you're creating new opportunities, and they're feeling incredibly abundant. Like it feels like this inspiration is coming from your higher self, Cap, and it's igniting something. It's igniting a new way of being and approaching life, I feel like, where you accomplish more with less work, you accomplish more with less effort, and it's not because you're not putting in the same like level of investment. It's that the investment is coming from a passionate, inspired place. So it doesn't feel like work. It feels fun. It feels exciting. It feels passionate. It's lighting you up. Love this. Okay, tell me more about Capricorn's current energy. Baby, I'm telling you. This is your norm. And it wasn't doing anything for you anymore. You hit a wall. And this always happens, right? We get to a level of this one, completion and mastery, the King of Pentacles, and then it's important to humble ourselves and take ourselves back to this beginner brain where we try new things, and then that allows us to expand. It's not a going backwards, it's an expansion. And it's a very powerful kind of expansion because it requires that you see that you don't always have to show up like this, that sometimes this is, like I said, just as valuable. It's just different. And if you lean into this, it's still going to lead you back to this, just in a new way. And then it's like this ongoing cycle, because this came out in the reverse, and it's indicating not toxicity, but like there wasn't anywhere for you to expand or develop or transform from that particular space. You needed to be opened up to something new, to expand into a level of fortune that it wants to flow to and through you. It wants to flow to and through you. It doesn't need you to like be the boss, to pursue it, to work like day and night extra hard, to toil and like be in this space of mastery. And that's just not what's asked of you right now in this chapter. I love that the King of Pentacles in reverse came out. It's everything. It's exactly what I was saying. That's really beautiful. I feel like you are, like, new parts of you are opening up. Because there's a lot of different elements of you here. There's a lot of court cards, right? There's the King of Pentacles, the Page of Pentacles. There's the Knight of Swords, the Queen of Swords. And they're all you. So in your surrounding energy or situation that's being highlighted is the Knight of Swords in reverse. And it's with the doll and the story. Okay, well, the doll actually talks about illusions surrounding old wounds, specifically old wounds from childhood. This could have been something about like, oftentimes Capricornians as kids are like parentified, or there's a lot of responsibility, right? Saturn is your ruler. There can be a lot of responsibility put on you at a very young age. I have a Capricorn, Mars, and stellium, so I feel ya. I feel you. It doesn't always feel fair. You know? This could be like a wound surrounding achievement or having to prove your worth or earn, always feeling like you have to, something has to be hard. Like you can't just let an achievement fall in your lap and be grateful and accept that it felt easy, or you can't allow yourself to be guided by things that are fueled by inspiration and not just like sheer willpower, right? There's something about that. I kind of need to turn this back on. I lied. I need to see a little bit more. And for some reason that's preventing me from it. Okay. The story card is very self-explanatory. It's about listening to your own story, your own internal narratives, but also that of others. And I feel like it's those, it's like projections or expectations, or specifically it's not necessarily coming through as like the stories of others that are around you speaking these stories to you now, but it's, again, it's something that I feel like was internalized or projected onto you most likely as a child or at a young age, and you've carried that with you, but it's not your story, or that story is evolving or changing is what it feels like, and it's very much ready to do. It's very much ready to do that. Um, hmm. It's the challenge that's being presented, if anything, but I don't feel like it's very challenging for you. You seem to be going with the flow and kind of feeling like, wow, this is surprisingly refreshing. Who knew that I would like this approach? Like, kicks feet up and just like allows yourself to fucking relax. Allows yourself to believe that you don't actually have to do anything to be valuable other than just be yourself. And that goes for all of us. But there's something that like it kind of just like doesn't really make sense, but you're integrating it or going with it because it's expanding. It's integrating into a new narrative or story that will make sense. For now, it's enough that it just feels good, that it feels that it is feeding your confidence in a healthy way, that it's inspiring you, that it's opening up new opportunities for you. It's beautiful. And you feel at peace. You feel at ease and still simultaneously secure in whatever this is. So that is a beautiful, that's a really beautiful sign. That's what's helping you to discern and trust and surrender, even without, well, I heard knowing how the story ends. So there's something else here about the situation that is, it's asking you to invest and be inspired in your investment without having a 5-year plan, or like knowing necessarily, even it's not like not having goals, or it's not about not having an intention. It's just about being able to trust what you feel around something, and then not needing to know exactly how it's going to play out. You're learning how to go with the flow of life, and it feels light and inspiring. It's like this new approach is acting as a bit of a muse for you. And you're also sorting out stories around obligation. I also heard reputation. Maybe some of you feel like if you don't function the way you've always have been taught to function, or you always have functioned, then your reputation is going to be ruined, or you're going to be seen as something undesirable by, I don't know. It's like there's something about the judgment of others here and your reputation. But that's making me think of the quote, something like, only after you ruin your reputation can you be truly happy and free, essentially. It's about getting to the point where, not that you're actively trying to ruin your reputation, but you just don't give a fuck about what other people think. You have to get there eventually to set yourself free, right? That doesn't mean be a dick. That doesn't mean be crazy and impulsive and erratic and not yourself. It just means like allow yourself to expand in the ways that you feel pulled to expand, without questioning that, or without worrying about how that's going to look or be even like received. Allow yourself to receive it, which I don't think you have a lot. Like, this is a strength for you, right? You generally don't have too much of a problem with being the authority in your own life. You're very strong-willed. You're very intelligent. And you the intelligence that you have is wisdom that has been earned through like life experience. It's been hard earned. Saturn is your ruler. Saturn is your daddy. There have been no shortcuts in your life, which is why this probably feels refreshing. But the thing is, it's not a shortcut. It's not laziness. It's the culmination of a lot of extremely hard work that led to the mastery of that approach. And now you can let things be easier because you've mastered that. Or you can let things just be different. You can let things be more free-flowing, more muse-like, which is really beautiful. You can move more from the heart or from a creative place maybe as well. I love this for you. Okay. So the optimal embodiment or greatest strength that's coming through for you right now is the Fool. Just let it happen, hun. You're already in this energy. I allow life to flow through me. That's very the Fool. That's very, I flow with life. I like move with a level of flexibility that is actually a strength, more strong than like a rigidity. And you have to have that to survive life, because the only thing that is constant is change. And the Fool is Uranian energy, which is like, there's often times, there will always be in life things that you can't predict, right? Things that you can't foresee, changes that you're not anticipating, right? And so it's actually a strength to be able to flow and move in that way and not let it throw you into a space of anxiety or stress or like feeling like you need to grasp tighter and control and hold on to something. Your greatest point of tension or insecurity is the Queen of Swords. You're more comfortable knowing. Yeah. And currently you don't. No. You're very used to having extremely clear perception. Because again, I feel like your approach thus far has been very like A to B, B to C, C to D, blah, 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 blah. But then you got to Z, and now you're going back to the beginning, back to the drawing board. And now it's more about gaining perception and perspective through doing something that you haven't done before and allowing that learning curve to teach you. It's like development of new skills. Mm-hmm. I love you guys. You're so like stoic that sometimes I'm like, I can't really tell. I mean, I can, but it's just kind of funny to me. Like, you don't always show a deep emotional, you don't always clearly show how you feel about what's going on. You just give me the facts, the straight facts, the truth, and nothing but the truth, you know? You're very like, let's get down to business. And I appreciate it. I love you for it. I'm not going to lie. But in your insecurity or your point of tension, you're like, don't get it twisted though. I may be making this look just easy, just effortless. But a part of me is definitely freaked the fuck out that I don't know. But I'm doing it anyways. I'm embodying it anyways because it feels good more than it feels scary. There's something about the resonance of this approach that is, you can feel that it's aligned. You can feel that it's true. I feel like you could be tuning into, you know, you're the sea goat, right? There's an element of Piscean energy. Wow, look at all this unburdening. that you're tuning into right now. And I feel like it's faith and surrender and that inspired creative flow. There's a connection that you have to Pisces, right? And I feel like you're learning that you could have really taken a huge amount of, you could have gleaned a massive amount of wisdom through that Saturn in Pisces cycle. Huge. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Pisces is the last sign of the zodiac. There's always something to learn from Pisces. Not that Pisces doesn't have anything to learn, but oftentimes we have our blind spots that we need to, you know, have the mirror, the reflection or engagement with other people to see into ourselves. But Pisces does have a gift of, oftentimes we struggle to see ourselves clearly because we embody so much, like the whole ocean, right? And so we need other people to remind us of who we are within that, within the collective. Because we can just dissolve and be anything, everything, everywhere, all at once, right? But you have something to learn from Pisces, and I think that you gained a lot of wisdom and inspiration even from that cycle. Okay. Yeah. There's also something here about sacrificing. Okay, yeah. You're very comfortable carrying everything on your own. You're not comfortable relying on others generally, because it's not that you don't have faith or belief in others, you just have the most in yourself, because you know your own capacity is well known to you. It's like been clearly laid out and established through your own personal experience, and so it feels safer sometimes to just solo dolo it on your journey, to take this strategy of like not being uncooperative, but just like not really collaborating as much as you do things on your own. And that is a strategy, and it has worked for you. You don't get to the top taking everyone with you. Let's just be honest. You don't. Some peaks you got to climb to on your own. But this next phase is about not doing it all by yourself. Recognizing that you don't need to. And maybe even realizing how that has blocked you from a certain level of abundance and fulfillment that it might surprise you a little bit. Okay. In the immediate future is the Seven of Pentacles. You're in it. You're invested. You're not backing down, babes. There could even be something that solidifies your investment on this path or to this approach even more in the near future. Like an opportunity that comes up that is outside of your comfort zone or outside of your norm. Or there's a learning curve involved in it. Something where it's almost coming through as like there's no turning back if you invest in this a little bit. Obviously there's turning back. You're never at like a not turning back point. But yeah, it's coming through that way. Anything else about the Seven of Pentacles? It could just feel very much like a significant turning point for you where you really, yeah. Oh my gosh, Capricorn. Baby. Okay, your reading is done. Like, I'm leaving you with this. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Look at all that freaking inspired, magical confidence and assuredness in yourself. Look at what it is manifesting. A level of abundance and expansion that comes from a state of being, not doing. That's what you've been missing. That's the next phase for you. You're manifesting this from a place of established alignment, knowing yourself, knowing your strengths, knowing your weaknesses, knowing what's your forte, what you still need to work on more, and accepting all of yourself, knowing your power here, and the fact that you don't need to prove or overextend to be successful. It can be easy. And again, ease does not lessen the... It being easy does not, like, cheapen the accomplishment. Okay? I'm telling myself this too. Capricorn Mars, okay? Capricorn Saturn, Capricorn Mars. It doesn't have to be hard. In fact, that belief, that story, that it's a dog-eat-dog world, that everything is difficult, that you can't just manifest your dreams, you have to like struggle and toil and strain and work yourself into a freaking early grave to accomplish the kind of abundance that you desire. It's bullshit. That's the Matrix talking. That's capitalism talking. And it's bullshit. You've mastered that already. And you know that there's something else. You know that there's more, and you feel called to it, and you feel calm and inspired pursuing it. And you're right. You are so right about it leading somewhere beautiful. You can't see it, or you don't have all of the answers, but somehow allow yourself to be inspired and excited by that rather than feeling insecure or intimidated about it, because this is absolutely the next phase for you. You're leaping out into it, trusting it, going with the flow, allowing yourself to flow with life and life to flow through you, allowing yourself to have this like lust for life, this inspiration that fuels you rather than just like accomplishing things through asserting yourself via like will and perseverance and that alone. That is an incredible strength and a beautiful thing to have mastered, or to have like, I feel like you've got that skill under your belt already. You know how to do that. This is about something different. And because it's different, it's going to be fulfilling in different ways as well. So I really love that for you, Capricorn. I love it. And I love you. And we're going to move on to Aquarius. I'm going to run to the washroom because I do need to go. I might feed my dog now. Yeah, it's 8:30. I'm going to feed Jangy. Django! Are you alive out there? You want some breakfast? Okay, I'll be back in a few moments here, and we'll finish the last two signs. I love it. Real big fan. Okay. Okay. All right, I'll be right back, and then we're going to move on to Aquarius. My Aquarian babies. What's going on here? Cappy gang. You're confused? Well, Trey. A glutton for punishment. Leo is so on point, but I'm still in it. But the connection feels very broken, casual, but trying, feeling hopeless. What's up, Kelly? Hi. Oh, blessings. Aw, I'm glad that you came in right at the right time. And hopefully you resonated, because that was a dope reading for Capricorn. I love that. Okay. Give me but a moment, or a few, I guess. Let's not be unrealistic here. I'll give me a few moments, and I'll be back. Okay. Oh, what's up, Kinez? What's up, love? People are always like, I fall asleep to your voice constantly. I'm gonna choose to take that as a compliment. Okay, I'll be right back, you guys. Oh my gosh, why? I have a cramp in my leg. I'm just gonna close this just a tiny bit. Let me turn that off too, and maybe put my shorts back on, because it is getting hot, but I don't want the fan on anymore. The struggle is real. Django! James, do you want some supper? Some breakfast? Hey! Hi, cutie. What's going on? You want to come eat? Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Good boy. Good boy. Some fresh water, some breakfast. Hi, cutie head. I missed your cute face and missed you even though you were just outside the door. Yes, you're so cute. I love you. You want to eat your supper? Get it, buddy. Get it. happening now, huh? Okay. All right, sorry. I had to pin my hair back a little bit because it's getting a little bit greasy and it's annoying me. So also, why is my throat doing this? Maybe do meditations. Have it work for you. Very soothing. Very vibe. Yeah, I do actually. I like record voice notes for myself sometimes. Like, I should do this again because it's been a long time since I did this, but I would like, because I write all of my affirmations for like new and full moons, I journal them. So at one point I did like, I created a voice note and I just opened my journal and read through all of them in like a calming voice. And I would just listen to it at certain points, like if I was getting ready for, like getting ready in the morning or whatever the case may be. Something about hearing your own voice, it works really well paired with like glamour magic. Like when you're looking in the mirror, hearing yourself speak empowering affirmations to yourself sort of thing. So that's what I did, and I should do that again for sure because it is powerful. A little manifestation hack for you guys. Especially if you have very strong mercurial like energy or placements in your chart too, that can be beneficial. What's up, Ron? Yeah, your cells hear you. Your cells hear you. Talk to your own body. For real. I definitely learned the importance and power of that as I was like doing my trauma healing. Because when your body is reacting, like talking to your nervous system and stuff like that can be super helpful. It seems a little weird at first, but it's very beneficial and like genuinely works. There's something in my eyeball. Okay. Sorry, I'm just like sticking my finger in my eye. Okay. Somatic, yeah. Somatic exercises and like moving fascia. Doing somatic exercises paired with speaking to yourself, speaking to your body, letting it know that you're ready to release and that it's okay and safe to do so is literally life-changing. I feel like that's been the most helpful therapeutic approach of everything. I've seen the most positive outcome from that of anything. So yes, we're on the same page. Okay. Why is my throat doing this? Hold on, I'm just gonna mute myself and clear my throat more aggressively. Django's like, what the fuck, bitch? What you doing over there? Aggressively making noise. Where are you, pooper? Do you want to go outside? He usually has to like go to the washroom almost immediately after he finishes eating. Probably because he drinks the way that he does, if you just heard him. It's like he drinks an entire huge bowl in like one messy, loud, messy and loud approach. Do you want to wait until after Aqua? Or do you want to go now? What do you need? Okay. Get Aqua's cards. Oh. Okay. What was that? Did you eat too fast? Please don't puke it up all undigested like you did that one time. Really don't want to clean that out. Ah, what the heck? Okay. An explosion of things coming out here. Okay, can I just get 3 more cards in a non-violent fashion, please? Thank you. Okay. One more. Okay. Okay, all right, I see you. Wow. It's very internal energy right now for you. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, but let's see what your oracle cards are. Wow, okay. Oh, I like that. Okay. I think I am going to take my dog out to the kennel. Just, he usually, like, immediately pees when I take him out there after breakfast. And I would prefer that he do that outside and not on the floor. Okay, just give me one moment to do that. I'll be right back, okay? Why? My voice feeling weird. Drink some water. James, let's go outside. Come on. You want to go pee? Yeah. Come on. Listen. What's with the testing me today? Get outside. I know you want to go. Django and I are having like a battle of the wills. Excuse me, and I'm barely winning. Rottweilers are stubborn motherfuckers, let me tell you. He's testing me. He's doing this whole testing thing. And I'm like, I will not back down. Because if a 130-pound Rottweiler stops respecting you, it's over. It's over. That's not good times then. Then they control you. You do not have any control over them. But it's quite smoky outside. So the fires that are happening in Saskatchewan right now, they must be getting worse, which isn't great. But Canadian problems, you probably don't care. 936. Okay. Okay. We gotta wrap up this live because my voice is having problems. Okay. Hi, Aqua. Hello, my beauties. I hope that you guys are well. And let's just dive right into your reading here, okay? So we're just gonna start by looking at your current signifying energies. And specifically, well, your overall energy right now in regards to this highlighted situation, but also we're going to look at perspective, prominent perspective and feeling that you're having that's kind of also contributing here. So you're coming through as the King of Cups in reverse. Okay. And then you have this card, okay. You have this card of wisdom, rosemary. So it is a third eye chakra card. This is the perspective that wants to be highlighted. So the trigger statement says it doesn't make sense. And the true statement is I see the bigger picture. You're moving towards a deeper level of understanding, from knowledge to wisdom. Take time to absorb the lessons. You might want to work with rosemary. It's incredible for, well, memory. It's really incredible for memory. It's actually been proven, even the smell of rosemary has a very positive impact. You can look up the studies and things on this. It's been proven to very much help with memory. But it could also just help you integrate here as well. Or like integrate through being able to remember and tap back into like things that pieces you've picked up along the way, so that you can see how they fit together and you can see the perspective of the bigger picture. So that could be helpful for you if you feel called to that. Plus just smells fantastic. The emotion that's being highlighted is weak. It says no defenses, worn down, empty, not strong, helpless, vulnerable, can't say no, easy target, sitting duck. I don't feel like you are in like an exposed, vulnerable space. I feel like you are in a place where, well, what's this King of Cups in reverse? It almost feels like and not being completely immobilized, but there's a heavy emotional influence here. And because you're fixed air, that's why I feel like this intensity of emotion, because the King of Cups is Scorpio, fixed water, so it can like meet you in intensity. It kind of feels like some sort of emotional intensity here is meeting you and giving you a bit of a run for your money. Kind of like Django's giving me a run for my money. You're not weak. You just feel like you can't. I'm getting that like you can't use logic to defend yourself from an intense emotional response or something emotional that wants to come through for you right now. It's kind of just flooding your experience. And I don't think that that's negative, because you're telling me here with this wisdom card that you see the bigger picture and you have some understanding of like the value or significance that this holds for you. So tell me a little bit. Well, okay. The Seven of Swords. What about the Seven of Swords? It feels like you've got a strategy here. I think that you're laying down your defenses on purpose. Was that a mosquito? Bastard! Oh, I can hear you. Where are you? If I have to pause and murder something here. Where are you? Tell me about the Seven of Swords. Fuck around and find out. I dare you. Hopefully the smoke kills all of the mosquitoes or something like that. The Hierophant in reverse. Exactly. This is an informed strategy. It's so Uranian. It's very, this is very you. I really like this. You're sort of like, although this is unnatural for me because it's not my traditional way of doing things, I'm ruled by Uranus. I like to shake shit up. I am radical. I am revolutionary. I am genius. I cannot be boxed in by tradition. It only takes so long before you get a little bit bored of the status quo. I can hear the mosquito. It's bothering me. So this is a strategy. It's not like an illusion or something that you don't have control over. It's something that you're choosing. And you see the value in it, and it's revealing wisdom to you. Okay. All right, so the surrounding energy or situation that's being highlighted, that is moving through you, that you are moving through. Okay, you have the Nine of Wands. It is a push, but this feels like it's kind of, you're making yourself vulnerable for the sake of expansion. It's like fixed signs are most empowered when they accept when it is time to change. They don't resist it. And that's not easy for a fixed sign to do. It takes a great amount of knowing yourself, knowing what is comfort and what is complacency, knowing when a cycle or a lesson has been integrated and you're ready for something new. Like when you need to go back to the drawing board, not because you were wrong, but because you're ready to master a new approach that's going to essentially like just be another tool for abundance or power or wisdom in your toolkit, essentially. Okay. So we have the Nine of Wands. So there is a little bit of a push and a strength that's required for this, but you're showing up like a boss here. The Nine of Wands can be associated with like the wounded warrior, or it's like there's oftentimes exhaustion and also reassurance simultaneously present with the Nine of Wands. It's like you've been working on something for long enough that success or expansion is pretty much guaranteed unless you like choose to sabotage or get in your own way actively. Otherwise, it's a card of momentum, like something snowballing. You've already put in enough effort that the energy, as long as you don't get in your own way, I see you, it doesn't, it carries itself to a degree. So you can let it roll, and then you can, the Nine of Wands takes you to the Ten of Wands, which is a natural closure or breaking point energetically. And that is when there's a fresh energetic infusion. So you could feel like something's no longer in alignment with you, like something now that used to feel in alignment it doesn't inspire you, or it makes you, it doesn't light you up. It doesn't feel aligned. Yeah, the Two of Cups in reverse, the Queen of Wands in reverse, the Ace of Pentacles. So you're ready for a new opportunity. a new approach, a physical new opportunity or approach. For some of you, this includes a move, I'm hearing. Like a physical move of home or location. Yeah. Okay, so with the Nine of Wands, you also got this card, no place like home. Oh, I lied to Virgo. You were the one other sign that got an archetype card indicating that there's someone else. There's a prominent other archetype or energy, another person essentially, that they want to highlight here, that is involved in the current situation. So the archetype that came through as signifying this person is the Samaritan in its light attribute. So it says refines your capacity to help those you would prefer to ignore. Okay. The shadow attribute is exacting appreciation and recognition for the help that you offer. I think that you are quite firm or structured. There was like a rigidity, an inflexibility in how you were approaching something previously. And I think that you're now taking the strategy of allowing yourself to soften and be vulnerable. Not actually in a weak way, although it's like, it's not weak if it's intentional and chosen from a place of knowing yourself and being in dominion of yourself and seeing clearly the purpose for why you're choosing to disarm and be vulnerable, right? You're telling me that you're aware, you have this wisdom that a new approach is needed because you're gaining a deeper level of understanding. It's not just knowledge, it's wisdom. And choosing this path is actually helping you absorb the lessons. You're aware that this is gifting you something, even though it might feel challenging or difficult. But this person outside of you here that you're dealing with, they are... Part of what's being refined is your capacity. And I feel like this is very Aquarian. Samaritan, humanitarian. They're like kind of a hop, skip, and a jump away from each other. Did I kill you? I'm so sorry. That was probably really loud because I did it right above. If anyone was falling asleep to my voice, well, you're probably not anymore. Damn it, I didn't even get you. There. I'm so sorry I killed it that time. It was only stunned after the first time. I had to finish him. So now I can just be at peace and at ease in my energy, not worrying about that little bastard flying around my head. This is very you. You know, Aquarians are at their strongest when they understand the part that they play within the whole, and they know how to differentiate and not lose themselves, like merging into the collective. They know when to rebel, when to be radical, when to lead the revolution, you know, viva la revolution. You know when to shake shit up. And then you also know when to soften when you're at your strongest. And that is not only a flex for you specifically, but for fixed signs especially. So it feels like it's a time to give rather than take. Or it's a time when you're realizing that pushing through a barrier or pushing through something that might feel a little difficult, there might be someone specifically here in your energy that you would prefer to just ignore. So they could be, the situation could have already taken like a bit of energy not from you, but it hasn't necessarily been the easiest. It's asking you to tune into something that is not the easiest for you, but it's interesting the power of this because you're willing to strategically and intentionally shift. not just for this person, but there is someone in particular there that is present that you do feel motivated to show up for in a very like compassionate, loving, and unconditional sort of way. Okay. I want to see what this book says, or the book says about this no place like home card, because this feels quite significant. Okay. All right, so this card represents authenticity, coming home to yourself, feeling at home, arriving at a place where you just fit, and being comfortable in your own skin. I'm going to read the oracle message as well as the relationship message, because there is somebody here that's in this with you, that's showing up. So the oracle message says, home feels safe and secure. It's a comfortable place to rest and create, a place that is known and you can call yours. This card signals that your ability to trust yourself and feel at home in your own skin is beginning to solidify as you claim your dignity and integrity, aspects of yourself no one can take away from you. You know who you are. You hold your head high, yet with neither pride nor humility. Instead, you stand as the observer, seeing through the eyes of your soul. This puts you in a position of power and strength. Authenticity is your home. You are safe here in the house of your spirit and spirit. You see the higher picture because you know who you are. You're moving towards a deeper level of understanding. And it's allowing you to show up in a different way. So the relationship message, it says lovers, friends, and companion animals are at home in your life right now. You are in sync and full of love, and you can be secure in the knowledge that it is reciprocated. Relationships elicit a sense of emotional safety, comfort, and the best aspects of familiarity now. Be home in this relationship. Together, you add to the love of the world. Wow, that's fucking beautiful. The other thing is that when you act, when you embody and express from an authentic place, you command the world to reflect back to you exactly what is in perfect comfort and alignment with that, which is always what is for your absolute highest and best good. So abundance is kind of a natural progression when you're in that state of authenticity, and it feels like you're gaining wisdom, and there's a level of newfound belief in yourself where you feel so comfortable with yourself that you can show up in a way that is not your norm and still have a level of confidence and feel I don't know, feel like you are still at home within yourself even though you're outside of your comfort zone, which truly signals how much you have come to know yourself, because home, the kind of home that this card is talking about, is now something that you carry with you internally wherever you go. And that's why the people that you engage with, the animals, the places, you're able to open up and infuse that energy and share it with those around you. And it's helping people. It's doing good. It's doing a lot of good. There could be someone that is a little like, I want to know more about this Samaritan energy, because this is a person outside of you. So I feel like they are inspiring you to do this, to show up in this way. And this could be the person that You're also offering, if I'm feeling more like this is someone who's a muse who inspires you to let your guard down, to not be defensive. The world. To share, to give of yourself, to pay it forward. Whether people are deserving or not, that's not the point at all. The point is understanding the power of considering and caring for people and offering people grace, accepting people where they are, exactly where they are, for exactly who they are, and choosing to give and be generous based on the fact that you are abundant and you have a lot to give, not based on what can I get back, and only being focused on that, because that's very limited, and like it's a very limited way of seeing and offering yourself, right? If it's only about like what I can get back. And don't get me wrong, there's times where it is important for there to be reciprocation, clear reciprocation, or for you to be very much like compensated, I guess, for what you're putting in. But right now is about giving freely of yourself, I feel like. And there's other people, or at least one other person, I feel like, that's kind of doing this as well, living in this way and inspiring you, or maybe helping you see the bigger picture and purpose. Essentially, like the extreme amount of value that can come from offering that to the world. So is there anything else? The Three of Swords and the Page of Pentacles in reverse. This could be someone who has hurt you, but it's because they are hurt. And there you are, the King of Swords in the upright at the bottom of the deck. You see them clearly. You can see. This might not just be one person. This might be just hurt people, you know. The Page of Pentacles in reverse. It's like you have this extreme clarity surrounding... It's reminding me of this video that I saw on Instagram. And it's like the power of... It was basically like this puppy, this dog. There's variations of this. There's somewhere it's like 2 cats, but the one that I saw was there's like this puppy. It's like a golden retriever, like big Fluffosaurus Rex, just like this big, like floppy, you know, like big soft softy. And the people adopted a cat who had been like a little kitten who obviously had been kind of traumatized. And they were integrating it into the family. And there's this video of like it's like time-lapse video, right? So it's like over a long period of time, the interactions. And at first the kitten is like swatting, like the dog's like, oh, like just trying to play and be all soft. And the cat is like hissing and swatting and like actually scratching him. And the dog just stays soft. Like the dog does not retaliate. The dog isn't like, oh, fuck you then, you know? Like the dog just keeps showing up. Ugh, it makes me want to cry because it actually shows the power of compassion and grace and love and just patience. It's like the things that we wish people would offer to us, and see that sometimes, like when we're acting from a place of woundedness, sometimes we just want someone to see the wound, to just see that we're hurting, and to know that, like, to not judge us based on our behavior in that moment, and not criticize us when we're already criticizing ourselves enough, but just see that it's coming from a place of hurt. And that doesn't excuse our behavior, but what hurt people need is love. And so at the end, by the end of this video, the kitten is like slowly is like coming up, and the dog is just kind of like laying there, like not trying to force itself not trying to force a relationship, just openly and affectionately showing up consistently, not shutting down, right? Staying open, making oneself vulnerable to help another not feel alone in their vulnerability. It's really powerful. And so by the end of the video, the kitten is like softens as well because it knows that it's safe. And it heals and it's like snuggling the puppy and it's fucking adorable. It's so cute. Say you're a Pisces without saying you're a fucking Pisces. But you know, whatever. That's what this is making me think of. And whether you're offering this just to one specific person or sort of like paying it forward to the world at large, it could look like lots of things, but it's like you're seeing that certain people are moving from a place of pain and insecurity. Like they don't believe in themselves. And what they need is love. Love, you can't heal people, but you can love them. And that's pretty fucking close, to be honest. It at least provides a safe container for people to heal themselves. Or not give up on themselves. Because the Page of Pentacles in reverse with the Three of Swords, that's someone that's really hurting and they don't feel like shit. They feel like they are worthless, unlovable. They're already in the gutters, you know? There's that quote by Oscar Wilde that's like, we're all in the gutters. Some of us are looking up at the stars. And it's like, sometimes we have to understand that the human condition, like this world there's no escaping pain. We're all going to feel it at some point or another. And so I think it's important to remember how we want to be treated in those moments and then be able to extend that compassion to those who need it most when they are in that, because we're all in it together. It's the human condition, you know? So seeing that and being able to offer that with healthy boundaries is very, it's very powerful. Okay. So your strongest or most empowering embodiment here, this is coming through as the Queen of Swords. And then your point of tension or insecurity is the Tower in reverse. Okay. It's finding a balance. I'm seeing just like a teeter-totter that is balanced with two equal parts. There is this knowing and understanding and wisdom, but then from that place you can take an approach that is that's softer, because the Tower is Mars energy. It's masculine. It can be a little cutting, and you know, fixed air, you're highly intelligent, you can be very direct and sometimes sharp, a little sharp, right? I'm an Aqua Mercury, so trust me, I understand better than anyone. Sometimes my expression when I'm frustrated can be a little sharp, you know? It can be a little pointed. And I don't mean to hurt people when I am that way, and I don't think you ever do either. But sometimes you see things clearly, or we see things clearly that others don't see, and what they need is not to have that truth necessarily flung sharply in their face. Sometimes they just need to feel seen through having space held for them in more of an energy of like kindness, tenderness, feminine energy. just receiving them where they're at, just like radical acceptance, which is your superpower when you're in your strength. So it's not about like aggressive force. Although fixed signs, and especially highly intelligent and evolved fixed signs, so like, well, I think you and Scorpio have the most difficult time with this. It's mostly because of your level of intelligence, and that's not to say at all that Taurus and Leo don't have that, but it's just a little bit different. It manifests in a different way. With you and Scorpio, it's very psychological. It's very like knowledge. A lot of it is knowledge based. Knowing when to take a softer approach and not force. Knowing when to, yeah, again, like it's a power move for a fixed sign to know when change is necessary and to be able to surrender and put themselves in that state of flexibility where they're receptive to change because they understand the purpose of it and the power of it and that it's time for it. So it's about striking a balance between your knowledge and awareness, and then also allowing that to be how your masculine energy manifests through integrating this wisdom, but not through acting forcefully. It's a little bit of an insecurity. It's a little bit of a point of tension, but I feel like the point of tension is positive because it's highlighting a balance, right? Like there's tension because both sides of the teeter-totter are, it's the tension that is holding the balance, you know what I mean? It's a side effect of equilibrium, essentially. So it's not a bad thing. And I think you're wise enough to see this because you're telling me that you're you're like, I see it. I see the truth. I love you. I mean, you're very intelligent. I'm not surprised. But when you pair your profound intelligence with compassion, and you know when and how to exercise both from a place of power, that's a highly evolved Aquarian. Okay, so in the immediate future, you have the Knight of Pentacles. Okay. You're just trucking along with your cute ass here. Just taking it one step at a time, one foot in front of the other. Not too stressed, not too hurried. This feels a lot like enjoying the journey, even if you don't see the destination completely. It's giving the age of Aquarius. It's giving you understanding that like this is your time to rise and lead. Lead in that way. Show them how it's done, babes. Yeah, the Five of Cups and the Six of Swords in reverse. There are a lot of people in the world right now that are immobilized by pain and grief. They don't feel capable of moving forwards. And a lot of people, they're so overwhelmed by their emotions. And this is natural, by the way. When we look at the state of the world, if you are a normal person... And I don't mean you're not, well, I mean, you're kind of not normal. What is normal anyways? But you're abnormal in like the most incredible way possible. I don't mean that as a bad thing. But it's like when we look at your average person, if they look at the state of the world or tune into the state of the world and humanity, the natural response is a level of grief. Because there's a lot of pain and suffering in the world. But that doesn't mean that, the thing is you have strength of, like the Six of Swords is the card that's associated with Mercury and Aquarius. And that is about expanding, having the strength of mind to be able to break free from conditioning, self-limiting beliefs, traditional things that are ready to be revolutionized or evolved. And also the ability to humble yourself and get beyond yourself so that you can expand when that is necessary. There are people that just don't have the mastery over their mind and intellect the way that you do. You're the most evolved air sign. You're fixed air. I mean, you have that. That's a natural strength for you, and you can offer it to people. So you're just doing you one step at a time. It's beautiful. And it's serving the community. It's serving the collective, the Three of Cups. What you're offering is celebrating humanity, not just focusing on, you're shining a light in the dark, you know? It's like the star energy, your major arcana card, it's holding hope. You know how much strength it takes to hold hope in hopeless times, or when you're surrounded by people that feel, you know, that are wounded, that are confused, that are overwhelmed, that feel helpless, that feel hopeless. It takes a very specific kind of strength of the mind to transcend above that, and you have that, and you're offering it, which is fucking gorgeous. So I also tuned in. Do I hear another fucking mosquito? I already tuned in last night as well and pulled a few cards to just receive some intuitive downloads surrounding what's coming in the immediate future for you. So I pulled a Lenormand card, and I also pulled an astrology card. You guys got conjunction and the moon from the Lenormand. So what I wrote is empowerment strengthens, activates, saturates, and then recognition, reputation, achievement, and honor. Oh my gosh, I love it. Conjunction is things working together in an empowering way, a way that strengthens, that uplifts. They uplift one another. It's leaning on one another. We were never meant to. This is another strength of Aquarian energy, is like knowing when to be focused on yourself, as like knowing when to focus on individualism and being different, and then knowing when it's not time for that, knowing when we need to work together as a species, right? To evolve, to survive, to support, to strengthen one another. You have this recognition because you see the bigger picture, and you know what's needed, and you're offering what's needed. And I love that so much. And the thing is, you're coming from this beautiful place of, you have this recognition because of a level of achievement that you've already reached, a level of mastery that you've reached. You're just honoring that now. You're just embodying and expressing in a way that is coming from an empowered place, and it also can inspire, activate, uplift others. Basically, you're functioning from a place of integrity and authenticity, even though you're not focused on just yourself. You're still being authentic to you. You're just offering this very authentic, incredible gift to the world as well. Is there anything else about what's coming in the near future here for Aquarius before I let them go? No, that's it. You're making a judgment call, I feel like, to be very emotionally clear, because there's a lack of alignment, a lack of investment in things that are truly secure, and there's a lack of clarity. There's a confusion, and so you understand what the collective needs to be saturated with right now, what they are saturated with, which is like fear, confusion, disempowerment, overwhelm, and you're offering somewhat of an antidote to that. What's up, Rochelle? Hi, baby. Kinez. You're welcome. You have a great weekend too. What's up, Ron? Good pieces reading. Yeah, the energies are intense. All right, babies, we're moving on to Pisces, but I love you. I love you so much. Also, Judgment. It's the card of Pluto. Pluto is in Aquarius right now. You're being revolutionized so that you can lead the revolution. I love it. I love it so much. I love it. It's beautiful. It speaks to my freaking heart. I love Aquarian energy. In Vedic, I'm Aquarius sun instead of a Pisces sun, so vibes. Okay. All right, my spicy Pisces. We out here. We're at your sign. Finally. Okay. Let's see here. Excuse me, my throat's getting dry. Let me drink some more water. Okay. Pisces. What do we got for my Pisces? Yeah, you're supposed to be asleep. What's up, Tunmei? Good morning. You're going to bed once you're done. Or give up in frustration. Yeah. I'm here. Okay. Pisces, let's see what's happening for you. Okay. Ooh. All right. Oh my goodness. Pisces. What's going on for my Pisces? This deck is so satisfying to shuffle. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I had to clear my throat a little bit and didn't want you to have to hear the annoyance of it. Okay, let's get 5 cards for Pisces. Okay. Are you working in tandem with Aquarius? What's happening here? 2 gangstas coming together to take over the world? Like Pinky and the Brain? Pinky and the Brain is actually So Aquarius and Pisces coded now that I think about it. It's pinky. It's pinky on the brain. Not that you're stupid, Pisces, but you're definitely pinky. And I love you for it. I'm also a Pisces. Okay, 3 more cards. That didn't want to come out. Oh, well, yeah, that does make logical sense, yes. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see here. Oh my goodness, you got quite a few extra cards here. It's okay. I love this. Why do I always get the super emotional? I get the super emotional readings at the end when my guard is like super down. And then I cry. Actually, I haven't cried during a reading in some time, so let's see. Came pretty close in that Aquarian reading, though. I'm not going to lie. Okay. Well, Pisces. It kind of looks like you are... it's not that you and Aquarius are full... Well, kind of. You're kind of doing the same thing, but just in oppositional sort of ways. Okay. Let's timestamp and just get into your reading here. Let's see. 10, 24. Okay. Hey, angelfish. I hope that you're doing excellent. Are you doing okay? All right. What's up, fish fam? I hope that you guys are absolutely excellent. So let's just dive right into your reading here, okay? I love what I'm seeing. I feel like there's a bit of a connection potentially between yourself and Aquarius. I don't know if you have strong Aquarian energy in your chart. It's coming through as like there is an influence though that is supporting you, and it's Aquarian. Or there's a connection there. You could have like a friend who's an Aquarius, or you're just inspired by someone maybe. Or just the energy of Aquarius, like the energy of like unexpected revolution for the sake of when it's most powerful. It's in support of radical change for the betterment of all. It's essentially like you can't stay quiet about the things that matter. There's a picking your battles element about it. Every fight is not worth it, but some are absolutely worth it. And I think that both you and Aquarius, at this time, you have a very, very powerful level of enlightenment that's leading you to, it looks like, well, let's just get into your reading, but essentially act outside of your comfort zone, but it's intentional. It's very intentional, and you understand why you're taking this approach, and it's very powerful. So your signifier at this time, so I pulled some cards to show me where your emotional body is kind of at, as well as where your mentality is at, and like in the ways that are most prominently affecting the current situation. But you actually came out as the Queen of Swords. Not necessarily your go-to. But the Queen of Swords is, well, she's very intelligent. Not just intelligent, she's wise. She is had life experiences. She earned her wisdom. Yeah, she earned it. It didn't come easily to her. In fact, I was just reading from the book, from the guidebook, from a deck that I don't use very often because it's a little bit difficult to read because it's not like your traditional tarot deck very much at all, because it's so specific. I don't use it super often, but I felt called to use it. And actually one of the cards that came out was the Queen of Swords. It's Yair. This is the description I was reading to you when I like had a full-blown emotional breakdown the other night. But basically it was talking about, it summarized the Queen of Swords journey in such a beautiful way. It basically talked about the Queen of Swords as someone who she integrates a level of extremely, my crown, well, right here is tingling, like right at the front of my crown. She incorporates a level of extremely profound wisdom that is gained only through pain and suffering. It's the only way that certain levels of perspective and understanding can come to you. That's why avoiding pain is not smart, actually. I mean, throwing yourself into it all the time isn't either. You gotta not be a masochist, says the masochist. You have to kind of find a middle ground. But pain is an important teacher, and it teaches you in a way that joy, safety, and security and ease never could. It's a totally different lesson, right? It's like how the dark teaches us or shows us things in a way that the light never could. We need both. And the contrast and the duality is very important. But with the Queen of Swords, she's gone the fuck through it. And it was all for this integration, which ultimately like really leads her to a deeper purpose. It's basically how everything that she's experienced has not been for nothing. It was leading her somewhere all along. And then she gets to that point of actualization where it clicks and makes sense. And it's validating and it's profound and emotional, because when you're going through that, when you're going through trauma, when you're going through a level of instability, or just going the fuck through it, oftentimes you can't see this far ahead of you because you're in the dark, and it's very Piscean. You've got to go on faith and faith alone. Sometimes that's all you have to guide you is your own internal compass and belief in things unseen. That's what faith is. And this is why faith is not easy. Blind faith might be easy. Throwing yourself irresponsibly towards something, but that's not really faith. It's ignorance, under the guise of faith. But faith is like true belief in something that you can't see. And that takes a lot of strength. So you're here as the Queen of Swords, and then you have this heart chakra card of awaken. The trigger statement, I don't know what to do. And the true statement, every moment is a new opportunity. And it says, take time today to engage your senses and create. The tension that has been dividing your head and your heart is leaving. Whoa. You're in the true statement because it came out in the upright. This is a balance between the head and the heart. And there's a level of clarity and wisdom that's there. It's an awakening. It is an ascension. It's a transcendence. The Hanged Man, Neptune, your ruler. It's about transcendence. It's about seeing from that higher vantage point and then having the strength to act from that higher vantage point. So there's something here where there's a level of incongruency between your head and your heart that is being resolved or reconciled. And I feel like it has very powerful implications. But the emotions that came out for you. Okay, let's take a moment to honor this because this is also a lot. So 3 cards came out. The first one is grief. And it says, lost someone they love, pain, sadness, endings, going through the motions, processing a loss, missing and crying. Then there's disappointed, which says let down, expectations not met, sad, unfulfilled, frustrated, and discontent. And then there is controlled, dictated to, wanting power over me, dominating, demanding, restricting, telling me what I can and can't do. Okay. It feels like there's maybe been a loss, or you're maybe processing some form of grief as you look at something quite clearly. And it's like you're holding space to understand that something has disappointed you. I feel like specifically it's someone that they might have tried to manipulate or control you here in some sort of way, that you're seeing it clearly for what it is, and you know, you're deeply hurt about it. You're having to process something that's kind of heavy here. But you're also awakening as you process that, and you're not holding on to it as you move through it. Every moment is a new opportunity. Every moment you can renew yourself. And that's just, the key to that is really just being present, you know? Because when you're in the now, you can't be anywhere else. Okay, so let's see. Let's get a little more about this. This grief is awakening something in your heart, though, Pisces. It's alleviating a tension through release. There could be something heavy, something painful that you've actually been harboring in your heart. You haven't been able to let it go, or even maybe be honest with yourself about a specific experience or the way that someone hurt you. This can be on a spectrum, but at the worst, this could be very abusive. You know, this can be very narcissistic. This can be very tyranny, very dominating, very... I'm insecure and I have a very weak sense of self, and so I want you to feel how I feel, so I'm going to create a situation where I make you feel weak as a test and see how you respond, or something like that, right? It's It doesn't make sense. It comes from a place of woundedness and insecurity. And it makes you feel beat down. It makes you feel taken advantage of because you're a very naturally loving person. When you're in your highest, when you're in your highest expression. Oftentimes what hurts you the most is when you give that that depth of love and empathy and just openness unreservedly to someone who ends up being manipulative or entitled, or basically someone who exploits that, or again drains you or beats you down, or chooses to, you open up the most vulnerable, true, pure, and loving place within you, and someone like chooses to not see you clearly, chooses to misunderstand, or spits on it. Basically someone daggers you in the most sensitive part of your heart that you've like worked to hold open. That hurts. That fucks with you, right? Quite a bit, because it takes a lot of strength to do that, to be vulnerable, genuinely vulnerable and caring. And so there can be a lot of grief that came with that, or you being vulnerable and trying to show up lovingly for someone, and there was a lack of alignment there. You felt as though someone was a bit erratic and played mind games with you, or they wanted to win at all costs. And it looks like they did, but it was at your expense. There was pain and grief and disappointment. You felt very restricted, and like someone was trying to, again, like control you by gaining power over you, or controlling a situation by manipulating and dictating, attempting to dictate how it went. Is there anything else we need to know about that? I don't think so. The important part is that this actually catalyzed something within you that's very powerful in terms of your ability to transmute pain and create from that place of vulnerability rather than shutting down. And so the current surrounding energy or circumstance that's being highlighted is this gathering together, massing, converging, unifying, assembling, combining forces. The sum is greater than the parts. And then with the Six of Swords in reverse. Aqua had that come up as well. It is an Aquarian card. It's Mercury in Aquarius. Okay. Let's see. Tell me about what Pisces is bringing together or unifying, combining forces with here. Okay. Basically, you're seeing through someone's carefully formulated disguise. It's telling me that what you're choosing to, you're seeing that the sum is greater than the parts, and that not shutting something or someone out is actually what is needed in this situation, or this is what you're doing anyways. We're going to look at kind of your greatest point of tension and strength, and then also what's coming in the near future, but this is what's happening right now. The Knight of Wands, this is the person that showed up as this one who disappointed you. And the Six of Pentacles, you have two sixes here. You're seeing that the sum is greater than the parts, though. There's something here that is not as simple as it looks. It's not what it presents itself to be. Specifically, this person could present themselves as being very independent, fearless, in charge of their own life, does what they want, doesn't care, right? Doesn't care what anybody thinks. That is not true. That is very far from the truth. There's something that you're continuing to give to, and it's not coming from a place of being insecure and overextending or people pleasing. It's coming from a very intentional place, a very wise place, a place that has already had pain as its teacher and knows what is truly required, maybe for healing or to move something forwards where it is stagnant, because there's someone here that can't see past themselves. They can't see beyond themselves, and the Five of Swords specifically. Yeah. They're in a bit of a stronghold. The devil's kind of got them in a, you know, gotcha. Got him. But you can see that. And I think you can see that someone is acting from a place of feeling backed into a corner, stuck, not having the answer, not knowing what the answer is, not knowing what the right move is. There's a lack of moderation. It's coming through as like, what is this? Almost someone losing hope and then just deciding to like burn it all down, because what the fuck is the point, right? So rather than try to search for an answer, just being like, well, F it, we ball, you know, and just kind of like doubling down on maybe unhelpful behavior or defensiveness, just things that are not getting them anywhere. Doubling down on being a control freak. It's about control. This person, they don't have control in their life, and so they tried to control you, and it through manipulation, and it caused a lot of grief and disappointment. But you can see that it wasn't personal, and you can see where it was coming from. That doesn't mean like put yourself in a precarious situation by, again, like having expectations or being extra vulnerable, like not having healthy boundaries, basically. This isn't about merging with someone and losing yourself with them. That's not the same as unification. You're basically just trying to show this person that they're not alone, I think, like give rather than give up. It's like showing through action, not just word, that you're invested in someone who may not even be invested in their own well-being because they feel hopeless and things feel incredibly heavy. This person's at a breaking point and there's a lot of darkness around them. There could also be like a huge lack of moderation in terms of like them being controlled, and so then they're seeking to control like whatever they can control basically in their life. But there's something about like tradition, family, something that feels rigid and suffocating that this person doesn't really know how to break free from. Yeah, they don't have control. Someone might have control over them. What's up, Lindsay? But yeah, is there anything else about that? They're stuck in the Five of Swords, which is this like, it's basically survival mode. It's fight or flight. It can be very triggered where you feel like the only approach is to have your own back and not at the expense of others, like to just watch out for yourself because you can't trust anyone. But it's really about like, you're doing that from a place of insecurity, or you're doing that from a place of, I don't know, needing to prove something, right? Needing to prove something or protect yourself because you feel so weak and vulnerable. And that is a state of like limiting self-belief. It's coming from when people behave that way, it's a direct reflection of their state of being inside of themselves. Their relationship with themselves and the world around them is just how they engage with people is a reflection of that. Okay, so what's showing up as the strongest embodiment that you can take on, or your greatest strength at this time, is the Five of Wands in reverse. It's like choosing peace, not violence, choosing love. It's reminding me of that picture. It's like a peaceful protest, and there's like this line of like police officers, and they have like their big stern faces and their shields and everything, and there's this girl who has like a daisy, and she sticks it in the barrel of one of their guns, and she's like this hippie, this beautiful young girl. Sometimes it's not about fighting force with force or trying to break down someone's walls through force or control. Sometimes that just makes people double down. Sometimes softness is the strongest approach, because oftentimes it's not expected. But also, like, the Lovers and the Devil are two sides of the same coin. You want to know how to beat the devil? The only way to beat the devil is either not to play or love. Those are the only options. That's it. That's it. Otherwise, the devil is the master of lies. The devil is the master of throwing you off track, of keeping you disillusioned, of confusing you, of making everything feel hopeless and heavy. And it's lies. And you know what clears that up is love, and that's it. Love is the only thing that can diffuse something like that. So I feel like that's what you're offering. You're choosing to not engage necessarily in, well, you're choosing to alleviate any tension or conflict internally so that you can then show up from a place of clarity and strength and alignment, knowing what you're choosing and why you're choosing it. Okay, tell me more. But this is a level of internal alignment and assuredness that comes from a baseline of joy. Joy is your baseline. And that's what allows you to stand in the face of conflict and not blink and not be like tempted or seduced into that approach, which is not, it's not helpful. Anything else about that? The King of Pentacles in reverse. Why the King of Pentacles in reverse? It's about not being stubborn in your approach. Yeah, being flexible. Knowing that there are things that are not yet written or set in stone. It's kind of about what you project onto the future here, or what you choose to project onto the horizon. It's not about taking this fixed Taurian, like structured, traditional, rigid approach. Sometimes that brings comfort and security, and, you know, sometimes that's what's needed and it's really positive. But that's not what's needed in this particular situation. What's needed is you moving forwards with flexibility and disarmed, not like exposed in a way that is a liability. You still have your healthy boundaries, but you're open, you're receptive, and you're choosing to see the best and believe in the best, in the world, in yourself, in another, in a particular situation. And the thing is, that's really interesting. There's like psychological studies that back this up. And I was just reading one the other day, but it's like people really respond to. I was reading it in the context of like your partner, like a romantic partner, but this goes for anyone. People will often adapt to what you believe about them. So for instance, if you look at someone and you believe that they can't change, that they won't change, that they're broken beyond repair, etc., etc., where is the motivation? Like, you're not adding any motivation or inspiration for that person to change, right? Not that it's your responsibility, but you're still not. Whereas when we see people, when we choose to believe that someone's actions, no matter what their actions are, don't, like, in a specific moment is not what defines them, when we see them for who they are at the core of them, that the sum is greater than the parts, right? That humans are complex and we're constantly converging and assembling and breaking down and reassembling and gaining wisdom and, you know, taking different approaches and going through pain and suffering. And it's all for a reason, right? It's all part of the human condition, and none of it is for nothing. When you choose to see that and believe in someone else, they oftentimes rise to the occasion. There's like something crazy, like 40 something % of people became better. They like fulfilled more of their potential, or they stepped up to a situation. And oftentimes, like I say this a lot, I think oftentimes we just need like one person in our corner, one person that can genuinely see us when we can't see ourselves, that can kind of like just offer that belief in us, that faith in us when we don't have it. That is so powerful, to have that unwavering someone in your corner that like doesn't give up on you and doesn't judge you as harshly or as critically as you are most likely judging yourself in those moments, right? That's really powerful. So I think that you're looking at the horizon, you're choosing to see the silver lining. You're not being naive. You're being intentionally optimistic. And this is powerful because it's not easy, because you're choosing to be that as you're simultaneously experiencing grief and disappointment. That's quite deep. And you're highlighting an abuse of authority or power here that was like an overstep. Considering all things, you really don't need to be taking this approach. You don't owe anyone anything, but you understand the power of this approach and the power of love, and I think you're going to do it anyways. So the point of tension or insecurity is the Ten of Swords in reverse. Is the Ten of Swords in reverse. Oh, Pisces. It's all in the name of love. If anyone's going to do it in the name of love, babe, it's you. It's you all day, every day, and it's why I would not change being a Pisces for anything in the fucking world. It's not easy. It's not easy being soft and squishy. We oftentimes have swords in us, and it's honestly not fair. It'd be very easy to be, I don't know, to play the victim, to fall into an energy of hopelessness, or to believe the worst things about yourself, or, you know, to give up, to shut down, to numb out, to escape. And that's the shadow side of Pisces, is that a lot of us at one point or another in our life, we choose that because shit's hard. It's not easy. A lot of the time we're giving ourselves closure A lot of the time, we're having to offer ourselves our own empathy to remove the swords from our back. We're offering ourselves that unconditional love. That is the only thing that can really heal these deep wounds, right? But yeah, there's an insecurity around it at times, especially when like you're offering it to someone or a world that can often take your kindness for weakness and exploit it. And it hurts. It hurts when you open up intimately, vulnerably, the core of yourself, your unconditionally loving heart. And you pour it into a world or an individual that is a bottomless cup, or that doesn't trust you, or that can't reciprocate, or that from their own woundedness needs to manipulate or control or project onto you, or not be humble or take accountability, whatever it is. But while this is a difficulty or it's a point of tension, it's something that is, it's not bad. It's something that is, there's tension there because you are having to intentionally do something that requires a great deal of strength and bravery. That's where the tension is coming from. Not from a negative place, but as proof of your strength and courage. So in the immediate future is the Empress, the divine feminine. So I sat with the energies I tapped in last night, and I pre-shuffled some of the decks, and I pulled some cards to just kind of write down any intuitive sort of things that came through to me here. And what came through for you, so I pulled a Lenormand card, and I also pulled an astrological insight card. Okay, right. So you guys, you got Pisces. You got the Pisces card. You got the Pisces card, the Mystic. It came out in reverse. And you got the Cross from the Lenormand. So what I wrote is martyrdom, magical, allowing, illogical, a long period of hard work or energetic output for little payoff, sacrifice, destiny, karma, and a test or challenge. There's something here that is a test. It is a challenge. It's not naive, and you're not just skipping into something because you're naive and you're stupid. And you're like, I came to get hurt. You know, it's not that at all. It's also not this like sacrificial lamb, let me overextend myself and be the martyr. You are tuned into a magical openness, a magical receptivity. It's an allowance that from the outside may seem incredibly illogical, especially when offered to the devil. But I can absolutely say for certain that there is nothing that can like pull demons out of people. Like literally, I have performed an exorcism before, and we're gonna have to talk about this sometime because shit was insane. I'm like, it was like in the movies, minus the head spinning around, the voice changing, the eyes like going black. Like it was some fuck shit. This is my abusive ex. Somehow in the moment, I knew how to like rebuke and cast this demon out. And you know what it was? It was love. Nothing would have been able to actually do that but love. And the thing is, the devil will taunt you. It will do everything to seduce you into, again, like sinking to its level, because you can't win against like the master of lies and deception and manipulation with anything other than the exact polar opposite of that, and to a stronger degree. Love will always beat fear. Love will always beat lies. Truth will always beat deception and manipulation. Maybe not exactly in that moment, but at the end of the day, love and truth fucking prevail. I promise you that they do, or they will. And we have to believe that. Like, we have to believe that, or else there is no hope. And you understand this, right? So this is not about you showing up. It might not make sense to anybody else. It might look like you have poured a lot of yourself into a period that was straining, that was challenging, where you put a lot of energy and work and yourself into something that seems to have like not paid off or not had an impact. And that's not true. That's sacrifice. The thing about sacrifice is that a true sacrifice, an intentional sacrifice, it creates a sacred space. Because it's an offering, it's a sacred offering, right? You are genuinely giving something up of yourself that is valuable, that is meaningful, and laying it on an altar. And that never goes to waste. So there's something here that is a part of your destiny. It's part of your karma, and you're fulfilling it now, and you're fulfilling it in the near future. And it's not taking anything from you. It's elevating you in a really big way. So let's see if there's anything else about the Empress and the near future for Pisces that we need to know before I let your cute butts go. Woo. The King of Wands in reverse. You know, it's, you know, that's someone in their ego. That's someone who is not in dominion over their life. They're not leading their own life. They don't have direction or purpose. They're kind of just lost in the sauce. And as a result of them feeling vulnerable in that way, they create a false sense of invulnerability that can be very narky. It can be very extremely selfish and hurtful. It just isn't considering anyone other than itself because it's in survival mode. And it's not seeing anything clearly. So it's kind of reading everything from a triggered space of like not knowing what is actually a threat and what is all heart, what is genuinely unconditional love, and what is like something that is a threat to them, right? You don't read things correctly when you're triggered. The first thing that goes offline when you're in a triggered state is your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain that is in charge of logic and being analytical. Not there anymore, not online, right? You're working from a place of fight or flight. You're working from a place of like sink or swim. And everything is a threat because you're just not processing anything really accurately. So you're kind of just in self-preservation at any cost mode. The Knight of Swords. What's being communicated? The Eight of Swords. Someone could be communicating their fears to you in the near future. Someone who has maybe lashed out at you, treated you unfairly, treated themselves unfairly, or just not seen things clearly, not been a true representation of themselves, you know. And I see them coming at you rapidly with some communication here. And it might be coming from a somewhat fearful place, but it's also expressing fear as well. Like there's some sort of honesty around a fear or a paranoia that this person has had that has contributed to them acting in such a way. And it's important for you to be in this very receptive, empathetic, understanding, like to hear them, to truly receive and take in what they are saying, to truly listen. What happens when Pisces does that? Because I see you doing it. Some form of old rigid structure is broken. And there's a level of harmony and healing that is found, that is cultivated in the place of some sort of rigid structure that allows for beautiful expansion and understanding, and also a balancing between complementary but perhaps opposite elements or ways of being. For instance, when this energy is in the upright, it's very masculine, and you're showing up in a feminine energy. So it could be that that is what is finding balance here. But it's very healing. And it's very stabilizing in a way that is actually empowering and sustaining. Yeah, you're able to there's something that couldn't be reconciled before, as long as people were just looking out for themselves. The Nine of Pentacles, there's nothing wrong with the Nine of Pentacles. This is like, I'm taking care of me. I feel good about myself. I'm confident. The only thing is, there are times when we have to consider other people, or else we cannot work things out. If we're only working from our self-interest, then sometimes it's difficult to come together, right? To reconcile difficulties or to compromise or cooperate with other people. There needs to be like a softness there. And it's not having boundaries or a backbone. It's not that. The Four of Wands is still very strong and sovereign and has this independence. It's not like merging and getting lost in another person. It's not that. It's just seeing eye to eye, finding a mutual respect, finding where you both fit and what you can both contribute in a healthy way to bring the best to the table, so that there's a reason to celebrate. Where there was once grief and disappointment, that's the power of love. Because there is love and hope here that wants to come through. There's just also a woundedness in the heart space on both people's behalf, I feel like. And it's creating this sense of vulnerability that makes it feel very scary to trust that someone else, that if you jump, someone else will jump. You know, that you won't just be in it, all in it by yourself. So that's scary, especially when it involves like an emotional vulnerability. But once you do that, it ignites hope in another person. Once basically you show someone that you never lost hope in them, and you hear them out, that you not being cooperative or you not being open to making something work, that wasn't true. You just needed them to remember who they were. It wasn't about you not believing it. It was about you not being able to make them believe it. They needed to believe it on their own. Just like no one can put you in the energy of the Empress. You have to put yourself there, right? So this is powerful. See, you believe in the potential of someone. It's not about investing in potential, though, without it's not about investing in potential and allowing yourself to be exploited and abused. It's not that. You see the tenderness, the woundedness, the softness. You see beyond the mask. You know. You know what you're giving to, and you have a very strong suspicion what will be pulled out of someone if you show them love and grace. You know, and if you show them that you believe in them through not just words, but commitment, perseverance, loyalty. Yeah. It's powerful and it's beautiful. And I think that someone is rising into their greatness, not just as a result of you doing this, but you create a space that is safe for them to do that. They remember that they have the strength to break away from this with love. The divine masculine is also full of love and truth. So they free themselves, you don't free them. But you do remind them that you can see them and that you know that they're capable. And it's supportive in a way that they need right now. So I really love that so much for you, my loves. Okay. That's the end of your reading, Pisces, and the reading all. I love you an extraordinary amount, honestly. Yeah, I've been online for a long ass time. I am going to sleep. I really need to. I've had so much energy so far, honestly. Like, it's ridiculous. My astrology transits right now, like, highlight that. It's like, you have an extreme amount of energy. It's like Jupiter, something with Jupiter and Mars. It's like, you're gonna have a ridiculous amount of energy. Ugh. And I do. And I'm like, please, can I just rest? I feel like I'm gonna rest now. I'm gonna like have the best sleep of my life. I have like the house to myself for like 10 days, and I feel like I'm not going to be soaking up anyone else's energy, and I'm going to just like rest and be creatively inspired, and it's going to be wonderful. So I'm very much looking forward to that, and you will see hopefully a lot of me. But thank you guys for showing up, for being part of the community, for being here, or if you're just here for this one reading, thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you received what you needed out of it. If you want to subscribe and see my face again, catch another vibe, then please do so. If you want to like the stream and help the algorithm, our evil overlord, the algorithm, if you want to help me take that bastard down, then please like this stream. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it there for tonight, my loves. I adore you very much, and I'll see you again sooner rather than later. Actually, I think that I'm going to be here most likely on, I think I'm gonna do a 3 truths, your truth, their truth, and the truth is the next all signs. And I'm going to potentially do it on maybe tomorrow, maybe Sunday, either Sunday or Tuesday. Okay, so watch out for that if you're interested. Okay. I love you. Mwah. I'm always just sending you all of the affection, and I'm so proud of you. So proud of you for the work that you guys are doing. Let me just see what you guys are saying. Better on Tuesday? Yeah, probably. It is better on Tuesday. Let's see what's going on. Aqua cap combo from the brain. Yeah. At the end of the live. Thank you. Aw, thanks for the wish for the sweetest sleep. I accept it. What's up, divine timing? You're welcome for the insights. All right, my loves. What's up, Tarots by Hope? Hi. Aw, you're an Aquarius named Hope. Don't be hopeless. I know it's not that easy, but you've got this. Watch the Aquarius reading. Hopefully it gives you the hope that you need, or reinfuses your belief in yourself, because you're beautiful. All right, you found the cover for the decks. Nice. You're especially excited about the last one. Okay, I will. I'll look at them. Probably while I am in bed. All right. See ya, Kelly. See ya, Kinez. You passed out by Gemini last night. Okay. I'm going to leave it there. Good night, Rochelle. I love you guys. I will see you soon, probably on Tuesday, okay? Mwah. Until then, stay safe and well. Keep on rocking in the free world. And I'll talk to you soon.